Yeah,
How are you
fine.
guys doing?
We're doing well.
I'm
I'm doing
doing
well.
well.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, we're just getting
Has
ourselves set
anybody
up here.
has anybody noticed this? I don't know if this is just me and just like whatever the content that I consume. But I think I'm just gonna make a prediction. I think the new way to like dismiss another person's argument moving forward, or just what they're saying, is just to accuse them that anything that they're saying is just AI slop, just over and over. Because that's literally like just this past weekend. It was like all like Twitter or Instagram. It's like their response is like, oh, this is just an AI slop, and I don't need to respond to this. And
Sometimes it is AI slop, though.
No,
You
but
know,
no, whoa, and then I would put, I don't say this, but I would also push back of these arrogant people because the research shows that humans are notoriously bad at detecting. Everyone now says it's obvious and it's super easy, but actually go into the actual research, and humans are mediocre at best, especially now
I
with the
agree.
newer models.
I can show
and
you
so-
some. I can show you
But I'll
some Twitter
also
replies.
say this. But also, listen. By and large, Tally, I don't know you. This isn't an insult to you. I just don't know you, right? But excluding Tally, just because I don't know them, they haven't said a single thing to me. Let's be honest. Everybody here is above average IQ. And it's not because like we're super geniuses. It's just like it's an incentive thing, right? People that are particularly invested in politics and debate are probably going to be a little bit higher IQ, no matter where they come from the political spectrum, more often than not.
I'll lower
It's
mine a little bit
it's an
just to make it a
interest.
little more fair for you. Okay.
It's a self-selection.
We've been doing
It's
that
a
for years
self-selection
now.
thing. And so I think often people that are smarter forget just how fucking dumb the average person is, and then they forget that like, oh yeah, like a sixth of the population is sub 85 IQ, like 1 out of every 6 people. And so then you go into a place like Twitter where 17% of the population is, and it's like there's going to be a healthy representation of that 1/6 of people who like really feel like their ideas matter, but they have 80 IQ. And it's like, and I think sometimes people see that and they have a hard time differentiating between that and like the weird jankiness of bots.
there's a one way to make sure that nobody accuses you of having AI slop for a take, and that is just have the most based, outlandish takes possible, and they'll never accuse you of having AI slop for a take.
And I agree with you. You've had the same takes since pre-Chat GPT, so no one can accuse you.
That's true.
Yeah, all you need to know to discover more about this phenomenon is to just go and find groypers, right? Because the groypers are one of two things. They are AI because they're working, for the feds to, to like subvert some system. But most of the things they're saying, you couldn't really get away with if it was an AI system for too long, right? So I don't know. I think dead internet theory was real. It was just too early. I do really genuinely think that, like, I mean, like you look at Nick Fuentes, now that I think about it, talking about the Groypers, right? And he has like posts that'll be out for like 60 seconds and have like 4,000 likes and like 800 comments. And it's like someone similar with a tweet that does just as well in an hour or two or one day, right? Will never have that level of engagement within the first 60 seconds or first few minutes. And so that there are bots that are feeding. Now, is it Russian or Chinese or Qatar bots? Is it him buying his own bots? Is it other groypers trying to brew? Like, it's hard to know like where those bots are or what the motivation is, but the internet is definitely full of them.
Yeah, actually, just this past weekend, I just randomly sort of stumbled across this YouTube channel. It was 2 million subs or something like that. But I checked in because the channel never heard of. And I go and check the views, and each video, and they have hundreds of videos, but each video is getting like just literally like single digit views. And I thought, what's
What was
obviously
it,
going
Connor?
on there?
Was it Connor since he's gone downhill?
No, but I'd also have no problem saying that person's name. But I see the grudge is nice and alive.
Yeah, it is. I mean,
Yeah.
I hate Nazis, so.
Okay, all right. I'm not gonna go down that road.
All right. So
Hey man, what's with all the hate? Some of my best friends are Nazis.
Yeah, there you go.
I think you got to be more
Yeah.
tolerant, Gibbs, actually,
Yeah,
of people with different political ideologies.
Maybe so. Y'all are right. I mean, whenever they start calling for the camps, I guess I should be more tolerant. I'm ready for that.
Someone actually did.
Christian
Did you check their
apostate.
shorts?
The shorts?
Did you check
No.
well, Corey, did you check their shorts? Because sometimes channels get like a retarded amount of views on shorts, and then they put out regular videos and they get no views.
So I didn't do a deep dive because obviously I'm not super concerned.
I was just
but
curious,
I,
yeah.
yeah, no, it is a valid question. I went to their channel, saw like roughly I think it was 1.82 million. I just went to their videos tab, and at least I scrolled 3 or 4 times, and I just saw like at most it was like maybe 1,000 views on like their for what I saw so far. But maybe it was
Oh,
short.
could have been Connor. That's too many.
There's some
views.
people who just straight up like abuse the SEO. Like I think you've actually done panels with them or some panels with him before, Gibbs. What's his name? Like Omar. If you go to his YouTube, he's
Oh,
got
yeah.
millions of subscribers and
So,
like
I know what
58
happened with
views per
Omar.
video.
So Omar bought a channel.
I know he did. Yes.
Yeah, and like he like changed the content dramatically from whatever I guess it was before, and people were just like, nope. And then I guess like I'm not super familiar with the YouTube algorithm. I'm sure Fabian can probably elaborate more, but I know that if you suddenly change the content, and you like suddenly get drop off in views real fast, it's gonna like bury you, and you're not gonna get any.
It'll bury you.
exposure.
So the way it'll work, right, is it's mostly what YouTube is prioritizing is meaningful watch duration, right? Because so many people had clickbait back in the day, and then people were
Back in the
creating
day.
thumbnails and clickbait, and then they were getting views and they were getting boosts in the algorithm from the clicks, and so YouTube switched to like what percentage of the video are they watching, and then meaningful watch duration. We don't actually have the metrics because it's internal, so we don't know, but it's hypothesized that it is like do they have a click-through rate. The very last like 60 seconds is some of the most important for meaningful watch duration. So if you just like, oh, all right, guys, we're getting out of here, blah blah blah, I appreciate you, people click off, that can like really hurt your meaningful watch duration, because what ends up happening when that happens is people leave the platform. Because if they have this whole like, oh, I don't know, blah, 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 they're like, all right, I'm done for the night, and they exit out. But if you like very quickly end it and it goes into another video, they're like, oh, this video is cool, or they'll go like check out another YouTube video. So they stay on the platform, which
Interesting.
means they stay giving
good to know.
YouTube money. Yeah. So like it's kind of stuff like that. So if you change up your content and like somebody watches the first 30 seconds and goes, what the fuck? This isn't what I wanted. This isn't the channel I remember. It'll just destroy your channel in the algorithm.
Actually found the channel that I was referring to. It's 1.38 million subs. It's like a sports and entertainment channel, and like and their shorts like go check it out. It's
Yeah,
there's-
why didn't he buy a channel that was actually related to whatever he was going to produce? Right? Like,
Yeah, that's yeah. I mean, like if you're gonna buy a channel, you should buy a channel that has similar content.
I don't like the
but
idea
even
of
then,
buying
it's
a
not worth it.
channel. It seems like a little bit. I don't know.
why not?
I mean,
What's
like
any different?
it's like buying a business, right? Like if Gibbs,
Yeah, it's like buying a restaurant, right?
Yeah,
And then sometimes somebody buys a restaurant and then the restaurant continues to succeed. And then sometimes somebody buys a restaurant and people are like, the food isn't what it quite used to be. The service sucks. It's not the same place.
analogy.
I don't know
whole-
what
I-
happened,
that's-
but I'm out.
I think that's if you buy the restaurant, keep everything the same, but change the food, and then people come in like expecting Italian, you just switch it up to like Chinese.
That's
Yeah,
what
so
I
you
mean. If
bought
you
a
buy a
steak
channel and then you switch up the content and there's a different person, it's like, oh, this isn't what I used to be. I don't like it. But if you were buying somebody, like if you buy a channel in politics and you start a podcast with that person first, and you get the audience used to you and they like you, and then eventually you end up taking over the channel.
Yeah, I think that
you
would be
might be able to
different.
meaningfully transition that. Yeah.
But that
So-
feels very different than just like buying a channel. Like that, just like buying a channel to me just seems like I'm gonna muscle like financial weight to like make this happen.
the
Yeah, well,
way
so
rich
that-
Yeah, and it
people
doesn't
have
work
always
most of the
done.
time.
Yeah, so that sounds like the most moral. way to do it,
Leveraging your
right?
financial.
Yeah.
and-
The way rich people have always done. Like what the fuck? Okay. Anyway,
If it, okay,
um,
I don't know. Well, would you
I-
guys-
I'm
are,
more
are
of a
all of you fine with
libertarian.
this?
What you're describing, become more of a libertarian. What you were describing is the difference between low time preference behavior and high time preference behavior.
Well,
and
I'm
high
gonna say
time
this-
preference behavior of trying to buy your way
It
to the
feels
top doesn't work.
it feels a little dishonest.
Well, hold on, Lactoid. Buying a channel is probably less dishonest than, say, like, I don't know, botting or like buying a bunch of followers or something, right?
I'll give it
'Cause
that.
At
Yeah.
least when you buy the channel, you know someone in theory.
I
unless
criticize
someone
that too, though.
pre-bought it. Yeah, but sure, but like, I mean, I guess what we're doing shades of gray. Like, say I bought like, I don't know, a conservative political channel like on YouTube, and like I didn't really have a YouTube presence already, right? And I didn't know the guy, but I bought one off him, and he had like I don't know 500K followers, right? And so I go and buy it, and I start producing the same kind of content as I already do, and it's in the same genre, and those people are like already predisposed to the audience. Not even the way that Fabian described where I did a podcast. I think that would probably be fine. It would just be like if Rush Limbaugh bought a radio station. Like that was like back in the day. Was another
No,
conservative radio. What's the difference? What's the fundamental difference between like say Fox News buying the Blaze or something? Like I mean they probably wouldn't, but like in this scenario, what's the fundamental difference in the two?
I think the fundamental difference to me is it feels like, at least in what we do, in term, maybe if it's like a different kind of channel, I could be persuaded. But it feels like with streamers specifically, the product is
The
us
streamer.
to some extent.
Yeah.
And the idea of like, this is like this. Hey, this is what the purpose of this is like. It's me, and then people like are building up an audience based on that. Like, let's say tomorrow you guys were to like go on. Oh, cool! Moist Critical came out with another video, and then you open it up and it's Jay Leno, and it's like, oh, this is my new
That'd be
channel,
badass.
guys. Like, I know you're saying
I
it's like
think-
badass, but like, I don't want to. I'm
I
not here to
think-
see Jay Leno. I don't want to see fucking Jay Leno. I'm
think-
here to see
I
Moist
think
I
I
Critical.
start watching that channel.
I
just
think
to
I
see
think
what
I
it's
think
on.
I think I get what you're saying, but you're missing it a little bit. But I think I get what you're saying. Maybe I can
Okay.
clean it up. Which is like, I think there is an expectation when you're a streamer that you started small and you built an audience by saying meaningful things, and people valued those things. A community formed, and then you had to fight against kind of the gatekeeping of those at the top to be able to get your name out there on large platforms. And you
Oh, this is
skip
the
that
industry
entire
plan argument.
process. Right, you skip that
Yeah.
entire process if you purchase a large channel and and a million people see your first couple of videos. Even if only 10% stay behind, you just went from nothing, a nobody, to getting
Let me give you
100,000
another
people
scenario.
that stayed, that enjoyed it, even though only 10%
Well,
actually
so-
liked it.
Remember when this was happening? Remember when this was happening all the time during like peak BLM when you would have these
One
like
second.
One
second.
second.
Yeah.
Yeah,
there
yeah.
you go. Now you're
Keep
good.
this stuff muted on StreamYard. We'll be talking through Discord. But go ahead. Say it again, Tali.
Oh, I see. Sorry. Okay.
no problem.
Remember when this was happening all the time during the BLM era? I remember this at least. There were a bunch of like larger white creators, some of whom literally gave their accounts over to some like small black activist as like a form of reparations. And then it was like I was following accounts, and overnight it was a person I didn't know before. It was completely new content, and it was a
I was not
bizarre.
watching
And then
enough left-wing
and then there was
content.
the
That's wild.
added piece of like, but if you now unfollow, you're
You're
racist.
racist.
So it was a trap there too.
All I
Well-
can think of is Black Hitler now. You remember that guy?
Well-
Okuru or whatever, the fucking Gazi Kodzo or whatever his name is.
so-
It was like, oh god, never mind. All right, I just
Well,
all right, I'm old.
want to like.
Anyways,
Well, I want to kind of examine this another way, though, right? So, you like this has kind of been an argument I've heard from a lot of streamers, not really in
Fuck.
Twitch poll, but like I've seen this in, like a lot of people bitch about this on like from like the kind of the drama side and from like kind of the podcast side. I've seen a lot of this complaint, and they talk about like what they and I didn't really think about it. But I guess this is actually kind of refers to this, like the industry plant idea, right? Where you'll have somebody that's a nobody, you'll have, like no followers, and then all of a sudden they'll be on like all these big people streamers and they're like streams, and suddenly, hey, this guy's famous now. I almost think that's more nefarious than buying a random.
It's the same thing.
channel,
It's
like-
kind of the same thing.
because at least when you buy a random channel, you're using your own money that you've earned to make this. as
Well,
opposed to,
assuming
like,
that you've
hey,
earned it, maybe somebody else
Well,
gave you the
no.
money, right?
Well,
Your parents.
well, hold on. If I owned it by like say if I wanted to go buy like Omar's channel tomorrow, right? If I not that I would because the metrics are terrible, but say I did, I want to go buy it, and like I come in and I bought it with my money that I didn't make from streaming, and now I have a voice that like allegedly millions of people can see. I think that would be better and more ethical than if I suddenly called up Kai Cenat was like, hey, I'll give you $1 million to put me on every fucking show you got, and
I don't see a
want my
difference.
channel to be
I don't
overnight.
see a difference
Well,
between the two.
paying
so
for
you don't
face.
see, so you don't see a difference between that and the Rush Limbaugh thing. I just
Paying for
described.
publicity isn't bad. You think
Well,
paying for publicity is bad? If you got the money to get your name out there or get your face out there, what's wrong with
No,
that?
I
Yeah,
don't have
it feels a
problem
little
with that at all.
skeevy. If all of a sudden like my feed is
What do you
being
mean?
like just inundated with like a face over and over again. And then I found out later that like this person has given all this money to all these specific influencers just to like try to make themselves big, as opposed to like trying to be interesting. And
It's
making...
obvious though. You know when a
Eh.
plant is like when a
Well,
plant is
I
there, when
can
a plant
tell.
isn't
I can
there.
tell, but maybe a bunch of
Most people do.
fucking-
Just most people
normal
Well, yeah,
like the
well,
plant.
because he's above IQ.
It's
so-
because I'm
people like
above
the plant.
IQ.
That's all the issue.
A couple
That's what
more
the
of these,
issue
and then I won't
is.
be able to tell anymore. Okay, so it's important.
So multiple things here. One, guys, I'm just not so sure that if like next week another ridiculously handsome black man opened up this show that anyone here would notice. Honestly, I'm all that important. Secondly, though. Denzel, yeah, I mean, like if you showed up, you know what? No, there's a story here. Actually, hold on. Now you've distracted me for a quick second. There's a story.
Good,
now
man.
that you said that. So when I went to London, I've told the story before on stream. But when I went to London years ago, I ended up at the Madame Tussauds Wax Museum. And great place, right? Highly recommend. And there's like a bunch of them in different places. I've gone to a few of them, like the one in Paris and stuff. There's a few of them. Anyway, the one in London was my first one. And so you get through like the whole thing and you get to like the end, right? And at the end, what they're going to do is show you like this like short movie type thing about like the museum and stuff, like whatever, right? But like, they have crowds coming through constantly. So they gather you in a room beforehand. And in this room, it's like around this circle. And they have like someone standing in the middle trying to entertain the crowd while they're waiting to like show the movie to the last crowd and clear them out, right? The person they had was a comic, right? And he's like working the crowd. And I am one of the few, if maybe possibly only black faces over there, right?
Right.
And he like looks around, right? He's like reaching out, trying to do some crowd work, right? Looks around, and I think he's like doing like celebrity looks alike. And he looks at me, he's like, yeah, like Denzel, like this guy here. Yeah,
You and Denzel are
I
twins.
see-
You,
no, I
you,
see
you
it.
and
I
Denzel
see it,
Washington,
you know.
right?
yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sure you do.
All black
I'm sure
people
you
look
do.
alike.
I thought it was you who was in John Q. Actually.
Yeah,
The Denzel movies, the reference.
exactly.
Not
Yeah.
Training Day?
So
Oh,
It
no,
was-
no. John Q. is the best movie, like one of the best Denzel movie, hands down.
You got bad
Okay,
taste.
I was
Hands
like,
down.
You know what?
Took
Denzel
over
movies really relevant right now.
for a
Manchurian Candidate?
hospital. Took over a hospital to get his son a heart.
Oh yeah. I remember that one.
10 out of 10.
I
Would
think I
recommend.
only saw like half of that, unfortunately, though. But I remember it was. Or maybe I did
You
see
should
it.
see all of it. It's a great movie.
It's a good movie, but to say that's the best
Yeah.
Denzel movie, that is a pretty wild take. Like,
I'll die on the hill. I think this is a hill worth dying on.
that's fair.
So the other thing I was going to say, now that I got distracted by that. It's something I've always held on to. It's like, no, it wasn't Denzel. No.
Did you just
I'm
do the
wrong,
thing
actually.
that you were like mocking
You
somebody else
just
for doing?
created tension between me and Corey.
No,
and
no,
now
it was.
you take back
It was
your
a
statement.
different
No,
black guy.
I apologize,
It-
Corey.
I
was-
was looking up. I was looking up his movies. Nah, dude, Training Day is way better.
It was. I think it was Will Smith. Actually,
Wow.
Will Smith is what he said.
What, do all black people look the same to you, Prime? What the fuck?
In his head.
That's right.
You look
that's what
more
I
like
just said.
Denzel
I
than
said
Will
another
Smith.
ridiculously handsome black man. You
Yeah,
never
He
know.
does, yeah.
I'd be a little offended
Right,
if somebody,
definitely.
if I was compared to Will Smith and I was a black man. I don't want to be called a cuck. I'm just saying.
Okay. All right. So what I was going to say previously is that like, well, that the Gibbs you brought up. I have two things to say to you, Gibbs. No, the first one is fine. The second one is an attack.
Oh, okay.
So you brought up how like you think it's bad to have an industry plant where
it's bad. I just was comparing it relatively. I know some.
yeah, sure. Fair enough. But you're saying it's bad to have industry plants where they suddenly show up and then like they're on a bunch of different channels and then they're trying to like forcibly this person is popular or opinionated, something like an opinion you should care about.
Hey,
And
fellow
then
kids.
like boost their channel. Yeah, exactly. Right. Well, the right-wing media sphere on YouTube has been doing exactly that. Right. We can understand that. Like as soon as some shadowy people decide that a person is going to get boosted, they appear on Ben Shapiro show, on Dave Rubin's show, on so
I don't think you
watch.
watch Ben Shapiro.
I don't watch Ben Shapiro, but I do know
As a
that-
watcher of
so-
Ben
there we
Shapiro, Prime, could you
Yeah.
explain who you're talking about?
No,
Yeah,
I'm
he
saying
can.
a whole list. Dave, like this happened with like Dave Rubin himself, actually, right when he first got
Who's
started.
Dave Rubin?
But Dave Rubin wasn't
like-
a nobody. He wasn't a nobody. His story
He's
was so
completely
exciting.
He was a
His
what?
story was so exciting to the right wing online infrastructure because he was calling himself someone
that
who
holds
was
true for
forming
everyone that
from
makes
the
a
left.
shift towards the
Wait,
right.
what's
That's always
what's
exciting.
this exciting story? I don't know who Dave Rubin is. What's
He's
what's
gay.
this
Dave Rubin-
exciting
Dave-
story?
He's
Dave
dead.
Rubin was probably the
Log cabin
biggest.
Republican.
It was probably the biggest person that was I left the left. Right? Like there were names in I left the left, but Dave Rubin was the largest I left the left. And he didn't just leave like he wasn't just like a left-wing person in college that then became a right-winger. He was a left-wing person in political punditry, working for the Young Turks, fell out, like and then separated, and then was a log cabin Republican, as Admiral Gibbs said, right? So it's a
Pretty
gay
quickly.
man. Like
He
he's
was-
checking
and
all of the boxes.
He was a
Oh.
G tier celebrity, right? Was on the Young Turks, right? No one had any heard of him unless you were like deep into political commentary.
I don't think he
right?
fits.
Are you
I
talking
don't
about
think
Dave
it's a
Rubin?
good example for
Yeah,
what you're
Dave
talking
Rubin.
about.
Yeah, Dave Rubin was a fucking nobody. And he like wanted, like he demanded that TYC pay him more, even though he did barely any work, and his commentary was awful, right?
He's a
Just like
leftist.
mediocre at best, right? Indeed, sure, but no, whatever.
Yeah,
he was
you
never
don't-
even a leftist,
yeah.
right? He was never even very left.
Yeah,
You
you
go back. To
I
his
think
past
he's a
one.
bad
Hold on,
example.
let me
He's
start.
a bad
Hold on,
example of
let
this
me- let me-
phenomenon.
Let me just finish this. So like he was awful in terms of like his output. He wasn't like a draw or anything, but he demanded more money, and the Young Turks was like, no, fuck no, right? And then he leaves in a huff, and then he rebrands himself. All of a sudden he shows up with a fucking mansion, right, where he's doing this this show, this well-branded show from his basement, basement studio, with him and his husband managing it. And then he's on all these right-wing shows, getting boosted. And then there's Dave Rubin, and then Dave Rubin's just part of the ecosystem. There are plenty others
I don't know,
who gone
Gay
through this as well,
Dinks.
but
It's
yeah.
Bad
that's a
example.
lot. There's a lot of money there, right? Like a mansion in a studio ain't that far.
I don't know. The thing is,
Do you
I don't
guys
know any
remember
Dave Rubin
that-
fans. I'm sure they exist. Like, I'm not saying all his fans are like botted. He's getting paid for a reason. I just don't know anybody who's like, oh yeah, I'm a Dave Rubin guy.
No, I don't think he's botted necessarily. I'm just saying.
But
that's what
I
I'm
don't
saying.
think he's a
was
great
like an
example of that, though. Do you guys remember the guy? I can't even remember his name, but he
I remember.
he was some type of like philosophy teacher, and he was going viral online for having this like recorded video that was supposed to be a spontaneous conversation between him and a student, where he like does a little street epistemology sort of with this student of like, why do you think J.K. Rowling is transphobic? And this video where he's like able to get the student to say, I guess I've never thought about it. I guess I don't actually know that post that she put out, whatever. And he's like deconstructing her view of J.K. Rowling. That video blew up like overnight. He was on Joe Rogan. Peter Boghossian had him on. He started his own channel. That to me seemed more like this guy literally what was complete obscurity into overnight. He's now on like all of the largest platforms in the sort of heterodox right-wing arena. That to me was much more bizarre than Dave Rubin, someone who was on the Young Turks already. He wasn't as famous as he is now. But again, there was a gimmick to Dave Rubin because he was making such a change. And people on the right love to see I left the left, and people on the left love to see, never Trump Republicans and stuff like that. So I don't think that Dave Rubin is
Where
a
did
great
Dave's
example
money
of
come
the-
from? He was a failed comic, and even worse, political commentator. And
You say
then
that,
all of a
but
sudden,
he was being
shows up with a
paid, so obviously
mansion
someone
and
thought
a
he was.
studio to like to run this. Like, where did that come from, right? And then he was like
Alright, so-
immediately it's
Well,
like
hold
it's
on.
so-
Prime.
like,
I don't know
Well,
about
no,
Dave
Prime.
Rubin.
Prime.
Oh,
I'm
man.
pretty sure Prime is correct on this. I'm pretty sure he had like some affiliation or investment into his podcast from Prager University, right? So that would be Dennis Prager giving, right, because he sees value in the person and is like, I'm going to boost you as opposed to starting off as like a streamer or something, right? And gives them the kind of the initial investment to get a podcast going, and then it's a return on investment because you can be boosted up to that thing. I think the one that actually like upset me the most, and this is a lot of people are going to hate me for this. The thing that I thought was like, oh, I fucking hate this. And like apparently she's based now. I don't really care. Brett Cooper. Brett Cooper pissed me off.
Mm.
And the reason Brett Cooper pissed me off so much, as someone that mostly enjoys right-wing content as opposed to left-wing content,
Because she
is
looks like Ben
because-
Shapiro, who's a Jew. Go ahead.
yeah, absolutely. Obviously, it was my Jew hatred. But like, no, it was because she got like they started astroturfing her clips, and her clips made it look like she was a Twitch streamer, but she was an actress that was reading a script that
Mm.
drove to a studio, and the studio was designed to look
To
like,
look like a bedroom.
so that like when you were going through YouTube shorts or TikToks or Instagram reels or whatever, right, you'd see this clip of her like reacting to something, and it was curated by the Daily Wire what she was going to react to, and then like written as a script, at least in the beginning, of like what her thoughts were. Maybe she had some influence on the script, I don't really know, but it was like it was all designed to make it look like, oh, this streamer blew up out of nowhere, and it's like, no, it's some actress that they got that like had the look of like tastefully conservative but attractive young woman, that we're going to like capture a new audience of like Gen Z dudes doom scrolling and like sell ideas to. And it was like, it felt very like dishonest. It felt like, oh, you're trying to trick me into believing that this is somebody that has a story that they don't actually have.
Is it fair to call her an actress?
Though she was an
She
actress,
was
right? That's how-
literally, before she did that, that's how they found her.
Got it.
Like she
Yeah.
like did some
Got it.
commercials and some other stuff.
And then she
So-
like they got her for the Snow White thing that I'm not sure they even released. That Snow White
It didn't come out.
alternative. Yeah, and then so there's like just that one visual image of her in the Snow White dress. Yeah, so let's go to Gibbs and then Ali.
Yeah, so I don't know. I can't speak to Dave Rubin. I haven't followed his career close enough. I mean, when y'all said the name, I didn't even recognize it. And then I saw his face. I was like, oh yeah, I've watched this guy before. But or the example Tally gave with the Tally example though, I guess I'd have to know more info. But that seems almost like the kind of thing that's like predominant in streaming, which is like you give someone the hot hand, somebody goes viral, you want to get them on your podcast. The biggest ones are going to try to find somebody, and then you have them on. I think that we need to differentiate a little bit here because you can have. All right, I'm just gonna use an example that comes to mind from one of these OnlyFans bitches. Like, let's go with this chick Alaya or the Bop House, right? A few years ago, nowhere, right? Now, like every other fucking short I see is a comedian using like one of the Bop House girls or using Alaya in their skit because they'll go and I don't know why there's a comedian the OnlyFans connection, but it seems like there is. And I see like certain ones go on. I don't know if that's the same because obviously if you're up and coming in there, like you're gonna just go like to where people are gonna have you, right? Like if any of us got a call tomorrow, right? Like Prime, you and I did it. We got hey, Tim Pool's calling, go to Tim Pool, bam. Okay, we're all gonna go do it, right? Like that's just how that works. Okay. I feel like though there's a difference between that and suddenly you get a hot hand and you get more traction. And then like even now, there are people that are willing to work with me now that weren't willing to work with me like 6 months ago or a year ago, right? Because it's like, oh, you're more established. I think that's just the nature of the game. What I'm
It's the
talking about,
nature
what
of
I'm
clout
saying,
too.
yeah, or sure, clout. I mean, I guess you can call it clout chasing. I mean, I got told if you do panels at all, you're a clout chaser. Hey, that was a new one for me. But it was by a drama slop streamer. So what do they
Trying
know?
to get your
But-
name out there.
Yeah, but what I'm saying when I talk about an industry plant, I'm talking about more somebody like that's literally is only famous like because they are associated with somebody else and they started going on there and they like, oh, this is my friend, I'm gonna push him. Like you can look at some of the people like Kai Cenat's crew is a real good example of this. You can look at some of the people back in Mr. Beast days, like his side people. Suddenly they started to appear on everything. Like they started trying to push their own thing.
But is that an industry plant or just
Well-
like nepotism of some
well,
sort? I think
well,
like
I
I'm
was
just
gonna say,
averse.
we're
I'm
against
averse.
nepotism.
I
I'm
I
a-
like nepotism.
Well,
but
no,
I don't know if it's
well, I'm
nepotism.
not.
That's
Yeah, no.
nepotism.
Well, how is
Well,
it
it's just
nepotism if
natural.
not-
It's
pro
natural. So
nepotism.
even if you're against it, people are even if there's lots of qualified people, if you happen to know a qualified person out of your family or your friends, you're going to want to give them the opportunity. I think that's natural human. I'm very averse to conspiratorial framing of these things, even like an industry
J.
plant.
Cole once said, what use is the plane if all my inwards can't eat?
There you go. Exactly. Yeah. So I think
Just
it's
don't-
more likely that, yeah, people are going to give breaks to someone who they think is on the up and coming and they think it'll get them more clout, right? Sort of like clout sharing, or someone that they know that they think would be a good fit, maybe over someone else. But I'm averse to the thinking that like these people are planted there by some like nefarious hand.
There,
I was about to say,
there's
as far
there
Oh,
are
you good?
there
Yeah,
are some
that's
people
just
who
all.
are planted.
No,
right?
there's obvious like plans.
by like
Like,
media
Ice-
companies.
any of the
like
big groups like
Ooh.
Phase, they definitely do
Like
it.
Ice Spice was an obvious media plant. Like
Lotto-
one day, just out of
Lotto's a
nowhere,
plant.
Homegrown, yeah, just became like a mega
Who's
star
that one
over
Bobby-
like with
Bobby chick?
one
What's her-
song. Yeah, Bobby Altoff or whatever. The girl who did
yeah,
interviews.
I think she's
She came out of nowhere on TikTok because she was doing her little pregnancy joke where she could suck in her stomach. But the idea is like, yeah, a lot of these people go viral, and you have these media companies that will find up and scoop up these people, and yeah, they kind of just make them uber famous. And it's like there's no reason for Bobby Altoff to have been linked up with Drake after her third interview, or Mark Cuban. Like that's
Yeah.
obviously a plant,
I
right?
mean,
That's
so like
that isn't
this
yeah,
is
that
kind of
isn't
like
organic.
kind of the aspect of like dead internet theory.
Spice
right?
was, but that Bobby girl
which
was.
is like,
for sure.
Mhm.
you know, we can talk about the more nefarious aspect of like botting likes and views and things like that, but I think the kind of like the more
I think that
traditional
shit's
route,
fine,
right,
man.
is there are a lot of people out there, especially in the podcast world, that own podcasts, right? Like, and people don't realize that a lot of podcasts that are popular are owned by a media company, just like a rapper has a music contract, right? And they're not independent. And so the problem is somebody sees potential in you, and then they invest in you so that they can make a return on their investment. And like, I'm not necessarily against that, right? Like, why would I be against that? But at the same time, there's this kind of psychological trick that is being played because we have this mechanism of a popularity fallacy, right? Like we have this heuristic that, oh, if a bunch of people are watching this, then this must be good, or if they're on a famous podcast, then they must be talking about something, like really
This is
important.
such a millennial
And
take.
well, no, that's not a millennial thing.
We're
That's
no,
just-
no, no.
that's-
I'm saying
that's
like
how-
we're
that's like a-
arguing it. Gen Z sees right through like a lot of this shit. A lot of the plants and a lot of like
Well,
the AI
I
shit.
don't
They're,
know
they're
how
kind of
true
like
that is.
cutting through it.
Well,
We're
maybe the
well,
AI
oh,
shit.
I
but I
don't
don't know
just,
about the
I
plants.
don't.
The plants are most
I think
obvious.
I think it's 50-50. I
Yeah.
think the more egregious ones, Gen Z absolutely does see through, and then there's some that are more subtle and they don't notice.
Who'd ever
But-
heard of Lotto before 3 weeks ago? Like,
I don't even know who Lotto
Every
is.
a lot,
Yeah,
lots
I
of
don't.
black
I still don't know
people.
what you're talking about.
Lotto.
come on,
No,
come
Lotto
on,
was
Vinny.
known. Don't.
No, come on, she's a
Lotto had a
plant.
whole. Yeah, no.
But
No,
Well,
see,
see,
now
but
you're
here-
now you're
here's
messing
the
up. You're saying
point.
that I just figured out who she is.
No,
But-
it's not. I just figured out. There's a lot of
No,
people.
but-
I just
but
figured
here's
out
the
all the
point.
time.
Some
She's-
people-
I mean,
some
I know Lotto is.
people-
She's a plant. Like same thing with
She's a-
Ice Spice.
I mean,
that's a
here's the
plant.
thing. You're using her second
really good
name.
rapper.
She was going by Mulatto for a
Mulatto,
while,
yeah.
and you don't know. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like the fact that you only know her by her second name, and after the name change, kind of.
Okay, that's rebranding. Rebranding.
Yeah,
is
she
literally
had
the
controversy
definition.
around
Hold
that.
on,
Yeah, she's been around for a minute.
Rebranding is
It's,
literally the definition of industry planning, almost. Like if
No,
you
what?
rebrand. Hold on. If I was Admiral Gibbs for years and years, right, and all of a sudden I disappeared for like a short period of time and came back as like I don't know, John.
you were better
Conran
off
or
saying
something.
Drake.
Yeah, John Conran or something, and then suddenly they fucking pushed me on all the conservative channels. That would be industry planning. Just like with Lotto, she disappeared for a short little period.
Then the
and
word
came
doesn't
back
mean
with all
No,
these
no, no,
people.
no, 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 no. Listen, an industry plant is when you pick up
That's-
a nobody, you
Nah,
fill them with
it's
all
both.
the information and like the propaganda that you need to like
Vanilla
the
Ice
talking
could be
points
an
that they need,
industry plant
and you
tomorrow.
have them go out and do all of that, and then and you fuel it by connecting them to like all the
They
celebrities.
feel
and
kind of
things.
like human
Hold on,
Ponzi
this is-
schemes.
Isn't
So
someone
this is-
isn't
this
someone
is-
getting wait
so this is- hold on.
wait.
If Vanilla Ice started a podcast,
There's
Well,
tomorrow,
no-
I
like
got
Logan
interrupted
Paul
about
numbers,
Lotto, and I
that's-
was trying to make
that
this
is
point.
Go
literally
ahead, Fabian. Sorry, my bad. Go
And-
ahead.
And so what I'm trying to say is like there is what is or isn't an industry plan is something that like we kind of vibe out, because there isn't really like there is no, hear me out. There you can pick an extreme example, which is a nobody picked up, and then they give them all of their talking points. And it's like, okay, that's obviously an industry plan. But there is like a threshold that is ill defined where we kind of recognize that if somebody is picked up and then somebody helps them make better content, gives them a studio, gives them, puts them on podcasts or places that they wouldn't be because they have connections, right? And then that money influences to some degree what they think or what they do because they want to make sure that the people that own their podcast and are giving them opportunities are happy, right? Now they have this, now they're no longer just have audience capture, but they also have a capture by the contract that they're in. And like there's going to be varying degrees to like what level of freedom. Like for example, Spotify, when they purchased Joe Rogan, for example, they really didn't give a fuck what Joe Rogan did. And everyone was like, oh, that's not a big deal. And then like a couple things got taken down from Alex Jones, and then people were worried, right? Like that's on one end of it, where it's like they have very little control over the content that's made. And so like there's this kind of weird threshold where there's this very large gray area where it's like, are they an industry plant, or is this just how incentives work in business and in a like
It's
where we're all kind
business
of
So I
incentives.
want to.
So
So
pick
I'm
Lano,
gonna go
because
to.
she's
I'm
been
gonna.
doing
I'm
this for
gonna.
like
Hold on.
4
So
years.
I'm
For
gonna.
4 years they've said Lano's the industry plan. Like this is not something
Um,
I came up with. I'm just
I'm
saying.
gonna go to
4
Talia,
years to
then
be an industry
Lactoid,
plant.
but
Sorry.
very quickly. No worries, friend. Talia and then Lactoid, but very quickly. So the reason why I brought this up is just because Gibbs had said it, right, and reacted to that. So that's why I brought it up. But like this term industry plant, I never truly understood it myself. That like I'm not exactly sure the difference between that and like advertising. Like, hey, I'm a music exec. I see a person who has enough skills to do what I need, and then I'm going to put her wherever I can, her wherever I can, to build up her portfolio, and then push her out. Right, I'm going to like build a huge media push behind her. Like I don't know like what the difference
Have you
might be.
ever
Like
watched
let's say she
Community?
didn't have a following before, but lots of the celebrities never had a following before, right? And then they got the record deal. That's what the record deal was for, right? So
Have you ever
Yeah.
watched Community?
Yeah.
Okay, so remember the arc where the Subway had that guy in the college being like he was Subway. He was like the visual representative of Subway, and then he would walk around.
I barely remember this.
That's
but yeah.
kind of what a media like that's what an industry plant is. It's like they get this person, they just implement them somewhere, and it's just like they're just basically like talking points for the person. It's just the connection. It is advertising to an extent. It's just
I
making
think
money.
there's a lot
Yeah.
to prove
Yeah.
there. So you have to prove that they have literally stuffed this person with all this information, and that information is contrary to what that person already believed or would have said
Doesn't
on
have
their
to be-
own.
it
Because
doesn't
if
have
you
to be, like,
find someone,
nefarious.
hold on. But I guess but then what's the point of the label? I do think I'm more inclined to agree with
Because-
Fabian Liberty here that this is about incentive structures, just natural business incentive structures. Because
Yeah.
if the person already believes these things and you then give them money because you want that belief system to be projected out to the population, I don't see like, and because it's like, who is the they here? It's like, oh yeah, the industry wants this person there, like because they own a
media
media
companies that
company
make
and they
money
want
off
to-
of the
There's-
with
there's
all these
so many
360
values of
deals
being
with
organic,
all these
though. That's the
360
big
deals
thing.
where they own a person's persona, they own everything about them. Like the media industry is just like there doesn't have to be an Illuminati, it doesn't have to be a group
Sure,
of people, it
but,
isn't the
like-
Jews, it's just the media industry. Like there's the
Sure.
media industry that makes a lot of money off these individuals, and like
Okay, but
for
the
when
media industry
yeah.
is even like a huge thing to say. So yes, media I think like what we really
mean-
could and should be asking for is just essentially transparency. And I think
Universal
a lot of
Records.
these podcasts, a lot of these
So I-
podcasts that are owned
hold on,
by
sorry,
like
hold on.
podcast conglomerates and media companies, they have that. So like podcasts that are owned by the Free Press, podcasts that are owned by Megyn Kelly's new
Yeah.
venture, podcasts that are owned by the Manhattan Institute. Most of them have this type of information given out as an ad in the beginning somewhere or even on their branding. So we could just push for more type of
transparency.
transparency. Yeah.
I don't know why
Let's
you're
go
making
to.
I just
Actually,
just wanna
like,
say
hold
super
on a
quick,
second. Hold on. We
because
got
you were
it.
confused.
We got it.
I can clean it up. So it's like one sentence. You were like, "What is an industry plant?"
One
And,
sentence.
like to make sense, it's the difference between Jay-Z creating Rockefeller Records because he couldn't get a record deal, and Tekashi 6ix9ine pretending he was in a gang, and then in his racketeering trial realizing that he wasn't in the gang until he was already famous. Like that's like that. I think that's the
Okay.
difference between like an industry plant and someone that isn't.
Okay. Let's go to Lactoid, Bam, Gibbs, and Ali. Yeah.
I think we're all kind of searching for analogies, and the one that I think that I've sort of figured out that I think is most closely related to this is it feels kind of like a human Ponzi scheme, where in a Ponzi scheme, right, you'll make up there'll be some stock that you either completely made up or found somewhere, and then you'll hype it up, and then you'll dump it, right, and you'll make a bunch of money, and then you'll just walk away and let whoever invested in it kind of crash and burn. And the reason that's a problem is because the stock in of itself has no value, other than the fact that you've hyped it up so much to where people think that it has value. But left on its own standing, it can't stand up to, what a stock should be able to do. So I think the transparency thing is, I think that's probably just the solution, right? If you have somebody who is like, I looked down at this person, I saw talent, I discovered them, and that's why I gave them a platform, and I think that they can kind of run on their own, and that's clear to the viewer. I think that's one thing, but I think the concern I have is when there's like these shadowy behind the scenes figures that are like selecting people and saying, okay, you fit the bill for XYZ project that we have, and we're going to thrust you into the spotlight, and we're going to make sure you dominate your competition because we got more money than all your competition, even though this person might suck and not have any personality.
Okay, hold on. But there's got to be a limit to this, right? So I think that's a really good analogy. Basically, you're talking about crypto, right? I think that's
human cryptocurrencies. That's another good example.
Yeah. So I get what you're saying, right?
New conservative pundits are just rug pulls.
But yeah, but like at some point, let's say this Ice Spice, right? I don't know what her record sales is, but I imagine they're pretty good, right? At this point,
they dropped.
Okay, well,
fucked up and lost that ass.
Okay, well, my problem is I don't know. I don't really follow the music industry all that much. But in any case, like it seems like the only difference between. So sorry, I'm just like trying to gather my thoughts here. It's like you're saying you put this effort into to them, and now they have value where they wouldn't have before. But again, through the music industry, I'm not sure how that's very different, because there's like millions of like really talented artists out there, right? Who just like never get that big break, right? Yeah. The difference between them and someone else who did make it is that they met that the record label and they got the deal. And so you can say in that case, well, like, if not for that record deal, they wouldn't have made millions of dollars. Without that, the millions of advertising put behind them, right, and the media training that goes along with it, right? You guys saying putting facts in their head, yeah, that sounds like media training to me.
Yeah,
that sounds like
it makes it less likely they're a good musician.
Everything you're saying is correct. Like they are just finding someone and they're media training them. They're like it's once again, I don't think there's anything like necessarily nefarious or like conspiratorial about it. It's just like there are record labels, they want to make
money. Then what's
money.
even wrong?
They're boosting this person. I mean, what's wrong with it? What's wrong with it for a lot of people is honestly a lot of the time artists like themselves, the people who do want to be famous, the people who do want to grow organically or are trying to grow organically. Yeah, they're looking at these people. They're like, hey, these people aren't even putting in the work. And they're just getting famous due to the fact that there's money behind them.
Yeah, if you're bragging about sleeping with the hot chick when you paid her.
You're so talented. You're so talented and putting in the work, then go try to get noticed by somebody who's got some money who can invest in you so you can make it big too. And I agree with you about the authenticity point. But that's why if you have a true media plant who is inauthentic, if you have a true media plant who's inauthentic and sucks, they're going to fail because they're not authentic. So it still does matter the competency of this person.
It matters.
The issue with that is
necessarily fail.
Especially if you're bragging that Gen Z can see through all the bullshit and stuff. Well, then if the person is a plant who doesn't have any of these opinions on their own, then they're probably not going to go very far.
True, but then like the issue with that is like if you're willing to like let's just say blow an industry exec and get a deal, right? There we go. Now you're telling other artists to just go ahead.
They did the work. They put in the work.
They put the work.
Why does that complicate things?
Oh yeah, they did put the work in. Actually, they did put the work in. Actually, I don't see. Look, I
would be able to brag about the prostitutes that you slept with.
How dare you call
No. Would you be able, like, do you think it's like makes sense if somebody's like, oh yeah, look at this really hot chick that I slept with, and then you find out later that like this person paid that woman? Doesn't that kind of take away a little bit of like the wow, that's kind of like not nearly as impressive anymore?
Oh no, actually no, it doesn't.
Can I just go?
No, okay, sorry. I'm gonna say one last thing. One last thing.
Okay.
Inflammatory
Diddy.
thing. I'm going to let you go, right? Because actually, no, I don't think there's a difference, right? What's the other way? Either I go to this. I'm gonna get in trouble for this one. Either I go to this woman, right, this escort, and then I pay her directly, and then have sex with her, or I go on a dating site, then I pay for her dinner, then I pay
Prime.
for all kinds of other
You don't
shit,
have to pay
multiple
for
dates,
dinner.
and then I slept with her.
Cheaper.
I
Yeah,
don't
but
know.
if you
I don't
rinse her
know.
up
Yeah,
without
yeah.
paying
Boondocks
for
episode.
anything, that's
Actually, I
incredibly
did.
impressive. You
I did.
obviously have a very strong force of personality.
I'm just
That's
saying,
why I don't pay for
plenty
any of
of
my
guys-
dates. That's
Great
why.
frame,
plenty of guys get the credit. They get the credit. Like after it's just 3 dates. 3 dates of putting a lot of money into it, and then they get sex.
3
I'm just saying.
dates?
I don't. Okay, I think that
Sometimes less than
this is-
that. Yes, I
this
know.
is a-
Sometimes less than that. I don't know.
this is
Go
a,
ahead.
this is a really
Yeah.
Boondocks ass talking point. Like I think that like women aren't that hungry. Like I'm about to say, it's not the like you know what? I guess I'll sleep with this man. He gave me sustenance.
He bought.
like
No,
like
no, actually, you're wrong.
I-
I literally read articles.
I
talking about that, like,
I know
from
you're talking about it like an extreme thing, but like most people who end up having sex with someone isn't because they were fed. Like they, you know, they.
No,
I'm not saying. No,
I wasn't saying you were-
actually
I
want to make
wasn't
a
saying
point.
you
I don't want to
were
talk about
fed.
this. I don't want to talk about this. I don't want to talk about this.
Okay.
Like I said, what I'll say is, in relationship to industry plants, I think it's nefarious. I don't think it's.
Did you cut out for anybody else?
Cut
The
out?
industry struck
Yeah,
again.
the industry unplanted. you.
No, sorry.
We can't hear you.
We
No.
can't hear you.
You're just totally out now.
It wasn't
waited
me, I
so
swear to God.
long.
How can you speak against the industry, man?
Well,
I
he's-
think
Let's
we
go
just.
to- let's
I
go
think
to-
we're using these terms too loosely. Like Prime, you messaged me the other day
No!
about
He's
a
back.
potential
Hello?
Tim Pool
Can you hear me?
thing, right? And
Yeah.
had I accepted,
Okay, then let
had
me
I
go again,
accepted and gone on, I would be called an industry plant because I appeared out of nowhere like a month ago doing some of these things. It's like, oh, she doesn't even have a following, and now she's over here sitting on Tim Pool giving her opinions.
Are you
So I
an
think
industry
people
Not off one
jump to these
interview.
Oh
labels.
goodness! Wait, just let me just start back before I lose it. Okay,
It would
so
have to be a
I believe.
series, a large
oh
enough
my
series.
goodness,
I mean, it wouldn't
please.
be
Come on,
one
let
thing,
Bam-
just
let
real
Bam
quick.
go.
Sorry.
What do I
sorry.
got picked up
The-
from that after?
Okay. So the thing about industry plans, like I said, it is at the end of the day advertising. And I think the difference is there is a route to becoming an A-list celebrity in whatever industry it is, whether that be music, acting, whatever. Like there's gonna be a time where like, wow, this is the first time I've seen them. But there is
Or
typically
blackmailing through having sex with underage children on an island.
No,
There's
I'm
a
just
lot of
saying that-
routes you can take.
I'm just saying that there's like it's very, very rarely a legitimate zero to hero situation. There's usually like, oh, I did a project with this person, I connected with this other person, I did this TV show as a background character, and then someone gave me a movie and I worked on it. What people talk about with industry plants, it's not necessarily they've done absolutely nothing. It's not absolutely necessarily that they have zero talent. It's that it's I mean, I guess the word is literally capitalization off of a moment in history. A perfect example, I'm going to give 3 examples that I think should be almost indisputable. The number one example I would say is the Talk to a Girl. They're like, spit on that thing, hot to it. It was a crazy TikTok, fun moment. Within 2 months, she had the 5th largest podcast in
And
the
then
world.
she scammed a bunch of people.
Oh, hold on.
Sure, no.
You know who? Yeah, it was
I
Jake
mean,
Paul.
you're
That's
right.
talking back there. The Jake Paul's massive. But go on. Yeah.
Sure, but I'm saying that like to going from like, oh, okay, a funny 30-second clip to like, it would be one thing like, oh, she started a podcast. I want to hear her say that's fine. She started a podcast, but she didn't just start a podcast. Again, it was like competing with Joe Rogan. It was like one of the largest podcasts in the world.
Because she got money.
Immediately.
Well, no, because she
Yes,
got money
that-
on all the interviews and
yes,
all
the
that.
average-
A cute girl
And it-
with
and
a
it
funny
sucked.
accent saying,
Yeah, but
saying-
like
No, it doesn't have to
fa-
suck.
And then it failed, and it got a lot smaller, right? Because if people aren't actually
After a
interested,
rug
it's
pull.
not
A
gonna-
human
it's not gonna
Ponzi
make it in
scheme.
the long term.
This
Well,
is exactly what I'm
okay,
talking
so-
about.
So that would be one. Like I said, that to me is the most blatant. I don't think like I think something's getting missed in the conversation. We're making it out to be just a woman thing. I don't think that's necessarily true. I think that
I brought up Tekashi 6ix9ine.
yeah, I was
Oh,
just gonna say Lil Nas X I think is a perfect example, and he even plays on it himself. He literally has a song called Industry Plant. I think Old Town Road is fun. But I like it doesn't. I'm about to say from people that have spoken about him in the industry, it doesn't seem that he writes music. It doesn't seem that he produces music. It seems that he's literally part of a studio that provides him songs.
he's an actor.
He records
Yeah.
them, and
That's a great
He's an
example.
actor.
And he,
So, yeah, plenty of-
I'm just finding out about this.
A
This is
lot
very
of
upsetting.
famous musicians don't write their own music, don't
But he-
produce
but-
their
Sabrina
own
Carpenter
music.
But
doesn't do
no,
that.
no, but he's not a vocalist. It would be one, like he's a rapper. It
She
would be
doesn't
one,
make that
singers
god
don't
awful
need to,
music.
singers don't need to write songs necessarily, because you're in there for the vocals. But if you consider yourself to be a rapper, then and you don't write your raps,
There are plenty of rappers who like got
they get help.
those-
Yes, yes, you have writers on raps, but if you
they
don't
get
do
called for
anything related to your music, yes, you get that's a bad thing for the
There are
rap
like
industry.
rappers.
I think
who,
Kanye writes all of his
who
own
were-
lyrics.
Who were
Oh, yeah.
there were rappers who
I-
were
I'm Kanye's ghostwriter,
bragging about
actually.
like how they don't do lyrics, right? Like they don't care about lyrics at all. Like
No,
I don't know,
not caring about lyrics isn't the same
I
thing
think
as
you're
not
missing his
writing.
point. I think
You're talking
missing his
about
point.
you're talking about mumble rap. Like every rapper doesn't rap into like a deep thing, but there's not somebody that says they're like, oh, I want to be a rapper. It's like, oh, okay, spit some bars. Like, oh, I don't do that. You just give me what the rap. That no one's gonna get acknowledged or respected for doing that, because at that point, what do you? You are, like I said, you're a
an
face put
actor.
on for someone.
let's go to Gibbs and then Doobie.
I do think that actually the Lil Nas one is a really good example for the music industry. But I think there's also something that we need to talk about that makes it a little different when we talk about like streaming versus the music industry, right? Music industry is different. With streaming, part of what makes it so appealing to streamers and people that watch streams is this like Wild West maverick mentality. Like these are self-made people. They're like outside the industry control. They're like you're just giving your opinion. Like there's like
Parasocial relationship.
yeah, and like
it's
say
authentic.
right, yeah. Say like let me I'll use me as an example, right? So say I tomorrow somehow got like the Logan Paul team and they fucking pushed me out everywhere, or like I don't know, the Ben Shapiro team, they pushed me out everywhere. I would still probably not be called an industry plant, because you could go look at 10 years of content that I've made and be struggled and finally going in there. And like I had even a higher peak at one point where I was doing the Halo announcement, right? That it's like you could go and look at these and they go, okay, this guy has the body of work, this guy grinded on this, and then he finally caught a big break, right? That's different than
Not if
say
you change your views.
well, yeah, if you change your view, but
That's
hold on,
like
my
going to be
views,
the
my
yeah.
views are hold on, my views are selling out already. So anyway, what I'm saying though is, if you go and look
His
and
views
see,
are to sell
like,
out.
like
Nice.
yeah, if you go and look and see somebody else though that's only been around for like a month or 3 months. Like, and they have, like, I think the Talk To It girl is a good example as well, actually. She only had the one viral moment. She goes in there and all these people come in, and then she's given her own unique opinion. Now, I think what fucked her was all the scamming and whatever. But, like, if she hadn't done the scamming, I would still argue that's an industry plant, right? Like, and that's, I think why this is a label is because, like, with streaming in particular, that people want to feel like they're not watching the industry. They're trying to watch, like, the Mavericks that are giving authentic, their views, because they already have this like feel with mainstream media that it's disingenuous, it's produced, and then whenever you go and watch a streamer and all of a sudden you're like, oh, this guy's being produced, now you're like, that's a plant, and that's the negative connotation. So that's why
actually don't think it exists in streaming. I'm about to say I'll disagree with that hard. I think it.
Wait.
I think
I think it exists heavily in streaming. I'm saying
Yeah.
that's why people call you an industry plant in streaming, because they're saying you're not authentic, you're not original.
What
you
was she
haven't done any
planted
work.
to do? Wasn't she just planted to make money because whoever invested in her
Sure,
thought
yeah,
she
because
would
that would
make
be
money?
Jake
Like,
Paul.
what is
Yeah.
the, what's
that's
the
what
purpose?
all plans to do. They're to make someone else money.
Jake Paul's not like
You're
trying
Then
to
why
push
do
a
we even
message.
call it an? I just think
Well,
that's a
well,
weird
there's a
term for
difference.
Because
Because
there's people
like,
who have genuine growth outside, and there's people who have a financial
Well,
back
I don't
growth.
want to name political streamers and be like, this
That-
guy here.
it's just different.
Industry plant, then really start some drama. But like, we want to do that, we can. But like,
Yeah.
we were using like a. Like,
I don't know. I don't like using that for streamers, because I think that the streaming world right now, I mean, it's becoming more insulated, but it's still kind of a Wild West thing. Like, people go from no views to all their views really, really quickly in this space particular, and it all happened, and it is a lot of like, oh wow, he ended up like being fun, had a funny clip on this largest screamers podcast, and people and especially because it's dealing with like younger kids, they're gonna be like, oh, I want to follow this person, I want to see them do well, or like, what is it, like I said, AMP, you were talking about Castanet's crew. AMP has actually been streaming a really long time as a group. Like, Castanet was actually a late add to their addition to the group. He was smaller than all the other members at the time of him being added, but he ended up exploding from it. And I'm about to say, now he's found people that he personally likes, and people who are friends who like Kai's content are going to want to support the things that he supports. I don't necessarily call that planting. Like, he has his Korean friend Ray, or no, he's not Korean. He's
That's
Can I-
exactly
Taiwanese,
what
it's
it
Taiwanese.
Taiwanese, yeah. He's Taiwanese.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's
Racist.
Taiwanese. But yeah, he like met him in Japan and he was like, oh man, we're gonna be best friends. And I think just people watching that, like,
now there's
wow,
Toto from Brazil.
I just wanna, yeah, and so yeah, whatever. I don't consider that planting. I just think that's a natural that's a natural next step
That's
of
organic.
someone that large
Oh,
wanting
yeah,
someone else
just
to
because it's
succeed.
organic doesn't mean it's not a plant, though. Like that's a
I
product.
think that's exactly what it means.
No,
I
no,
think
no,
if it's
no, no,
organic,
no,
it's
no,
not a
wait,
plant.
wait, Gabe,
hold on.
Gabe,
This
wait,
fucking
real quick.
guy- hold on, this guy had no
Before you
conscience.
get into it, it's not like Kai Cenat went to China to find Ray to bring him to put him on the stream so he can
that?
have a Taiwanese
How do you know
person.
that? How do you
That's
know that?
well,
How do you-
dog. That's
Come
a
on, man. How do you
pretty.
know that?
That's
Like,
a pretty
hold on. If
weird.
I
That's a
was
pretty
his
weird
big-
guess.
no, that's-
Listen,
Wait,
if he
but
what
did
do you
that, he's
mean
the
it's a weird
greatest
guess?
marketing
think it
mind
matters.
on
No,
earth.
that's no,
So
no,
it
that's
doesn't matter.
Cat would love the
absolutely
Taiwanese guy.
illogical. Hold on. If I was as rich as Kai and as smart as Kai, he's a very smart man. If I went to Japan and I found an Asian guy that I got along with, I would obviously that would
So
be an
this is why
ulterior
Tali
motive.
thinks it's
Hold on,
conspiratorial. There we
honestly, if
go.
I went to, if I was
If
Kai, anytime
Goes
I
a
went to
whole
another
country and can't
Yeah,
find one
yeah.
Asian he
you
likes.
can't find one guy you like, there's 20 people on your team, and like all of a sudden open up a new market to
Okay.
you. That's dumb. You're
It
dumb.
shouldn't
not
even
to do that.
matter.
Tali, my bad.
It
I
doesn't even
didn't. I
matter
didn't.
if you went there with that intention or not, because everyone here pretty much agreed that you could just find someone happenstance who you think is good or funny or whatever and give them money.
Yeah.
That would still be an industry
I
plan.
think
So it doesn't
there's-
actually matter
Yeah.
if your intention for the trip was to go find a funny Asian. I
I
have a
think
funny
there's a
Asian.
reverse-
Went to
Hold on, hold on,
Japan
hold on, hold on.
and found a
Before you-
Taiwanese
no,
man, a
and
non-Japanese man.
There's like
before
7
you
people
go,
on.
before you go,
There's-
Doobie, let me go,
okay.
Scott. I want to send it off to Doobie, but like very quickly before I give it to Doobie, I'll use my own privilege here. Quickly, like one, I think the Hawk Tua girl is actually pretty interesting for that because Hawk Tua, yeah, she had the one viral moment, but like we very quickly found out, right, like through her podcast, that this is not an interesting
Mhm.
person who like has like
Yeah.
nothing to say, right, at
could have
all,
guessed?
like surprisingly little. Like comes out of her mouth, right? It's
It was
amazing,
from
right?
nowhere,
But-
bro.
But at the same time, right? Like
Even like a
it's like
$20
there's
million
also
contract.
like there's also just like bad investments, right? Like
Yeah.
like
Mhm.
from like was it Logan Paul's standpoint, he's like, okay, maybe I can take this person somewhere, right? There's a good opportunity. She's hot right now. Let me strike while the iron is hot, and then go with it. And then it just didn't turn out well. And that happens for a bunch of music artists too, right? Who had never heard
Yeah.
previously. And then
One
they
record.
put out one record, right? Maybe they have one hot song, maybe they don't, right?
One
And
hit
then they're
wonders.
gone. So like it's
Yeah.
hard for me to call that an interesting plan.
I
However,
just-
the thing that Scott said
Oh.
previously, talking about Tekashi 6ix9ine, saying that like, well, parts of his biographical data were lied or built up, right? Specifically to give an image that didn't exist in the first place, right? That seems like a more useful definition, like including that, like
Yeah.
outright lies to it. So hold on, let me go to
I
Even
just
like
wanna say-
Tupac lie.
give
about
me
it.
okay.
phrases waiting. Give me.
So I mean, I feel like you guys are. I mean, I'm surprised nobody's mentioned Milli Vanilli. I don't know if you guys remember that. I wasn't. I
Oh,
don't think I
yeah.
was even alive for this. This was like a huge
Yeah, it was-
industry plan thing where they
none of
were
us
like
were.
pretending to sing. Right? They weren't even doing the vocals on their song. It's all lip sync. Some other artists were doing it. And the industry absolutely knew about this. The company knew about this, right? And they're pushing these people out there as like the face of this music. Fucking Vanilla Ice was similar, right? Where they like invented a whole backstory for him. It was total bullshit, but he really could rap. But the whole backstory was bullshit. I think Drake was similar, right? When he blew up, his whole backstory was like grassroots. Came from nothing, but he grew up in a pretty affluent household. Didn't.
I mean, he came
was
from
molested.
Degrassi. He was. I'm about to say
Yeah,
he
like-
had. He was out. Yeah, he
Yeah.
was already in the
Successful
media.
actor.
I don't think that. I don't
Yeah.
consider that an industry plan.
Well, hold
Well,
on.
started
I think people
like,
just like to hate Drake.
From the
Hold on,
bottom now
hold
we
on.
hear was like
Exactly,
that whole song,
exactly.
You know,
Yeah, he was never at the bottom. What I'm saying is he's never at the bottom, right? Like he's not that
define
kind
the
of,
bottom?
didn't have that kind of life. Okay. I
No, I mean-
don't think growing up in like an affluent suburb, going to an affluent school is the bottom. Okay,
Define
like
it.
maybe it's the bottom for you.
Is
It is.
Bam, your mic.
no one's hearing you, Bam. No one's hearing you. Nope.
Sorry,
Yeah, your
Bam.
mic cut
I
out
think you're
again.
using
You
your
hear me
audio.
now?
I just want to say.
Now
I
it's
just wanna
here,
say
now
quickly-
it's
Okay, yeah,
I
that's.
just
I'm
wanna
about to
say
say he grew up
quickly- I just
lower
wanna
middle
say
class.
quickly That,
Like,
But I don't even think that, like-
I
he
just
lived
wanna
in
say-
he lived in the bottom. He lived like him and his mom lived in like the under the basement of his uncle's house. Like they didn't own a home.
His wealthy, wealthy white
His,
uncle's house.
his uncle wasn't even wealthy. His uncle probably made
It
like
was pretty good. I saw the
85,000.
house. It was
Sure.
actually pretty nice.
Yeah,
Well,
they're
his
living
house
in
is not a
Apple's
crazy
house.
house.
Yeah, they're not. They're
Four
pretty.
bucks, don't lie.
Well, hold on,
This
but
ain't
this is
he-
like
plan.
He
this is like
wasn't in
the
poverty.
this is the like the first part of what I was going to say. So what I was going to say next is, I think that what industry plans, quote unquote, actually are is just the industry thinking, hey, this type of person might do well in the current environment. So they find a person like that. If they can't, they try to concoct a person like that, and they push them. And if the person's actually talented in some way, they might do well. If not, then they don't do well. So I mean, I guess it's a plant in that the industry is pushing a certain like persona, right? But I mean, beyond that, it seems like most of these people do have
It's
some kind of
business.
talent, right? Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Well, that's
Yeah,
why I was
so
saying
I
with the
was-
streaming.
So
the
what I was
Maverick
gonna
aspect
say,
is key.
no. So what I was saying is like there is a flip side. Kind of, Doobie, you were kind of in the same line of thinking as I was, right? And it's like by virtue of what we're discussing and the idea of like finding someone, they didn't struggle, they didn't put in a lot of work, they just kind of got discovered very quickly, and then were astroturfed everywhere. Chris Brown is a perfect example of this. Chris Brown, 100%, right? His mom figures out he's good at singing and then immediately connects him with the industry. And then he's immediately pushed everywhere on 106 in Park and MTV programs and is force fed to everybody. But nobody really cares. I don't know why.
He's
'cause
got a
his
mean
wife
right
beat her, but I'll
hook.
set that aside, right? But yeah, I was about to say, yeah, fuck Chris Brown for that. But
Let
again,
it go,
he's
Reggie.
very clear. He's very clearly incredibly talented dancer, singer, and even like when he did that stuff with Joyner Lucas, like, and started trying to like rap a little bit and prove that he had a capacity to rap. And he's a very talented individual in what he does, and so nobody cares that he was plucked because his mom had connections and was like, "Oh, you can sing? Well, I'll just connect you with all of the people that will allow you to become instantly famous without ever having to struggle in this." Because I think I exactly what Doobie was saying is that like the concept of industry plant, I think, is one of those words where we're trying to define the we're trying to define it as, this, like, the industry picks up, and we're trying to do a checklist. But at the end of the day, what it really is I think it's about fraud and inauthenticity that we vibe out. And then we do post hoc rationalizations about where they started or like how much work they had to put in and compare them to people that actually struggled, etc. But at the end of the day, it's not really about that. It's like when the music industry puts someone forward that is fake or that is lying about some of their things or exaggerating about things, and then they're blown and kind of force fed to us when we don't like their content that much, and you're just like, oh my God, I'm so sick of this stupid fucking song, right? And again, with art being kind of like subjective in interpretation, at least to the listener, you're kind of going to get that everywhere. And so it is more of like as much as I hate to be, as an objectivist, I hate to say this, it is a kind of a vibe based thing that we kind of like settle upon or don't
Sure.
settle upon.
So
I
I
don't
think
think
that,
with streaming though, it's well, I was just saying though, y'all keep bringing it back to music, right? And like, I think music's got a very different definition of what an industry plant is. Like, and that's why I brought it to streaming. Like, whenever if you call someone an industry plant in the streaming world, like, you could honestly kill their career, right? Because like, there is a value that is added in the streaming world to you being authentic,
Yeah.
original, and I put in the work,
No one
and
will
maybe
take
you
you
got to discover
seriously.
some of the other, right? Yeah, but if you
I
suddenly
don't know.
people like, oh, you're an industry plant, I can think of like TikTok creators that suddenly they started getting that accusation and they just went downhill immediately. There's all this stuff like streamers, same thing. Like
If
people
you
like
suck and if you seem
sure, but
inauthentic,
okay,
then
I'll
yeah,
give you an
being called
example
an
here.
industry
I'll
plant.
give you an
Is there a
example here.
streaming
Like right,
industry?
hold on, right here in Twitch poll. Let's use this example. Do y'all remember how big of a deal it was, like for all these people in the stream world when all the progressive victory stuff came out? Some of the people here were involved with some of that. Like all of a sudden, people were making accusations. Look, they're
It
plants.
killed
They're
no
whatever.
one's career.
It did hurt some of them.
Right.
Yes, it did. It definitely hurt some of those
No,
people.
especially
Like
I
on
don't think this is
streaming.
true, especially because within this world, the way that you get famous is by there is some level of association. You go on someone larger than you onto their
Networking.
stream, or someone larger than you watches your work on their stream, and then more people find you, and that's how you get famous. It's not just like you just grind and stay in your bubble and you
can
keep
be.
putting out amazing content, and slowly every day you get 10 more viewers. Rarely,
No, the
rarely.
collabs
Most of the
help,
people who
man.
are actually
The collabs help,
successful
yeah,
in
but you
this
can do
sphere
it solo.
You
Not
collab and you
really.
get that's how most
No,
of
there's
the
a girl
famous
that streamed for
that's
eight
how all of
eight
the
years
famous
straight. She's
streamers
famous for just
all
doing
of
that
the
with no
famous
collabs.
but all of the famous streamers like started
The
as an
exception
orbiter
proves
of
the
another
rule, though.
streamer
No,
and
wait.
now they have their own
She's a
No, there's
meme.
orbiters
She's
hundreds
and
not
of
they're
viewers.
famous.
blowing up.
Wait, she's not.
So
She doesn't have like a huge.
that's
She has hundreds of viewers. She's like one of the top creators. Like, what do you mean?
Yeah,
she's just a
but
meme?
Hundreds of
the
viewers
I
after
don't know
no,
if there's, I
Cameron
don't know if there's
Gibbs,
an
this is like
industry in the
That's
streaming
just-
world.
this
Like
is
that's
over 50K
the
a
reason.
year.
Cameron
I
Gibbs,
think
the
it's. I was about to-
exception proves the rule. Tally's right, right? Like
No, that's not
I
correct at
agree
all.
with you.
I disagree with that statement.
No,
that-
there
that
there are
vehemently.
definitely people that that get famous on their own without doing networking or getting on other people's streams. Nevertheless, even those people are often going to get something because of reaction content and things of that nature.
You just don't know the history of streaming then, because like look at FaZe Clan, Final Boss, look at any of these big gaming lords.
Like,
All
you can't
these
go
people,
before streaming was a major platform.
all those people came from their own, right? You can pick them all. They all came from their own. No one, and some of them, like FaZe now, have the ability to make their own industry plans.
This is resentment hazing. This is resentment
resentment
hazing
hazing.
from
I'm just
people who
saying
were
facts.
around. This is like the people who are, part of old media getting mad at people involved in like alt or new media, and the people you're saying, oh, in the olden days of streaming. Okay, but we're living in the current days of streaming right now. Where
The
yes,
current meta is
most
the
people.
industry can't get people in that easily because people identify that they're plants and then they get crashed, and that's
No,
why
how
people
do
refer back
who
to the
who is
older ones.
planting them? I just want to know who's doing the planting. Like streaming is a very independent industry. Like yes, people have managers and stuff, but generally,
streaming management companies.
but I'm saying that.
Wait, hold on.
But
there were
but
well,
they
Dan,
don't.
there were like
Like even
there were,
TikTok
I don't know if you
nowadays
guys
has,
remember.
like,
There were like there was
affiliate
like
companies.
well, hold on. Yeah, so there were like TikTok these young white kids who were like pushing Biden Democrat Party nonstop, and they would make like videos that were like what's the word I'm looking for? Had
Gay.
like a gay, but also they seemed like very professional, right? They were like very scripted, had strong talking points put together. These were like young guys, right? And there was like 3 or 4 of them, and I think it came out that those guys were actually like plants, as in they were being paid
We've
by
been
some
paid by the
Democratic-
administration. Yeah.
No, not the administration directly, I don't think, but by some Democrat lobby group to push the administration's message, right?
Mm-hmm.
So like that's kind of a plan, I think.
Sure, I understand. Yeah, I can understand TikTok and stuff like that, but I'm saying that like streaming is literally based on viewership. It's based on like, oh, how long people watch you do things. I don't know. I just don't know if it's fair to consider that a plant. Like people do things for attention and people go on collabs, but it's weird to say that like, oh, the largest, like some of the original largest streamers that started streaming in 2013 initially, but whenever streaming picked up as an industry around 2018, they ended up being the largest people initially. It's just because they were the only ones there initially. It's like we're still in a really, really new space. As far as now, it seems that people who do grow, like there's an unfortunate reality that in the streaming space that you probably you need someone else to see you, but it's also probably you have it or you don't as far as like entertainment personality. Like there's some people that can go on this stream consistently, do 8 hours a day for the next 7 years. 7 for the next decade if they want to, and for whatever reason they may find a few regulars, but they just don't have it to be that large level, 10K streamer. It's just not for them. Unfortunately, it's just like I said. So I don't like saying that for the streaming industry. The last thing I'll say is let me respond to Scott. Okay, just let me respond to Scott though. I don't think minors can be considered planted. I think it would just be discovered. When you talk about like, oh wow, like I don't think you can plant Chris Brown at 14. It's like the motherfucker just started singing. Like he was 12.
Well,
a little
no,
Bow Wow,
hold on.
Justin Bieber.
I don't
Like,
disagree. I don't
Do you know who
necessarily
TRG is?
disagree.
Do you know-
Hold on. Black Band called me out specifically on that, so I
Okay.
just want to respond very quickly. I'm not saying that he is an industry plant. I brought him up specifically to showcase that like the criterion that we use to define an industry plant is really more often than not a post hoc rationalization.
Yeah, it's a
because we have
vibe to
a
it.
feeling that somebody is a plant. And then we look at those things, and often we're kind of just describing how the business works because we have a hard
Yeah.
time putting our thumb or our finger on like like what it is that is inauthentic and makes them feel astroturfed when like when we don't feel that they deserve it, or where they feel like they're like what they're saying is bullshit, right? And Chris Brown is someone that kind of meets the checklist, at least in a lot of parts. It's fair to say, well, he's a kid, right? But nobody would consider him a plant because he obviously proved with his talent and everything that like he was a force to be reckoned with in the industry, and as well as, you know, in a car if you're his passenger.
No, I'm saying that even if you fail, like even if you end up not being talented, like I say, I just don't think it categorically makes sense to include children in that. Like, because I include all of the Disney kids or whatnot. Like, oh, you get to put on a Disney show, like, well, they were planted. It's like, well, they probably just didn't audition, and like that, you know, maybe they like the Disney execs or whoever, you know, the music industry thought they may have a future, and then you realize, like, oh, they didn't catch on. But I don't consider children to be plants. Like I said, I think it's specifically an adult thing.
I'll let Gibbs go, but quickly, I gotta get some. There were 2 super chats. I want to read those. So one was from our friend Sean, who usually gives a sub, but give $5 Canadian. So you know, says looking forward to the super geniuses duking it out tonight. The reference from earlier before, because this was a while ago. But thank you, Sean. And then more recently, Mori Moment Zero says Gunna.
It's Memento
Gunna.
Mori. That's cool. That's a cool play on
Like,
words.
You talking about Gunna, Gunna, the rapper?
It's Mori. Yeah, Gunna.
That's from the new
Gunna
movie.
is a good example of an artist that had a good ear for music that people liked, but needed Young Thug's label to help build them. Thank you for that, Maury Mental. I hope you're still here. But yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he just has that typical Atlanta sound. A lot of people love Gunna, but I don't, like I said, I don't think he's that unique musically. I think he's talented, but like I said, he sounds really. If you're a Young Thug fan and you heard Gunna, you would be like, oh, okay, this person's in that same category or niche of types of things I like. Ooh, that's actually a good breakaway. Like, do we consider the niche people like who come in and like catch the wave of whatever is popular, and they're like just doing a variation of like, wow, you sound like X other person. Does that? I wouldn't say planty, but I mean, I guess will we put that in the same category?
I'll let Gibbs answer that.
Yeah.
And but just quickly before you do, Gibbs, actually, just a side note on this Chris Brown thing, because on ABE, like months and months ago, right, we broke out in a discussion about Chris Brown, and I took the stance that you guys did, right? The stance that everyone takes, that, you know, Chris Brown was at fault for what happened in that car. But like Lactoid, I think this would be like one of those cases you'd love to like dig into and actually see what happened.
Didn't she attack
right?
him first?
Yeah, like it's like really crazy what happened in that car. Like that compared to what was reported in the media is like really different. And I kind of feel guilty about that as well. So that would be something you might enjoy looking into. This is like, you know,
There's a reason
you like
she
to like
forgave
junk
him.
on the media, and I think this is a good case for that. But any which way.
Yeah, I mean, with the niche people, I don't know. I feel like with Gunna, I feel like Young Thug did make him. I mean, yeah, but they're also the same genre. I also feel like it depends on the city. Like Houston is really good about like helping its own rappers out, like versus like San Antonio is not. Like they have a support structure. I don't know if that makes you an industry plant. I also want to take umbrance with how y'all are describing in streaming what success is. First of all, only 8% of streamers are affiliated, and if you get over 10 viewers, guess what, guys? You're in the top like 3%, 2% of streamers online. And I'm going to give you an example of somebody who's not an industry plant, and their average is 20 to 40 viewers every month, and they make more money than God. His name is Scary Cheese. If you don't know him, you should check him out. He does cool things like $5,000, and he'll do a sardine bath on stream, or like other wild shit, just like whatever. And he's got about like 8, 9, I guess, Saudi princes that just hang out in his chat and make it rain thousands and thousands and thousands. Like, bro, if you watch a Scary, I honestly thought it was money laundering for a while, because they would be paying him outrageous things. One guy paid him like $40K for him to like go to a sauna and then like cover himself in like cow mucus or some bullshit, like, and like just like, you know, shit like that. And then they bought him the sauna to do it, like, and it was just like, you're like, okay, These guys like it's crazy shit, and he's been doing this for ever since the Austin show, so for at least 5-6 years. So like when I
It's just
see
a live OnlyFans.
sure, I guess. But like when I see this guy, 20 to 40 viewer Andy, top 8 like some months in Twitch earnings reported wise, right? Like this guy, okay, not an industry player, clearly doing it on his own. He's been doing it for years. He's probably never gonna break his 40 viewer average or whatever it actually is, but he's getting paid, right? Significant where that is success.
Yeah,
in
but he's not
streaming.
famous.
Sure, well,
Not really.
hold on.
Not
He
really.
is,
That's
hold on,
actually
he's
not
still in the,
streaming
hold on,
success.
hold on.
But he's
He's
talking about
still in the,
success.
Financial
he's
success.
in the top 3% of streamers,
Success. I'll take that success.
and he's making the top 8% or top 8 like money wise some months like of streamers. So when you're sitting here saying that's not success, that absolutely is success. It just depends on how you define the metric, right? Like if I'm making 80 grand a month and I'm averaging the top 3% in my industry viewers wise, guess what? You are a pillar in that industry. Like
That
no
feels
matter
like
what you're
that's an exception. That's a
hold on,
weird
that is an
exception.
exception. Hold on, but there's a lot of people like this guy. When you
There's a
start
lot of
looking into
people.
it, there's a lot of people that do this that are like in that kind of old. There were for a while. Now it's kind of like there's still a
It's
few
true.
of them.
Wick will
but,
take
like,
his shirt off for $50.
hey, see, exactly. I mean, that's not exactly what I'm talking about. But like,
Yeah,
there's
like
y'all.
Gibbs, what you're
y'all-
describing sounds like this guy on my server who used to pay women to step on bugs on video. Like
uh,
that's what
yeah,
that sounds like.
That's the
I don't know
thing.
that. I
Like
don't,
he
I
would
guess
he
the
would
thing.
send them
Yeah,
he would
this
send
is
them
just
bugs
like
in the
free-
mail
The
and get them
point
to
that I'm
step on them
making
on
is- the
video. Like
point that
that's
I'm
This is
making here
sexual. The people who are paying this man
I
are
don't
getting
think it is. I
sexual
think maybe.
gratification
I don't know.
from it.
That's not the point I'm making though. The
How
point
much
I'm
should he
making
pay
is-
them? How much should he pay them?
it was
Listen,
$50 a video.
40,000. Oh,
You know
So
sorry.
$50 a bug basically, but he wanted like close-ups of the bug squishing
there-
through the toes, everything.
Did it have
There is
him in
one-
heels? That's
Oh,
another
that
one
is
that they did.
sexual.
No,
that
like
is
toes.
Yeah, it's definitely
obviously a
sexual.
Yeah,
porn.
100%
Well,
sexual.
hold on. There
Yeah.
is a point that I'm making here with this, right? So, like, this guy's done this. There's other examples of streamers, numerous that do this in a percentage range, right? And y'all are going, oh, well, they're not famous. Well, what is fame really? Like, if you go to TwitchCon, right? You go and talk to people. People immediately pull up your stats, right? They'll literally pull up Twitch tracker in front of you, and they'll go, oh shit, you got 3,000 followers. Oh shit, you're kind of famous. And then I'm like, oh, that's nothing. Then you go watch Ethan Klein. He's making fun of 100 viewer Andes, and then you go watch like someone else. Like, it depends on what. It's all relative, right? Like, people are gonna be like, oh, this guy's a plant because he went from 100 followers to like 10,000 in like 3 months, and now he's making whatever money. Like, I think there's a difference here that y'all are just like blowing past, and it really matters in streaming that people see you as authentic, because I think if you get the label as a plant in streaming, it can really hurt your brand a lot. Like, people are gonna go, if you're a plant, you might have like hot fire for a while, but then you see them fizzle off, and we see this all the time. We see it all the time.
Ooh.
No, it also depends on
Exactly,
who's
but who?
calling you a plant. Everything is so negatively polarized right now that it actually, if the other side is calling you a plant or saying these things about you, it doesn't matter. It really matters if the people who you're trying to reach out to, if they view you as authentic and worthwhile.
Yeah, I don't
It's
know if the
really-
people who watch streams care about that. I think they just don't like, is the content good? Is this person fun to me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm closer to that one. Okay.
Also, fame
Uh,
and financial success just are different. You can be very financially successful and not be famous.
Yeah, there's one with
Yeah.
sugar
And
daddies.
this
They have
person-
one man that gives them one person that
Yeah.
gives them $80,000 to view him.
Yeah.
But like I said, I
to
don't
be-
know if that's considered like a
to
success.
be very. Hold on.
Can you
Like,
find me
but
one of these?
we
You know what I
can
mean?
we can yeah we can
Say it.
like
You know what I'm
decide what
saying?
success is. Success looks like a lot of different things. And yes,
Willing to
like
bathe
if
in
I could
sardine
have a few
juice?
salty princes in here or whatever, right?
If this keeps staying
um,
boring, I'm just going to turn it into an Austrian economics conversation and talk about how
And-
value is subjective.
and
Not
sure,
boring.
anyway, but like I would exchange that. Like that would be great success for me. If I was being paid $20,000 to do some random shit, like fuck yeah, I'm broke as shit. Of course I do that. Well, yeah, and I would call that success, right? Like my bills are paid. That's success, right? In the streaming world, like come on, it's crazy to think otherwise, right? Like, but yeah, you can like there are a lot of small streamers, right, who don't make a lot of money, who like have like a really fun audience, and they really appreciate them. They have a really good time, like every time they show up, right? Don't make enough to living, right? This is just a side hustle for them, and they call that a success. And I wouldn't take that away from them. They don't have the money, they don't have the numbers, but like they really enjoy their community. That's a success. Sure, they can. You can
We don't have to
that's
define
a
this. This is
hobby.
boring.
That's
and
a
I would
hobby.
find it as making a
it's
fuck
good
ton
to
of money
have
per night,
hobbies.
actually. Yeah.
If nobody's watching you and nobody's paying you, you're not a success. You might have a really fulfilling hobby, and that's great. I do this because I enjoy
I mean,
it.
like
but-
if someone signed a contract and said like, oh yeah, I'm gonna bring on, like you signed a deal, like give me $10,000, I'm gonna bring on a really successful streamer or bring on a really successful anything to your thing, and then you bring them on like, oh they have fun. Like you want to judge success, you would be
Do you
like,
think
oh,
Hassan
okay.
counts as
He
an
knows what I
industry
mean.
plant?
No, I was about to say just nepotism. I wouldn't consider him industry plant though. Like I said, he came
That
into the
that might
country.
actually be fair.
He goes helped out by his uncle who supported him. I was about to say, but he also happens to be really handsome and in the industry that he can like make a voice
And
that
by
relates
Uncle
to normie
supported him,
sometimes.
I mean he worked for TYT. He actually produced segments for TYT. He like did the work there.
Yeah,
Right?
but he was.
And then
But
he parlayed that into streaming, right? Like his uncle didn't tell him to do that, right? Had no idea he could make that much money there. He
No,
would have
that's
done
right.
himself,
Destiny
he
made
thought.
him famous. That's the reality.
Yeah,
of
and
the
then he
situation.
like
On
got
Twitch,
but like
yeah.
but Destiny would have like gotten involved in because he's a known name previously, right? On like constantly on the
And
longest
has
running
connections.
the longest
Yeah.
running, one of the biggest longest running political
YouTube
show
news
on
channel,
YouTube,
yeah.
right? On YouTube at all, and just one of the bigger ones out there. Yeah, so he's a known quantity, shows up on Destiny, right? And then they, have their drama, and then that only helps. So like it'd be hard to say that's a plant. Like, it seems like he did the work, and it was working like 16-hour like days or whatever the fuck, how long he ever streams.
Yeah, that's true.
It's hard to say it's a
But also the only reason he got the only reason he was given the opportunity to do the segments on was because of his uncle, because he wasn't even doing political content at first. He was doing dating, like dude bro content. I mean, none of that's bad.
Yeah,
I'm just saying, like I said, it doesn't take away from any of the
Nepotism.
work he's did. It's just nepotism.
nepotism.
And nepotism, I don't think nepotism is bad. I think that's something that I like. I wish black people had more of.
Based.
That's my goal.
You love
serious.
nepotism,
You guys
man.
think? You guys
Fair-
think
fair
it's
assessment.
What do you guys think about that story that he was held up at the airport for his political views?
I've heard vaguely about it, but I decided I don't care about the drama stuff, so I didn't.
Well, that's
engage.
not really drama stuff. That's like First
Drama.
Amendment stuff. That's like that affects
Yeah.
everybody,
There's
right?
not
It's
enough
like they're
evidence.
using.
There's really not enough information out for anyone to be making confident analysis of what happened there.
I mean, we all know what really happened.
I mean, his name was
No,
Hassan
I mean, it
Piker.
seems pretty
I can see him getting stopped at the airport.
I feel like the Hassan thing with the airport is like a narrative that works with people's predispositions on the left. And like when as a right winger, I was like, oh, he got stopped. The guy that like brought on a terrorist and ended his stream with "We support you" after going to a Middle Eastern country where his dad is a billionaire and his brother has contracts with Boeing, and
He was in
like
France.
he had to, and like he got stopped at the airport for a conversation for an hour, and I'm supposed to be like, "Woe is me, fascism is here."
Well, no, it's not
Was he
just
in a
that they
Middle
revoked his
Eastern
global
country?
entry.
Wait,
It's like,
he in a
it
middle-
just
was he
seemed
in
like
a middle- Was he in a Middle Eastern country? I thought he was in France.
I thought he did a stayover or something in Turkey. Even
See,
even
that's
if
not-
it
I don't
was-
think so.
even
Hold
if
on, but
it was
even
France,
prior to
even
prior to
if it
that,
wasn't,
they
it was just
revoked
like-
his
it
they revoked
just
his
like
they
the whole
revoked
thing
his
just sounds
oh,
like a fucking nothing story to me. It just sounds so silly that anybody would care.
I've been stopped at the
Fine.
I think
airport.
it's
Yeah,
actually,
that sounds
it's
crazy to me.
actually
That
possible.
That sounds
thing.
crazy
I
to
think
me.
it's possible that the reason that he was pulled aside was because, as Doobie was about to say, they revoked his global entry, but they actually
Yeah.
revoked it before he went to the airport. He just didn't check his email. So it's actually, to me, it seems possible that he was in the global entry line. They scan through his shit. He's ineligible for global entry, so they pull him to the side to go have someone talk to him, go have a TSA agent speak to him because he was trying to get through global entry where he's already been denied and notified about his denial. So I think that's a possible explanation for what we saw here.
Yeah, so then you went into like the earlier issue of like why was his global entry like revoked, right? And it was revoked like a
They
month.
don't need to have.
I know they don't need to, but I mean we can kind of put one and two together, right? So Trump is currently
I'm okay.
Trump is
I'm
currently
okay with
having
doing
his
global
his
entry for
his
someone who says America deserved 9/11. That's okay. That
well that's
seems fine
stupid.
by me.
That's stupid. I think
Okay.
it's dumb. That's
Global
obviously
entry
a violation. Obviously a
privilege. It's
violation of
way
the
to
First
get
Amendment.
through-
Clearly a
No, it's
violation of the
not.
First
Global-
Amendment. Of
global
course it
entry-
is.
Let
How is it
Doobie
not?
go.
No, it's not.
Hold on.
Global entry-
How is
global entry
how is
I'll tell you why. I'll tell
discrimination
you why.
based on
Hold
like
I'll
political
tell you why.
leanings or political ideologies
Because it's
not
because
a
global
violation of the First Amendment?
Because global entry is not a right. It's a privilege to get through the airport
Irrelevant.
quicker. No one is preventing him from flying. He's not on a no-fly list. He was not given the privilege of getting through the airport quicker. That's not a right that's covered by the First Amendment. In fact, global entry makes that very clear, right? They can have lots of reasons to deny someone the privilege of getting through the airport quicker. And Hassan could actually just like go sign up for one of the other global entry like systems potentially to get through the airport quicker on a different line.
Well,
So I don't
just-
see how there's a clear 1A violation here.
I don't like the argument. I hate when people do the "it's not a right" thing because
Yeah, it's
No,
irrelevant.
there's very few
but it's
times.
not.
No, I'm not disagreeing with the fact of the matter. I'm
He
saying
literally asked
it's-
how it wasn't a violation of rights. What a
no,
retarded response. too.
no. I'm
What
okay.
an
Well, just let me
immediate
make. Just maybe
goalpost shift.
respond. Just let me make it then. I'm saying that I don't like that when people engage with those type of arguments because it almost never gets to the core value of what's being discussed. Like people don't care about what's right, what is actually a factual right or wrong. They care about if someone was
you don't
done.
care 'cause you're an evil piece of shit
shut the
socialist,
fuck
but
up. Shut the
some of
fuck
us
up.
actually care about
Just shut the
rights.
fuck up and let me finish
He's
what I'm
not a
saying.
socialist. I'm a socialist.
Yeah.
Right. So go ahead, please.
Okay, so I'm saying
Not
that
really.
You're all socialists.
I'm saying that yeah, I'm saying that people don't actually care about that. They care about what was done was meaningfully right or wrong. Like people have gotten morally upset about like who say stuff about it's not a right protected about Twitter bans. Like they're like, oh, they said something dumb and they got banned on Twitter. And if the response is Twitter's not a right, then like you would understand like, oh, okay, well I'm still upset about the tangible
It's literally
the
not
tangible behind it.
relevant to the question asked, though. It's just a goalpost shift by you. to
No, I'm
bring in
saying
some
that I'm
other
saying that I'm
dimension.
saying it's never a good argument to make. It's just bad. That's not a right argument. It's
He
stupid
asked
every
her.
time.
He
Unless
asked
it's the-
Sally,
unless
how
it's
is
the
this a violation of
conversation at
this
hand.
right? Then she answers that, and then you're like, oh,
Yeah,
like when
that's a
people
bad
engage
answer.
with this.
Yeah, that's what I said. So I said that to her, and she
Yeah,
can
so
respond
hold
to
on.
it if she wants to. But
Go ahead,
that
Ben.
made my argument. No,
Yeah, but
you're
how is
fine
it a bad answer to the question of like Scott
because you
saying?
don't care
How is
about
that a
that.
bad
I don't because I think I don't believe you. I don't even know you, but I don't
Okay,
believe
hold
that's
on.
what you care
So to be,
about.
so to be
The
clear, hold on.
vibes are
So,
off,
so to be
bro.
so to be very clear, right? It doesn't. The reason I keep saying it's irrelevant is because it is irrelevant. So whether or not it's a privilege or not a privilege to have the global entry badge or access or whatever the fuck, the fact is that the government cannot discriminate based on this kind of like political thought. They just can't. Right? Whether it's a privilege
Global
or not a
entry
privilege.
can.
Where
No,
is that?
global
Where's
No,
that in
they
the
can't.
Constitution? Where? What
Where?
laws?
They
What
can.
laws
Look
in
at
it?
their criteria.
Hold on.
Where?
When
They can.
What laws?
hold
in it?
on.
Again, no one cares about what can happen.
What do you mean what law is that?
And you don't
Well,
care about
Doobie
what can
apparently
happen.
does because he's making the claim that this is going against people's rights, that the government protects First Amendment speech for things like global entry. So
I don't
the
think Doobie's
conversation
talking
is
about the
actually about
Constitution.
whether sure, but okay, well then you shouldn't use the First Amendment if you're not talking
No,
about the
but you don't.
Constitution. The question
Why?
is literally
Stop being
couldn't
boring.
we just no
Okay,
no no
hold
no
on.
I'm
Does
sorry,
the-
I'm not being
I don't-
pedantic.
It's just
you
yes
are.
or no. It's
You
just
could
yes or
change
no.
the question. You could change
Okay.
the question to do you think this is fair? Do you think it's nice? Do you think it's cool? But if the question is this constitutional? Is this going against someone's First Amendment rights? Then that's the scope of the answer I'm going to give.
Okay, hold on. So it's just a yes or
I
no
like this
question. It's,
girl.
it's just a yes or no
It's the
question.
first girl you've brought on that I
Okay,
like.
stop. It's
I
just a
hate the
yes
rest
or no
of them dumb
question.
bitches.
Yes or no? Does the government have the ability
long
or
that
the
lasts.
right, the ability to discriminate based on political thought?
Well, I want to jump in here. I
No,
got
just answer the question. It's a yes or no.
I'm jumping in.
Hold on, no, hold on, wait, no, hold on. Does the government, when it's evaluating
Let
applications?
her get the yes or no question.
Well,
We'll go to
actually-
Depending on the
Okay,
aspect of the
I'll be
government,
even more
yes, they have
clear.
the right.
I'll be
Yes,
even more
of course
clear.
they
Right?
do.
So, does the government, when it's evaluating the applications of American citizens, have the ability or does it have what's the right? Yeah, I'm just going to say the ability to favor one viewpoint over the other when the viewpoints themselves are not criminal. There's nothing inciting any criminal acts. There's nothing. It's totally legal to have this viewpoint to express his opinion. Can the government favor one opinion over the other?
With regards to global entry, yes. And you're
You have
framing
to
the
show me
question,
that. It's
does
total
the
bullshit.
government have the should the government be able to discriminate based on viewpoint when they receive an application? Application for what? For a high level position in the
I'm an anarchist.
Gang.
I'm no longer allowed top secret security clearance. I had top secret
think
security
that's
clearance when I was
fair.
in the army,
Yeah.
and I
Wait a
had it when I
minute.
worked for the U.S. Census. Okay,
Oh,
but
wait,
I
wait,
don't
wait.
qualify anymore
Are you
because I'm an anarchist.
How is this not punishment for speech that
Yeah.
isn't criminal?
Yes, it is punishment for speech that I can't
Yeah, that's
get a
not-
fucking GS-13 job.
That seems like
That's
a
not
clear violation of the First
That's
Amendment.
That's not a violation of my First Amendment rights.
How?
Wait a
You can
minute.
still
Any
speak.
way
You're not
to
being
say that I
arrested. You're not
can't
being
get
thrown
top
into
secret
jail.
security
You
clearance.
don't get certain privileges
It-
within
it-
society. but you're
okay,
not
and
being
that's a
thrown in jail.
punishment.
You're not
Hold on a
having-
You're being cut
No,
off
it's
from a
not.
privilege that other
No, it's
Americans
not.
have access to,
No.
specifically for political
It's a
thought or
privilege.
beliefs
Yeah.
that are not. I understand that the privilege is relevant. I already explained why this is relevant. So you're being denied access to a privilege that other Americans have access to and can apply for if they have the correct political opinions. That is absolutely a violation of a First Amendment.
Wait a minute, hold on.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
We do this on like for cops, and we do it for like teachers all the time, right? When we find out these people are in like, white supremacist groups, like we fire cops,
We do this for
fire
everything.
fire teachers, right, who are hired by the government, but they get tossed out, right? Should
If
that not
it
be the
if it
case?
if it
Like, if
impacts
there's a
their like actual work potentially, but like
Yeah, I
are you
think
are
that
you
makes more
telling
sense because you're dealing with like the trust. Like you need to build public trust between this police officer and the community.
or the
So
judge.
if they're an open Nazi, that will damage their ability to build that trust. We're talking about somebody's ability to just to just
You're
prove
just
that they can
justifying something.
get their TSA quickly, right? Get through the airport quickly. They go
Yeah,
through
and
all the
maybe
other
they don't-
background
and
checks.
maybe-
Hold on, they all go through all the other background checks. There's no other issues. It's just this political opinion that they have.
When
That's
did
fucking
you turn into a
ridiculous.
fucking
Let's go to-
retarded
let's go to-
juiceberg?
Let's go to.
Wait,
Let's
wait,
go
wait,
to.
wait, can I-
Well, how
let's
the
go
fuck
to-
did you get to
I just-
Jews? Who's
clarifying
talking about
question.
Jews?
Can I just
I don't
clarify
know.
question?
So
What the fuck are you
listen,
talking
no,
about?
no, 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 we gotta go to get.
So
We're not.
passionately
Hey,
defending
hey,
Hassan's
everybody,
free
pull
speech.
back.
Always the
Everybody,
Jews.
pull back. We
From
got-
society.
I care about the First
Oh.
Amendment, Scott. I'm sorry.
guys. We got to go to
No,
Gibbs.
you don't.
He's been waiting
Yeah,
patiently. Then we'll go to Lactoid.
I gotta say,
but-
this is a big L take. I mean, let me give you an example. Say I decided I was gonna go and have, I don't know, a fucking neo-Nazi that blew up churches on my stream, or I don't know, hijack ships and come have them in there, and I interviewed them in person and I promoted them, and it turned out, oh yeah, they're actually terrorists. I would be real surprised if I wasn't on a no-fly list. However, but since Hassan's rich and famous, he only got taken
Didn't
off
turn out he
priority.
was a
Oh yeah,
terrorist.
well, he turned out he is a terrorist. And listen, so if we're gonna sit here and go, hey,
didn't.
we're gonna,
No,
it's
he's not a
okay,
terrorist.
He's absolutely a terrorist. The guy was literally
No,
on the
no,
boat.
he's not.
We know he was. Yes, we do.
The
So
boat was a
listen, I'm not-
tourist attraction. He's not a
listen,
terrorist.
I know you hate Israel. The guy was a terrorist. He's
Irrelevant.
not a terrorist.
Hold on, though, he's
hold
not a
on,
terrorist. You
hold
just
on.
keep saying this over and over again. It's not true.
It's absolutely true. Listen, you can keep saying he's not. I'm 100% he is. He's associated with the Houthis. He's a terrorist in the story. Now, back to what I'm saying here. After I've been waiting, I gotta say it's ridiculous to expect me, if I brought, I don't know, someone that was a white supremacist on that had been allegedly a part of I don't know, pirate actions against people, that y'all wouldn't be like, oh, he probably shouldn't be on a no-fly list. I feel like that'd be a pretty reasonable thing. But since Hassan is super famous and rich and connected, they just took him off priority boarding. And for you to go,
You think
oh,
you
yeah,
think he
hold
should
on,
be
hold
in
on,
jail
hold
or
on, hold on,
something for
hold
having that guy
on,
on?
Hold on, let me finish. For you to sit here and go, oh my God, it's because he got his political speech infringed. No, it's just because you hate the Jews. That's really what this is. Fabian was absolutely right. And like, you're just sitting here screaming that every single
Oh
time.
my
And you're
God,
just
you guys
How are you
hold on,
running to the
hold on,
Jews?
hold on,
What the
boring.
fuck
hold
are
on,
you talking about?
Hold on,
You guys
this is
have
exactly what it is.
gotten
You
so
just no.
boring.
This is what you're doing. You're literally
It's like
just
transparent.
Hold
You
on,
you have a
hold on,
bad. You're making a
hold on,
bad argument. You know it's bad.
It's
So you're gonna try to just go, oh, the Jews,
you don't
the
even know my
Jews.
argument.
Nobody's
No,
fucking
this is what
talking
you're
about
doing.
Jews.
This is what you're doing. You're literally only saying this about Hassan because he has your same viewpoint with Israel. Like, it's ridiculous.
No,
to
I'm
expect
not.
it. Hold on. That's why I gave the example I gave. No one disputed that. Everybody agreed. If I had a white supremacist that was accused of piracy on my channel, they would obviously ban me from being on like a
No.
no-fly list. Yes, they absolutely
No,
would.
that's
You're
ridiculous.
retarded for thinking
That's
they wouldn't.
stupid.
It's just basic
What are you
common
talking
sense.
about?
Hold on.
Hold on. So if a news anchor interviews a
No, it's not if they interviews.
Can
This
it-
guy went and found a terrorist and brought him on after supporting
Okay,
their
you
policy.
keep saying terrorists.
For
No
years and
evidence of
years
this
and years.
whatsoever.
Absolutely a terrorist. It's 100%.
Okay, so again,
You
so
can say
so
they're
so to be
not.
clear, Gibbs,
100%
Gibbs, to be
verified.
Verified.
Gibbs, to
I
be
mean,
clear,
he's literally
Gibbs,
said he was
you're
part of the
saying
Houthis.
you're
It's like
saying.
not a
Oh
debate.
God, you're just gonna
This is
ramble on.
boring. I was about to say
Gibbs,
because
Gibbs.
both of
Okay,
y'all
so
are
hold
wrong.
on, no, stop. So Gibbs, to be clear, you're
If I said I
saying
was part of the Klan,
you're
and I was
saying
like, I walk around
you're
with a Klan
saying
badge,
that if a
guess
news
what? I'm
anchor,
calling the Klan.
that if a news
let
anchor,
Gibby respond.
that if fucking Tucker Carlson or someone or like Brett Baer, whatever the fuck the news anchors are right now, they interview some guy from the Houthis, right?
Okay.
From actually from the Houthis. They interview him. You think Brett Baer or whoever the fuck should lose their global entry
Nope,
access?
totally
You
different
think they should
scenario.
lose? They should be put on a no-fly list? How? How?
Can you tell me last time Brett
He
Baer?
didn't just interview. He said, "Wow, that's base, bro."
When's the last time you saw Brett Baer watch a music video dedicated to the Houthis, sitting here proclaiming how good and righteous?
Is that illegal in the United States?
No, hold on. There's a difference between Brett Baer going
You're
overseas.
punishing things that are not illegal.
Hold on. You're the difference, and you can't tell me there's not between Brett Baer.
Okay,
going
the reality is,
Hold on, stop.
hold on, no,
talking.
the reality is,
I'm
that you
responding.
hate
I'm
Browns
responding.
and
Hold
you
on,
hate
I'm
Arabs
responding.
for some
I'm
fucking
responding.
reason.
No, I don't
You
have
just
hate
hate
at all.
Arabs.
No,
That's
no,
all
no,
this
no,
is.
He just responded.
You're lying. I'm responding now.
You just hate fucking Arabs. You hate
Hold on.
Arabs.
Here's the deal. There's totally something different between
That's
Brett
all this
Baer
fucking is.
going
Let me hear you.
interviewing somebody.
Okay.
I'm going to answer this now. You're something totally different between Brett Baer going overseas and interviewing somebody, and somebody that's
overseas.
sitting here, hold on, over, and somebody that's
I made that up. I didn't say
there's-
overseas, did I?
hold on. I'm saying there's total difference. Even if he brought him over here, if I guess they brought him over
No,
here.
hold on. There's
Hold on,
this
let
thing
me
called the
finish.
internet that
Hold
we're on
on,
right now.
hold on,
You can
hold on,
interview
hold on,
somebody from
hold on,
thousands
I'm
of miles
talking.
away.
Once
Which
again,
Which is what Hassan did, by the way.
once again, if we sit here, there's a total difference between, hey, I'm going to proclaim that I believe in all these views of a known terrorist group, and then interview a terrorist.
He didn't say that
on my
either.
shit. Oh, he did. He's absolutely said he
No, he didn't.
supports all these. He says, "Oh my God, are you fucking?"
He literally
fucking
ended
cracked?
the stream
Bro,
that way.
He supports
are you
Hamas.
fucking
Hold
nuts?
on.
This is
Hold on.
totally
What does he say?
you're
What
talking
does he
about
say he
mediating
supports
error.
about the
You're
Houthis?
literally, bro.
Yeah, bro. What does he say he
What?
supports about the
Hassan,
Houthis?
bro? Hassan
Yeah, I
sits here
have.
and
What does he say he
proclaims
supports about the
Houthi
Houthis?
love, everything about
He
Hassan.
didn't say all.
What does he say he supports? So in that interview that you're referencing, what did he say he supported?
Bro, I can literally watch up a million clips. If I could,
Okay,
Google
hold on.
I'm
Just
asking the
answer
same
the
question over and over. Just answer the fucking question.
Why don't you let me?
If that interview you're talking about, what did he say he supports?
Just hold on. I don't want to spend all night on this, please.
Me every time I try to finish my
Well,
point.
then, like,
because you know
answer the
you're
question
wrong. Well, I
directly.
can't. Well, I am answering, and he keeps interrupting me. Here's the thing. This
You're
guy is
rambling
doing-
on full,
hold
and you're full of
No,
shit.
I'm
You don't know what the
not
fuck you're talking
only
about.
rambling on because you keep interrupting me. Literally every
Okay,
time I
finish in like
Give
two
us-
sentences
give
so I
us
can
a
respond to your
quote.
dumb shit.
Just
if
give
I
us
could just
Gibbs,
talk, I could finish
Gibbs,
it in 2 seconds.
Gibbs.
No,
If you could
that's
just
not
give us a
me.
quote
I
and we
will-
can
I
move
will-
on.
No, I'm not going to give you a fucking quote because it literally ended the thing with it. Just like David said, there's about a million videos of him saying supporting things. I mean, it's like this is ludicrous to say he doesn't.
Okay, hold on.
Hold
Okay,
on.
so
That's just extra
I've been
language.
interrupted 15 times. They're trying to just get 2 sentences out here. It's outrageous. Let me just say, we all know that he supports the Houthis. We've seen a million clips. You can just type in Hassan supporting the Houthis, and you'll see about 5,000 clips. And to act like that's not true is a lie and just bad framing and bad faith, Doobie, and you know it. Secondly, if I did that thing and did the same thing, they would absolutely put me on a no-fly list, and no one would bitch about it. Except y'all are going here, oh, because he hates the Jews, then you're gonna be fine with it. That's what's happening, Doobie, and you know.
Okay,
it.
if you're done now, I'll respond to all the stupid shit you said.
I mean,
So
it's all
one,
actual.
shut up. So
Oh,
one,
no,
shut
you
up.
like-
Wait,
Yeah, I let you
You
ramble
don't
on.
know-
I let you ramble on. Now it's
you-
my turn.
oh,
I let you
now
ramble
you
on. Now
go-
it's my
oh,
turn.
I'm
Okay,
seeing you
okay,
get
Get it
it.
out. Get your
hold
attention,
on,
go ahead.
guys.
Is
I
it
do.
hard to talk? Oh.
Hey, stop! Knock it off. I do want to move past this, and I got to get Lactoid and Scott in, and I want to move on. I want
I'm
to get
just
started
saying,
on
they've
the
given a taste
topic
of
a
his
little
own medicine.
early. Okay.
Okay,
Dude,
so I'll respond. So one, Hassan's never said that I'm aware of that he supports the Houthis generally. What he says is he supports the blockade that they're imposing. That's what he says that he supports, and I think I support that too. I think any rational, reasonable person should support that. I think the blockade is good. Okay, that doesn't mean that I support everything the fucking Houthis do. These are entirely separate claims. Okay, yeah, Scott, I know you think that's funny for some stupid reason. Great. So secondly,
the stupid reason is you, dude.
Okay,
You're
thanks.
the stupid reason.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, if you support a thing a group does, you suddenly support everything they've ever fucking done. Yeah, that makes total
That's
sense.
not
Thanks.
what I
Yeah.
said, but
Yeah, then
you're
shut the fuck up. You
retarded,
didn't say
so I
anything.
guess
Just
I
laugh
make
like a
that
bitch.
link.
Shut the fuck up. So secondly,
I'm a bitch now?
you
Is that
laugh
what
like a
happens
bitch.
when you
Yes,
can't
you laugh
argue
like a
with me?
bitch. Shut the fuck up.
Scott, you'll have
Is that
your
what
turn.
happens when
Please.
you get bodied every time we talk?
Scott,
Yeah, that's when you
Scott.
yap. Shut the fuck up.
Please.
Anyway, so secondly, the issue isn't that it's not like a right winger. It's not like or that it's like not a pro-Israel person. That isn't my problem. My problem is this is linked to Trump's other cracks down on free speech. I think other things he's done to chill the First Amendment in the United States. This is like one part of a bigger fucking problem, which is that Trump is suppressing political speech in our country. He's this way. Other way, in the fucking universities, pushing rules to suppress or to discourage political speech that he disagrees with. I think this is wrong. I think this is obviously a violation of our rights, and I don't like it. So I don't know why the fuck you guys. I think if we had like some Biden doing this, right, and he was in fucking office, and he was doing this to right wingers, you'd be flipping the fuck out. Of course you would, and you'd be right to. It'd be wrong for him to do this. So I think that the only reason you're not flipping out right now is because it's Hassan, and you think he hates the Jews, and you think I hate the Jews, and you're obsessed with Jews for some reason. I don't give a fuck about the Jews
Maybe
here.
there
Okay,
are just layers.
Shut up!
there.
Shut the
Maybe
fuck
there
up!
are layers.
Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! What I care about, what I care about,
Yeah, that's right.
what I care about is that Trump is doing things that are I think violating the First Amendment, severely damaging the First Amendment, biasing the government against certain political thought that is totally illegal. I think this is disgusting.
Okay, so we're gonna go to Lactoid. No. Sorry, I'm sorry, friend. We'll go to Lactoid, and we'll go to end with Scott. I do want to get started on the second discussion early because I want to do a thing. But Lactoid.
Yeah, I actually completely agree with Doobie on this. Like, if you just take a step back and think about this for a second, like, would you guys feel comfortable if, let's say, Trump did like some kind of sweeping program where he's like, no Democrats can be on global entry anymore? It's just like a thing now. Or if Biden got in power and he said, no Republicans whatsoever. Anybody who supports Trump, a quote unquote known insurrectionist, is therefore a threat to the United States and cannot be on global entry. This would be insane. What if I was denied global entry because of, I'm critical of Ukraine? I'm critical of the U.S.
What if
funding
you
of
said
Ukraine.
you wanted a new 9/11?
What if? Hold on. What if, like, I'm critical of, really, is the point here that you only get this privilege if you happen to toe the United States foreign policy's talking points, or is it that you can disagree with the United States foreign policy's talking points, even if you're wrong, or even if you're right, it doesn't matter, and you still have access to the same privileges that other Americans have, regardless of their political orientation. I can see if you're like posing a threat, like if, let's say, somebody who's like, I don't know, convicted of a
They
crime,
said they
or
9/11 too.
yeah, but like, are
9/11
you going to look me in their eye and directly tell me that you think Hassan Piker is a threat to America, like,
Well,
in terms
I
of
mean,
him
I
doing
don't
some
know.
kind of attack?
I don't know, man. He's rich enough.
Oh
he
my,
can
no,
easily-
he's not.
Hold on.
He's
Do
a
you know-
fucking
I think-
frat
hold on.
bro.
I think
my
I
God,
think
buy
a reasonable
ordinances.
person.
Actually, do you
I think
it's
a reasonable person. I think a reasonable person could say that it's possible that he would have connections, or that he would he might be used as some type of like, what's the word when you're
To do
an
what?
unwitting.
A proxy?
To do
To-
what?
Well,
Sure, maybe
mean,
they think so. I
facilitate,
think there
you
would
know,
be.
who knows?
Hold on. Can I just say? I think that we're kind of blending things together that aren't the same thing. So things like Trump cracking down on speech on college campuses, and Congress trying to pass things like no anti-Semitism. That's ridiculous. That's crossing the line. People should not be punished for their speech in the university by the government and things like this. You shouldn't be punished. Be arrested or something like that. Have the government infringe upon you. Be deported because you say anti-Semitic things, or things that are perceived to be anti-Semitic, even if they're not. However, that is different to me, characteristically different from this global entry program. We're saying, yeah, this is a privilege that all Americans are supposed to have access to, but actually it's not, because then it wouldn't be a privilege anymore. It's a VIP process for the airport. If everyone has global entry means nothing. Then everyone is just on the same standard TSA line.
Well, then
So
answer the question that I asked before.
This is a
Then
program that definitionally has to be exclusive for it to have any
well,
value at all.
no, but
Anyone
wait,
else would-
but it's exclusive based on like viewpoint neutral categories of like who is a actual threat
not.
to America. Hold on, who's like an actual threat to America? Well, I
If
think
you said
wait. I think it should be, though. Again, do you think that it would be perfectly
I
above?
could give you a
Hold
quote
on,
that he
hold the
said.
fuck
Hold
on for a
please,
second.
hold on. We got it.
Do you think it would? Do you
You
think
found
it'd
a
be-
random
do you
article. I'm
think-
watching the
do
video.
you-
He hasn't said it yet, and it's been.
I
a
mean,
minute.
literally,
do
the
you
direct
think-
quote
do
is,
you
"Oh my
think-
God,
Okay,
you-
hold on. Hey, knock it
give
off.
Saudi Arabia nukes so we can
Do
do
you
Knock
think-
it off.
that's
Knock it
I-
off.
I-
Knock it off. Hold on.
Yeah, I don't give a
Please.
fuck. I don't give a fuck. Like, unless what
For
he
sure.
said,
It's okay if you say that.
unless
Hey,
what.
hey, knock it off. Lactoid.
Unless-
I want Lactoid talking.
Yeah,
Only Canadian Swedish people talk.
Oh
Go
my
ahead.
God. Unless what he said specifically is like indicative of Hassan Piker being involved in some kind of plot or some kind of like criminal threat to America, then I don't give a fuck what he said.
No.
Because
no.
unless
If he was part of
wait. Answer the question I
needs to
asked.
have more than
Answer the
global entry in your vote.
Tolly. Answer the question. You said global entry is a privilege, so you are perfectly fine. It's all above board if Biden said every Trump supporter, and we're going to look up how you voted, every Trump supporter does not have access to global entry. You'd be fine with that.
Or a driver's license.
That's totally
And
different.
driver's licenses are also
Anyway,
privileges. That's a
this is
good point,
ridiculous.
Doobie. Those can be
Oh,
revoked.
Mike Joy, that's not what's happening, though. This guy literally, and I quote, said, oh my God, 9/11/2 is going to be so strict. The streamer said, give Saudi Arabia new.
You think he's planning that?
Hold on, Lactoid. So you're telling me when 9/11 was committed with planes, lo and behold, after someone advocates that and has a known terrorist, I can find other articles. I have one from Forbes saying
Yes.
this guy's a known Yemeni pirate.
100%.
Hold on, has these connections with these people, is supportive of them, saying, Hezbollah, a terrorist group is just a resistance fighter. We have these known connections. Hey, maybe we shouldn't let that guy on our fucking plane, or maybe.
Wait,
Oh,
this
so you want to
isn't about
ban him
letting
from
them on a
planes in
plane.
general? Like, what the
Yeah,
fuck are you talking
hold
about?
on.
They're not
Let me-
going that far.
Or at
They're
minimum,
not going that
or at
far, which is
minimum,
part of the
let's maybe
problem
not
that
give
I
them-
have.
Wait. Nobody's answered my fucking question.
I'm trying to, Lactoid, I'm trying. But I
Gibbs.
can't get
Well,
it.
I'm waiting because it was supposed to be my turn next, right? To answer your question.
Don't give them fast track privileges where they don't go through as much security. I think it's reasonable not
That's
to
not
give them
reasonable
fast
at
track
all.
privileges. Are you crazy?
I'm not crazy. It's not reasonable at all.
So
absolutely
so
saying.
I'll go since it's my turn, right? And I'll answer the question. So first and foremost, I think your question is absolutely disanalogous, right? I think Biden saying that he would get rid of the fast pass, we'll call it, right, global entry program, for all Republicans is not the same thing as a streamer who has family in a country that is known for funneling weapons to Al Nusra and Al Qaeda.
That's
and
stupid.
as someone
Are you
has some-
serious?
don't interrupt me. Don't
No,
interrupt me.
I'm
That's-
Lebanese. I can't get
Turkey.
through.
No, Turkey is a well known that we sell weapons through them, and the
They're
weapons we sell
NATO.
them go to Al Nusra.
NATO, yeah,
That is-
Turkey's the
happens
reason why
all the
NATO's
time.
bad.
Again, that's one check. Okay, I'm not giving you just one example. Someone that has said I see no problem with Hezbollah and I support Hezbollah on stream. Someone that brought on a terrorist, or actually technically he's not a terrorist. Well, he thought he
just a
was,
pirate.
and he supported it, and he supported the actions of the Houthis, and he has said so many crazy things. Okay, so I'm going to make an analogy that
Lactoid,
I
check
think
your
is
chat.
so.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna make an analogy that I think is analogous, okay, which would be Tucker Carlson having gone to Russia, having potentially received Russian money in some way or in some other aspect, and having gone in on a big propaganda tour about their fucking grocery stores, like it was the goddamn opposite of like when they first came over, when the Berlin Wall was about to fall, to American grocery stores. If he got stopped on his way back, even maybe if it's not from Russia, but it's because of those ties, and said, hey, you no longer get the fast pass. You've said some crazy shit. We got to make sure everything is above board. I would be perfectly fine with that. Now, if he
Me
got
too.
detained for more than an hour, or if he like was put on a no-fly list without any actual evidence, no. But as it stands, global entry, one of the fucking things that they say in order for in the application process and that they can revoke it is you can have no ties to terrorism and you can have no ties to anything that could be a potential security threat. And he said so much shit and interviewed people
so
and has
stupid.
family across the
What
world
are his
that
ties?
it's not crazy to say you don't get the fast pass. And if he
Yeah, it's not
tried to
crazy.
go through the
What
fast
are
pass
his
when he
ties?
wasn't supposed to, that he gets into fucking interview.
You just said you have to have ties. What are the
it is
ties?
I literally just gave him, and then you laughed
has
about
family
him
in
because he's
Turkey?
on your side. He has family with extremely wealthy connections that are both tied to U.S. government
His
interests.
family's
in
rich and in
weapons
Turkey, so he
manufacturing.
can't have global entry. What the fuck are you talking about?
I want to respond to this.
You fucking
You just assume
lying
every ri-
sack of
You just
shit.
assume that's what you
Like,
said.
I'm
He's stupid,
so
bitch.
No,
You just
no.
assume every rich
No, you're
person.
wrong
Okay,
at
yep.
it.
Because you have no
Can I
You just
respond to
assume
this?
every rich Turkish person is like a fucking terrorist.
Dude. No.
Like, what are you saying?
this
You're saying
Trump-
Ali
this
can't get global entry because his family's in Lebanon.
Doobie.
I'm from the south too.
You
You must be Hezbollah. You're a Hezbollah
both
agent.
of you.
True.
You are both of you. Shut the fuck up and stop acting like toddlers. You are interrupting me
That's-
to take one thing that I'm saying, immediately yell over me a straw man of what my argument is, so that you
That
can
is what
try
you
and
said.
dunk on me and stop my argumentation. It is so bad faith and so fucking annoying and so childish. Why would
I
I
don't know why
have
you're
no
surprised.
respect
That's
for
already
you?
happened
Yeah,
once.
Whatever respect I
yep.
had.
So other than his rich family in Turkey,
very
what other
quickly going
connections does he
away.
have?
He
other
Scott
ones
gave
I've
more
already
examples.
mentioned.
Like what?
Yeah,
He,
he was
hold
one of
on.
my
You give
He had.
speech-
Hold
when
on.
you-
Hold on.
When you're on
Okay.
stream saying that you support
God.
terrorist organizations, not one but multiple, when you bring on someone that either is or is
None of this
questionably
makes any
isn't
sense.
a terrorist, and then say that you support him and you support his actions,
Call him
and that
Luffy.
you support the actions of a terrorist organization in blocking world trade, and then you yourself say every rational
Blocking world
person
trade.
should support.
Yeah, I
terrorist
think they should. I think they should
organizations
support a
in-
blockade,
in
yes.
blockading it. Yeah. Okay, cool. You shouldn't get a fucking fast pass through TSA.
Yeah.
Because
Maybe
I
we
think
have
they
to
should
check your
support a
shit.
blockade of a country committing a
It's not
genocide.
a
You're fucking
violation
crazy.
of the First
You're a
Amendment.
crazy
That's just-
person.
that's
Hold
just-
on.
that's just-
Let
that's
me know
just-
when you're done. I'll
I'm
respond.
not crazy because
You're
I
a
think
crazy
the
person.
U.S. government that tracks
This is
whether or
thinking
not
you have
people
the
coming in
opposite
are a potential threat. doesn't give a fast pass to somebody that said a bunch of wild shit
Wild
and
shit.
has family and money all throughout the world and could potentially be an issue. That doesn't mean he is an issue. That doesn't mean he deserves on a no-fly list. That doesn't mean we need to prosecute for anything. It just means you don't get a fucking fast pass. And if you try and go through something,
red
that's
flag.
suspicious, and we
That's
ask
definitely
you
a
some
red flag.
fucking questions.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'd like to
Well,
respond.
That's not
global
irrational.
The reason,
or
entry is
okay,
not a-
yep. Let me know when you're done.
It does matter that global entry is not
You just
a
say
right.
yap,
It is
yap,
a
yap because
program
Yeah, yap, yap. Let me know when you're done.
Argumentation.
Let me know when you're
Yeah,
done. I'll
program
respond.
by U.S. Customs and Borders for low-risk, pre-approved travelers. It's not a guarantee for anybody. There are a bunch of different things that can cause you to not qualify for global entry. And once again, if everybody qualified for global entry, it would no longer
But
be
what
global entry. It would just be
disqualifies
the
them?
Prime,
TSA
can I have a second?
Hold on, I'd like to. Okay.
It doesn't
Yeah, I
matter
just wanna
because again,
respond.
they are not beholden by First Amendment laws because they're not throwing anybody in jail because of their beliefs. They're
Well, that's not the
Uh,
standard. It's
what's
not.
not
It's
the
not, it's not
standard?
the standard. Like only First Amendment only applies if
They're
jail.
not abridging. They're not quote abridging free speech in any way by not giving
course they
you
are.
a fast pass.
No, they're not.
Of course.
Okay,
I'd like to respond to all
Wait,
the
wait, wait,
super
wait. Hold on.
chats.
I had to ban a bunch of
Nobody
fucking
gets
gay
past-
porn spammers in my server. Okay, so I heard most of what was said, but just give me a little bit of time to elaborate. And I
Why did
disabled
you end the
invites.
party so quickly?
I disabled invites, so you know whatever. Okay. Two things. First of
That's
all,
rough. I'm
Scott,
sorry that happened to you.
I was just I lost my
Sucks
chess
when
game
that
to it.
happens.
I know, whatever. Scott, so forgive me if I missed anything because I was trying to figure out some shit. But you're saying that it's different because XYZ circumstance to explain why Hassan Piker actually poses more of a national security threat than Republicans.
No, that's not the standard. It's not that you pose a threat. It's that you're no longer classified as low risk of opposing. a
Well,
threat.
low
That
risk would
you're
mean
not-
that you posed no threat or low threat.
No, but
That's the
it's a
definition
difference
of
between
risk, right?
positive and negative. It's not saying that you pose a threat. It's saying that you can be when you get global entry, you have been evaluated.
Yeah,
as
but if you
someone that
but
is low risk.
right, but if you pose no threat, if you've been evaluated and you pose no threat, then you are a low risk individual. And so the question for me is Hassan Piker, is the evidence behind his history like indicate that he is a threat? And if you can look me dead in the eye and say, I think Hassan Piker
Well,
is
no,
a
you're changing
is a
it.
hold
No,
on.
you're changing
I'm
it.
not changing
You're
shit.
changing it.
Posing
Yes,
a
you are.
threat. If you do not pose a threat, would you agree this person is low
You're
risk?
playing word games.
This is no. It's
You're
not playing word games. You're playing
Yes,
word
you are.
games.
Absolutely. No, you're playing word games because what we are talking about is the
They're not
person-
low risk. They just don't pose a threat. That is a word
That's
game.
not what we're saying. No, that we're not. What we're saying is you don't have to pose a threat to have certain things that say this person might be more likely.
I'm saying
or
if
more
you
of
get
a risk than the
evaluated.
average or low risk person.
If you get
The
evaluated,
evaluation
That's
can
a good
change.
point. That's a
if
good
wait,
point.
wait,
Change any
wait,
moment.
wait. If you get
That's not
evaluated,
risk
I
factors
understand the
amongst other
evaluation can
tokens,
change,
and
but
it may not apply
but
to
that's
a specific
irrelevant.
person's behaviors or
I'll
actions, but you
respond to you in a
still
Specifically
second.
relevant.
risk
Okay,
factors.
I'll respond to you in a second.
Okay. Let to it.
Yeah, I'll respond to Tali in a second. But
So
if
we're
you
gonna
if
Lagfoot
you
and then
Great.
Dewey,
If
and then
you-
we're gonna move on. We got to move on.
Great.
Because
If
we
you-
don't have time.
if you have
We'll
somebody,
go-
if
We're gonna go
you-
into a subject that will touch on this. But go ahead. Sorry, Lagfoot.
if you have somebody who has been evaluated contemporarily, like in some kind of immediate scenario, they've been evaluated. I understand people can be reevaluated. That was never any kind of
He
reference
was.
to any argument. Hold on.
No, he was.
Great. Now the question
Okay.
is, are you telling me that when he got reevaluated, that the people responsible for his reevaluation, that was based on a genuine concern that Hassan Piker was no longer low risk?
This is
Ergo, that he posed
argument.
something of a threat, more so than he did before. That's the question. I think that you have
okay.
to
It's
be.
a bullshit question.
well,
I'll
it's-
answer it.
no,
No, no,
no,
no,
I'm
no,
not-
no,
no,
don't
no,
go-
yeah,
No,
I-
Yeah, let me
I
go.
got, you don't ask a question.
I
and then
can.
go into
I
a
can ask multiple
diatribe to hide
questions.
the
Oh,
question.
no.
Okay.
You
all
can respond.
you're
You
doing
can
at that
respond.
moment is bearing
No,
the
you
fact
can
that
respond.
I'm going to respond to the
You-
question.
Prime
Are you
said.
asking a
Prime
question?
said that you get
Right.
some time to respond.
Yeah.
There's
Right,
two
now you're going to
people.
fluff up
You're
your shit.
not the
Ask
only
the question,
person
I'll
on
answer
the
question.
panel.
Okay.
I got to respond to Tali as well because Tali made a point that I got to respond to because I think that if you start answering, we're
All
going
right,
to get caught up in
Barry,
that
Go ahead.
and nothing is going to get addressed there. So I will await your answer as to why the reevaluation means that Hassan Piker is no longer low risk. Then my question to you, Tali, it really is kind of a similar question because, or actually it's a little bit different because you seem to hold the position that it's only a First Amendment concern if there is the risk of legal punishment for saying it. And so going back to Doobie's example of a driver's license, which is a privilege granted by the states to operate a motor vehicle on roadways, you would then say, not only is there technically no First Amendment rights violation if Trump said no Democrats get global entry, but you would also say, well, I guess there's also no First Amendment problem if Donald Trump stopped all Democrats from having driver's licenses. This would also not technically be a First Amendment violation. Is that your argument?
Well, okay, so I think again, we just need to be, these things are characteristically different and that matters. So preventing an entire group of people based on their beliefs from getting a driver's license means you are preventing all of those people from legally driving. Taking somebody off of a global entry list does not prevent them from legally traveling whatsoever.
But it's not a right. Either way, it's not a right. That's my point.
Okay, but these are characteristically different things. So I do think that amount or extent matters here.
Well, I understand they're different, but you said that
risk.
Sure, I understand that they're different things, but you said the reason why it's not a First Amendment issue is because it's a privilege, not a right. Driver's licenses are also a privilege, not a right. Doesn't this share the essential element with the global entry program of being a privilege and not a right?
Sure, yeah, and I wouldn't hinge my entire argument on just it being a privilege versus a right. Again, I do think that it matters the specific area that we're talking about. So even again, like if we were talking about flying is a right in theory, right? Or sorry, a privilege, not a right in theory. But I would have a different bar for putting somebody on the no-fly list than I would for taking somebody off of a global entry list. Because again, we're not preventing these people from traveling. We're saying, okay, little red flag. There are some risk factors here. We don't want this person to be able to go through without going through security every time they travel, right?
Yeah.
So it's a different burden that should be necessary, and it's a different punishment. If we're calling removal from global entry a punishment, they're characteristically different. And so in this case, at least, I'm okay with it. And like Scott said, I would also be okay with it if it had to do with somebody who was completely ideologically opposed to Hassan for similar reasons. Someone who has said a bunch of weird things about some of our enemies abroad and travels to some of these countries and maybe has family connections. Yeah, red flag. Maybe they don't get to go through the airport without going through security. Maybe we just want these people to travel normally through security like everybody else.
As long as you acknowledge there is a First Amendment concern here. As long as we're at that. It's not just First Amendment doesn't apply. Like this is a First Amendment concern.
No, I said before. I said I would go to Lactoid, and Lactoid's having this conversation.
And Scott gets to respond to me as well.
No one else. Scott will get to respond. But like, I'm sorry, we don't have time. We've already run out. Like,
the next topic deals with Israel. And
yeah, we're close to it any which way. Yeah. So Scott.
So I'll try and be quick. The reason your question is bullshit is because it would require me to have knowledge of what the application process or reevaluation occurred by government officials that nobody has knowledge of. So I can't answer that question. What I'm saying is that if it is true, okay, that he was reevaluated, and with all of these additional things that have come out in the last year or two, with his speech changing, with his wealth, with his family connections, right? Like it like, for example, I was friends with a soldier who lost his security clearance and had to change MOSs in the United States Army because his Filipino wife had a cousin who was who was a Muslim extremist in the Philippines. Okay. Now, it is perfectly rational and reasonable that certain things that have additional levels of risk that deal with, entry into our border or access to classified documents and things like that are restricted in some capacity. That this is not a First Amendment issue, right? Like you brought up the car situation as a privilege, and all that highlights is the problem of the United States, having public property.
We're talking about laws. The First Amendment applies to the government of the United States.
Okay, but by your definition, if it is a First Amendment issue that Hassan Piker, having supported multiple terrorist organizations live on stream, being very wealthy, having family in countries of origin that, that terrorist things go through, having family that's connected with Boeing,
Mhm.
right? And having interviewed a terrorist live and said that he supported them. All of these connections. It is your contention that it is a First Amendment issue if this person is no longer allowed to go through the fast lane and not go through regular security. Then would you say that it is a First Amendment issue if someone marries, or someone that has family connected to terrorist organizations, and they lose their security clearance? Wouldn't that also be a privilege granted by the government? Like, you can start go if we follow this through
Uh-huh.
to logical conclusion, the only time we don't reach contradiction is if we abolish the state.
No,
And I'm
we're
cool
not,
with that.
we're not. No. We don't have to go through that analysis right now. But Scott, what?
For sure.
But it is a First Amendment analysis, is what I'm trying to say. The First Amendment is not like ultimate. Like it's not inviolable, right? You can have in like sufficient security interests that you can violate somebody's First Amendment rights. Yes, you can. And so while I do think it's a First Amendment issue, the question is the evidence against Hassan Piker, if we're looking at what Hassan Piker's done and who he is as a person, are we really credibly saying here that the reason his global press pass was revoked was because or global entry was revoked, was because he genuinely poses some kind of threat, as in no longer no risk? Or is it
You're repeating the same
maybe
thing.
some kind of like purely, we don't like what this motherfucker's saying?
It's a potential
Ah,
threat,
no,
which is
no,
again the
hold on,
distinction
that
between
could be
being
the- that could be
removed
the-
from
It's not
global
even a
entry.
potential
and
threat.
being
He's a
put on
frat,
floor.
bro.
No, I'll
don't know
respond,
that.
and then I'll
You
shut
don't
the
know
fuck
that.
I
up.
guess I don't know
We
that.
don't know.
But look at
no,
him.
We
man.
don't know that he has
I'll
AI.
Yeah, we gotta-
respond,
know.
shut the fuck up.
Yeah,
I'll
let's
respond,
Scott
but
respond.
shut the
Then we're
fuck up.
moving on. Then
Okay.
Doobie's next.
It's very simple. We don't know what evidence they have. Maybe they found something that we don't know. We only know what's publicly available, which is that we know none of what occurred in the process of reevaluating him, and we don't know what evidence they may or may not have had. You can paint it as this is just silly and ridiculous that we think this. I think it's silly and ridiculous to even think that like Trump is involved in this, because people keep trying to be like Trump is
His
doing
admin.
this and this. It's like Trump has been retarded when it comes to social media so many times. It would not surprise me at all to learn that Trump has no idea who the fuck Hassan is.
Oh, no
Like,
doubt.
Again, it's this idea that there's this nefarious First Amendment speech issue is just you're hinging upon understanding what the process looked like in the background and
Look
using
at Mahmoud
assumptions
Khalil.
that we
So,
don't
so
know.
we got to move on. Sorry. Okay. Doobie, you brought this up, so last word, and then we'll get started.
Okay. So
Don't ask
just
the
to be
question,
clear,
please.
I want to ask questions. So just to be clear about what is actually like looked into when the global entry, like what databases, what lists are looked at, right? When somebody applies for global entry, it is there's a fuck ton of them. The TECS, which is a primary operation database for traveler screening and risk assessment. Stores flags such as suspicious activity reports, previous inadmissibility, and law enforcement encounters. The NCIC, the National Crime Information Center, the APIS, the Advanced Passenger Information System, was biographical info, flight details, name, passport submitted by carriers before arrival. The IDENT, the DHS Automated Biometric Identification System, the ESTA, Electric System for Travel Authorization, the ATS, Automated Targeting System, which is a terrorist screening database and watch list and uses intelligence indicators to find potential terrorists or high-risk people. Like the IBIS, the Integrated Border Intelligence System, which does basically what it aggregates data from the NCIC and the IBIS watch lists and other CBP databases. The passenger name
Cool,
record.
you can read Grok.
No,
Can you make an
stop.
argument, please?
Shut the fuck up. No, shut the fuck up. So all these databases, right? And that's not even all of them, right? Are searched, right? And when they did the search, they didn't find anything that would deny him global entry, which is why he got it almost, I think, over a year after he had that alleged Houthi guy on the stream. Years after his 9/11 statements, years after all this problematic shit you guys are pointing to, he had already done this shit. They looked into his background, looked into all these databases and screen all these intelligence indicators for terrorist screening or harass people, and they gave it to him anyway. And then he gets approved. A month later, he's reassessed, quote unquote, and suddenly stripped away with no fucking explanation. You know who else had their global entry removed in that time? Fuck Chris Krebs. right, former CISA director, who refuted Trump's claims about the election fraud in 2020. In May, he had his revoked. No fucking reason. No justification. And this isn't even the first time Trump has used global entry to punish political opponents or people who disagree with him politically. He revoked it from all of New York State in 2020 for the green light law that they passed. Like, this guy he obviously
The whole state.
yeah, and recently they've also made announcements that people's social media are going to be going through for anti-Israel sentiments, with their like applying for visas or applying for entry into the United States. So obviously there is a trend of political motivation behind restricting people's ability to enter the country easily and also leave the country easily. Obviously, I don't know why the fuck we're denying this.
Okay.
More easily than I mean, again, it's not actually preventing people from entering or exiting.
Yeah, you just
we
don't
gotta
care
shut
about
up.
the political bias in the
Both
government.
gotta
I
shut
get
up.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's
shut up,
convenient to you right
Tyler.
now. Sure.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
All
that's
right.
what it is.
So we gotta
I
move
want to yell
on.
about it too, but we gotta stop.
Yeah. All right. First of all, thanks all for being here. We clearly have a motivated, excited group of people here. Stumbled on to Doobie took us to that particular topic time. I didn't think I was going to blow up, but it did. And it's sort of related, tangentially related to what we're going to be talking about in a second. Guys, if you're out there and you've been enjoying this content, please consider supporting the channel. Sub to the channel, gift bits, or gift subs. I do need your help out there, right? So if you're out there, consider helping out. I know you guys found that one entertaining. So consider helping out the channel so that I can keep going. Our Twitch subs have been quite low. We've been surviving on a YouTube super chat. Shout out to our few YouTube super chat. But yeah, if you're on Twitch land, consider supporting the channel to keep us up and running. Okay, so moving on. We gotta go through this quick. I wanted to get to the topic fast because I wanted to do a thing here. But now we got to it late. So here it is. So I'm gonna read the topic. We're gonna do opening statements. We will do them quickly, Scott. And then
Only Scott.
Like, I'm the only long-winded one here tonight. Fuck off.
Yeah, actually, I don't know. Who else? Well, Gibbs too sometimes. Yeah.
You screamed at Gibbs for like 15
yeah,
minutes
yeah,
to stop talking.
Well, I couldn't get my words out. I mean, I get one sentence, and I know everybody hates my first sentence. But
Well, that's because you got COPD, brother. Go get an oxygen tank.
No, it's crazy. It's crazy. I say one sentence and I get interrupted, and people are like, he's not making a point. I'm like, well, if you let me get 3 sentences out, you don't understand my point. But of course, people ask me a question, then I answer. They're like, nope, I don't like that he's actually answering my question, so they're gonna give me the rigmarole. It's outstanding. I love it. And then I get blamed for the
I love you,
long-winded-
Admiral.
Well, you're long
I love
now.
it. I
You're
love it.
literally like right now. You're long-winded.
Well, I just had to say it right there. I had to get it out because
Corey, pipe down. You're talking too much this show.
I know, as always. My reputation precedes me.
Okay. The topic. All right. The topic is a lot of date. I didn't rewrite this yet, but we're just gonna go with it. The United States is at war with Iran. The United States is at war with Iran. On Saturday, the U.S. Initiated a bombing campaign against Iran's nuclear facilities. This action follows the decades-long strenuous urging of Israel to end Iran's supposedly peaceful nuclear development. However, Trump ran as an anti-war candidate. His supporters boasted about how he hadn't gotten the U.S. into any new wars in his previous administration. Is this a betrayal of the MAGA movement? Or is this a president who is properly responding to the dangers of today? And do you personally support this military engagement? Was it unavoidable? As Scott kindly added, there was a ceasefire that happened. But anyway, this happened. Let me rephrase that. Trump reported that there's a ceasefire happening on Truth Social. Let's get confirmation on that first. And see how that shakes out. And even if there is a proposed ceasefire, doesn't mean it's actually going to work itself out. It requires both parties to do certain things, right? In any case, yes, Israel attacks Iran. We'll talk about that later on. Go more in detail about that part. Attacks Iran supposedly, over its nuclear program. And so it starts bombing, and then they very obvious urging and begging and demanding of the U.S. to follow suit. While the U.S. currently in treaty talks with Iran to have a second nuclear deal, after the one Trump already tore up. So there were talks, and the U.S. said that, hey, or Trump said specifically, hey, we'll consider bombing them. We'll give them 2 weeks, right? Then you'll get a decision. And then, like the next day, he actually bombs Iran at 3 nuclear sites, at least those targets. So yeah, that's the thing that happened. And then Iran responded also, you should know, by bombing a CENTCOM, I believe, the CENTCOM base in Qatar. So that's all happened, and then negotiations behind the scenes, possibly a ceasefire deal incoming. We'll see. Right. So we want to discuss all of that, and I got more to say, but we got to keep it moving. So Lactoid, please.
Yeah. So I opposed. Maybe I'm just too much of a peacenik, but I opposed the U.S. bombing of Iran. I am very skeptical as to the claims of Iran imminently developing a nuclear weapon. My understanding is that this has been a claim repeated since 1994. I think it does kind of bear a lot of resemblance to the claims about Iraq. And I do also think that this is very obvious because now a lot of the more pro-war people are repeating like that. This is like a meme. They're saying like, oh, this guy's got like Iraq syndrome. But I do think that was like, being I think the single greatest American geopolitical fuck up of this century, after 2000. I think it definitely is worth trying to learn a lesson from that. And the lesson from that is, double check your information and don't just start going off of hunches. I think it does. It's true that Iran. I'm not a big fan of Iran. I know that there definitely is some concern. They were enriching uranium to like 60%, which is above any kind of peaceful purpose. I'm not a big fan of that. I don't think that that necessarily means, oh shit, we got to bomb them now. I think that I would have liked to see more, I guess, diplomatic efforts than the ones that were attempted, and perhaps even putting sanctions relief on the table if it meant getting some kind of concessions. But I mean, that's basically was attempted to be done in the Iran deal, which I know Trump pulled us out of. Iran was sticking to that as long as it was active, or at least before the U.S. pulled out. So. But yeah, generally not a big fan of this. I think no new wars means that we shouldn't be bombing new countries.
Thank you so much. Let's go to our friend Scott.
Yeah, obviously, I would say, if they are developing nuclear tech, which I think we can kind of assume they almost certainly were, to what degree they were is going to be difficult. Is it a negotiating tactic, right, to kind of like scare Israel and America into a better deal, right? Or are they actually attempting to develop weapons technology? Because before they were sending their enriched uranium to France to have it turned into fuel rods and brought back, and now they're they can't really do that, so they're doing it in house, and maybe they're doing something to like stir the pot, thinking they won't get bombed, whatever. Um, if that is the case, though, it's perfectly justified to bomb them. Anyone saying that like it would be like a violation of the NAP or like a violation of rights to bomb a nuclear facility that's making nuclear weapons is full of shit. I just don't want my fucking tax dollars going to it. I don't want to be involved anymore. I'm sick of this fucking game. I'm sick of the regime change stuff. But to say that like Israel is like the great Satan, I'm sorry, they're the little Satan because we're the great Satan according to Iran, is like the little Satan, that is like evil for bombing a nuclear facility. Like, no, it's perfectly rational. It's just not something that I think leads to good outcomes in the long term. The one thing that I do think is really important to this conversation, because I agree with most of what Lactoid said and what a lot of the anti-war right wingers are going to say, is I keep hearing this line of like, oh, Iraq was this big fuck up, right? And you said it again, right? And like, oh my God, this is these quagmires, et cetera, et cetera. It is a fundamental misunderstanding of the U.S. economy to claim that regime change is unsuccessful and a waste of money because we don't get a liberal democracy there, because that's never the goal, right? It doesn't help you, the American, but what's important to understand is that within 6 months of Nixon taking the US dollar off of the gold standard, we had a deal set up with Saudi Arabia so that all of the oil in the region would be traded through US dollars. And what this means is about $2.9 trillion is held by other countries so that they can buy and sell oil. And what this means is that if we have inflation, we export our inflation, that our inflation of the United States dollar is not isolated in our country, rather the entire world economy inflates. That is what it means when we say we fight wars for oil. That is what it means when we're talking about the petrodollar. And we knew that Iraq and Saddam Hussein was likely to start pulling out of OPEC and start selling in yuan or into Europe in euros. That's where the term the petro euro comes from. Every single time that we do this and we destabilize regions, it's not so we can set up liberal democracies. It's so that weapons manufacturers can make millions, and so that all of these large corporations can make billions by ensuring that no one is selling to China or Russia using currency other than our own currency, because this is what allows us to have a massive trade deficit and an economy that doesn't actually produce anything material, only sells services and does things like stocks and banking. Okay, the moment we lose that and they all start trading in another currency is the moment trillions of dollars flood the American economy. We get hyperinflation almost certainly because it's a massive increase in the money supply, and this whole fake fucking email jobs, service industry, 17 different managers economy comes crumbling down, and we enter a depression. That's why we do this shit. And to say that those were failures is to not understand why we do those wars.
Thanks so much, Corey.
Yeah, so I actually also agree with a lot of things that Lactoid said, even though everything he said was just AI slop. Just kidding. I don't accuse people of that. That's not good, especially with no evidence whatsoever. But yes, to, let's say, answer the question of the prompt, do I think this is a betrayal of the MAG movement? Yes. At least, again, I think Trump, it's fair to say, he ran on no new wars, and he kept on boasting how, things that happened during Biden would have never happened on his watch. And it's like, is he going to take counting for this? And, I think you're already seeing, even though there's definitely a split in the MAGA movement of those who support and oppose what's currently happening, but you're also seeing those who support, already sort of like shifting the goalpost of like, well, it's not a war, or like they'll say, until there's like troops or, tanks on the ground, it's not a war. But then like, as far as I know, I might have my history incorrect, but I think the last time officially the United States declared war was like in the 40s or 50s or something along those lines. So, you can arguably say that the Iraq War wasn't a war by some sort of definition. But all that to say, I think it's a betrayal. And like, do I think it was justified? Ultimately, no, based off of the evidence that I've seen. But obviously, I think just like everybody else, except for those in actual intelligence, are operating on incomplete evidence. But so far, I don't think the actions were justified. And I'll leave it there for now. And all I'll say is I like the fact that in Scott, keeping it short, he also worked in the etymology of the petro euro, just to keep it short.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. I aim to educate and please.
I don't say it's a bad thing. I just find it interesting.
Our new friend Tali, please.
Okay. I support the U.S. bombing campaign on the Iranian nuclear facilities. I think it's very clear that the IRGC was looking to make a nuclear weapon. They've been doing this pretty brazenly for a long period of time. It seems to have potentially escalated more recently. But I do think that a lot of the people who are screaming about the Iraq War are making disanalogous comparisons here. This was not speculation about whether or not there are WMDs where the government is denying having them. The IRGC proudly talks about having all of the necessary components for a nuclear weapon. They just need to put it together. The IAEA, who is supposed to be monitoring the nuclear development in Iran, has said that they have that the IRGC has hid things from them, could have entire areas where they're doing things off the books, where they're not allowing people to come in and inspect, that they have not been entirely open and transparent, and that they do have good evidence that they have a weapons program. So I think all of these things considered, yeah, we it's not in the interest of America or Israel, for that matter, for the IRGC to develop a nuclear weapon. Heck, I think regime change in Iran would be a great thing. Although I'm inclined to agree with Scott that I don't necessarily think that this needs to be an American adventure to go in and do regime change. But Iran is different than some of these other places that we commonly talk about regime change. Iran had a thriving parliamentary democracy system for hundreds of years before the revolution. They have a truly disgruntled civilian population who has shown for years that they will go out in the street and fight, and that they do want a change in their government. So I hope regime change comes of this, frankly, although I don't think that that should be America's war to fight necessarily. I think it's Israel's war to fight, though, and more power to them.
Thank you so much. Oh God, making a Zionist. But thank you so much, Tali. I appreciate it. Let's go to our friend Gibbs.
Yeah, so if you'd asked me a couple of years ago, like if I thought the Iraq War was a success, I would say maybe there were some middling results. We succeeded in getting rid of the Ba'ath Party. Long term, it's kind of hurt Syria, and whatever. Well, now I would say today, as of today, that the Iraq War is been vindicated Bush. It's actually been a wild success. Like the Middle East. Right, listen, people talk about multipolarity all the time. Multipolarity. Scott was right when he talked about some of these reasons why we go in and invade countries with the petrodollar. But another reason we go in to invade these countries is it's called, you got to go in there and cut the weeds before these countries get too strong or too powerful. And Saddam, problem. He's over here talking about alliances with Syria and with Egypt, potentially turning into a three-country power. They're a traditional polarity pole, like in that area of the Mideast is one. They usually have a couple of them. Saudi Arabia being one, Iran being another. Iran has been like one of the part of the great evil empire for a while here, And so if you'd asked even a year ago, I'd been like, maybe some stuff's going down, and I'd probably been whatever. But since Iraq is not a power anymore, great. Okay, what happened? Well, they became a client state to Iran. Iran's building this coalition in the Mideast against the U.S. They got Hezbollah. They got the Houthis. Syria's on their team. Well, then Syria. Well, guess what? Now their government don't exist. Okay, that's a direct result of ISIS partially, which is a direct result of the Iraq War. Hey, so that's a two-bird, one-stone movement right there. We took out two countries by just taking out one country, and then, hey, the natives did the rest. That's good for us, okay? Cool. Next, we see Iran. I almost am of the opinion, I think we should bomb the shit out of them more. I think that while they're sitting here going, what's happening? Our boys are sitting there going, oh, see, can you see? And they're flying up in the wobbly yonder and bomb the shit out of them, and they can't do nothing. I think that this regime is evil. I don't even care about the nukes. They like to kill people all the time for all sorts of bullshit reasons. They're an evil actor. They fund terrorism worldwide. They're opposed to us diametrically. They just hate us all outright. They call us the great Satan, just like somebody said earlier. They actively call for our destruction. These people aren't our friends. You know what? Fuck them. And I think we need to take them out. And it hurts Russia. So if you're pro Ukraine, then you should be applauding this. Also, I want to make sure, I think somebody said it in my chat, and they're absolutely correct. This wasn't us starting the war. Israel started the war. I'll give them credit for that. And they beat their ass. It was such a bad whooping that they're sitting here crying home to daddy Satan over here to stop little Satan from beating their ass no more. And we said, no, you want to see what they can do? Well, I'll wait till you see what we can do. And then we sent the bombers from across the world. They don't even have the tech to shoot at these bitches. And we dropped new bombs just to test them out and blow up their facilities. Fantastic stuff. Big fan. We need more of that. And then our intelligence operatives, along with Israel, sent letters under the leadership that's left alive because we choose to allow them to live and said, hey, if you don't go tits up, we're going to get trust. That's called flexing. We need more of that and not limp dick like seizures and Alzheimer's. We need more of, hey, if you fuck with us, we're taking you the fuck out. People need to know that we're still the big dog on campus. And I'm a big fan of it. And I honestly don't even give a shit if they have the nukes. I don't give a shit. Iran's evil. Take it out. That's good. I hope they don't. And I hope that all of us are justified for sitting here going, look at all this evil shit they've been doing. And I think that's good enough. And the fact that they probably have been trying to build the nukes, well, cool. I don't want Osama bin Laden to have nukes. Don't particularly want Kim Jong-un to have them. He's got them. I know someone's going to sit here and say I'm a Zionist, but I don't like fucking Israel have them. So you know what? Who's the only people should have nukes? Is us. So that's who should the only people is. And we should bomb all these other countries that come against us cattywampus.
Well, amen to that last part. But before we continue, wow, there's no one like him. Gibbs is one of a kind. Alexander Wynn, $20 super chat. He says, for those who that think we shouldn't have struck, what percentage is a line for you? Or are you okay with them building one if it means we don't attack them ourselves? So I believe what they're saying is that what percentage of either danger or maybe like enrichment, which maybe would be the same thing, honestly, would be the line for you. And then, are you okay with them building a atomic bomb if it means that the America itself doesn't attack? We got two more people. They can respond. Other people can respond afterwards. Thank you, Alexander Wynn, for being a real one, for helping the channel through your super chats. And when else, guys, super chat, we will read your super chats. We'll respond to your super chats. So help us out there on YouTube. All right, let's go to our friend Ali.
Yeah. So Iran is like Schrodinger's like danger. I always hear that they're either the greatest threat to, Israel and America, or and then they're also a paper tiger. So like I don't think they're a threat to America. They're barely a threat to Israel. But because they are a threat to Israel, that's kind of like the only issue here. We don't need to necessarily be involved, but we did get involved. So okay, we bombed their nuclear facility. I think at this point, just going forward, we understand that there's a problem with Israel and the greater Middle Eastern countries. Just have Saudi Arabia build the Israeli Isles, take the Israelis, put them there. Everyone will be happy at that point. Now, I think that'll solve most contentious problems, and I'll just pass it to Doobie.
Okay, Doobie. Yeah, love to hear
you. Okay, so in 2024, our intelligence agencies determined that the reason they're stockpiling this uranium that's enriched beyond civilian levels, yes, but nowhere, it's not at weaponized levels yet, is because they need leverage to force the United States back into the JCPOA, to remove the sanctions that Trump reinstated after he pulled out for no fucking reason. I guess because Obama's name was on it. So that's what our intelligence community said in 2024. In 2025, they said that there's no evidence that they've have a weapons program. They haven't since 2003. No evidence that they are building a nuclear weapon or seeking a nuclear weapon. No evidence that even the religious ruling against nuclear weapons. So the Supreme Leader issued a religious ruling against weapons of mass destruction. He says they're incompatible with Islam. I think over a decade ago he said this. Right? I think like 2 decades ago he said this. So he's made it very clear they do not want a nuclear weapon. They're not seeking a nuclear weapon. It is incompatible with their version of Islam. So Iran agreed in April to give up that stockpile everybody's afraid of. They agreed to the daily inspections. They agreed to everything that was in the JCPOA in April, right? What Trump has been pushing for is no uranium enrichment at all, even for civilian purposes, which is fucking ridiculous. The other thing so when they did have a weapons program, when it was shut down, what our intelligence committees determined then, and even like last year or the year before, is that when they shut that program down, they hadn't even mastered the tech needed to build a warhead with enriched uranium. So even if they had the 97% enriched uranium that they needed to make a nuclear weapon, which they could get in like 2 weeks, I think it's a breakout period for that. They could get enough of that to make a nuclear weapon. But even if they had that, they don't have the know-how to make a nuclear warhead. Even if once they have that, they don't have the missile platform capable of surviving reentry, right? Which is what you need with a nuclear weapon. So all these things are, I think that the lowest estimate, the best case scenario for Iran is that they're 3 to 5 years away from producing an actual functional nuclear weapon, even if they were pursuing it. And again, there's no evidence that they have been since 2003. So all this stuff about, what if they're like building one, yada, yada, it's all ridiculous. There's no evidence of this. The IAEA, I think it is. They say, yeah, so they announced this year that Iran is out of, for the first time in 20 years, by the way, they're out of compliance with the nuclear non-proliferation treaty for the first time in 20 years, right? And they didn't say they're out of compliance because they're building a nuclear weapon. They didn't say that. They said, hey, they haven't explained why they have this enriched uranium or the stockpile of enriched uranium. They're not explaining why they're moving the shit around. et cetera, right? So they're out of compliance with that. That's true, right? They're also out of compliance with their obligations under the JCPOA, and they have been since the U.S. pulled out and reinstated sanctions. But like I said, all the evidence points to them using this for leverage to get the U.S. back into the JCPOA because they don't want the sanctions. And again, they agreed to give up the stockpile everybody's afraid of. They agreed to give that up in fucking April. They agreed to commit to never building a nuclear weapon. All they wanted, right? Their demands were, we want the sanctions lifted by the United States, and we want a binding commitment from the United States not to pull out the sun. That's what they're looking for. It's very clear. They don't want a nuclear weapon. There's no evidence they want a nuclear weapon. Everything points to them not having or wanting or pursuing a nuclear weapon. So all this is like delusional bullshit.
Okay.
Yeah,
opening up
Lactoid.
The panel.
Yeah, I mean, if we take out their leadership completely, you know what's going to happen? The Taliban and the Kurds are going to carve them up, and then Turkey's going to keep the Kurds down. Iran's going to be in chaos. We no longer have to worry about that part of the Middle East being a problem for us anymore. Saudi Arabia and Israel, which are our allies, could just run shop, take over. I think this is a big win all around for us. We get the petrodollar going over there in that area for whatever it eventually pops up. Big win. I don't really see any loss from this for us. We literally dropped 4 bombs, and they just rolled over like a bunch of bitches. I mean, like, they can barely handle Israel. They can't handle us at all. I don't even think we should send one troop. Every time they act up and they get threatening, we should just send some bombers and just, like, keep doing that to them. And just keep them down. And I think that's the long-term solution. And we'll never have to worry about them again. I think this has been, the Bush era is now totally vindicated.
What do you want to bomb them for? What do you want to bomb them for?
Because they're evil.
Because they're evil. What the fuck does that mean? You
don't
don't think it's evil to just bomb people for like your convenience? Oh, okay, yeah, I see.
Not if you're America doing it.
I see. Yeah, I see.
America, superpower first.
Not if you're America doing it. America does no terrorism. It's just one.
Wait,
Terrorism just goes one way, not the other way around.
Well,
It's just
that's why we're the
one-way
superpower.
street. Just terrorism to people just means Muslim makes things go boom. That's what
Basically,
terrorism
yeah.
means.
That's
It's like,
basically how it's used.
I
Yeah.
don't care if you're an adversarial
Angry
power,
Muslim
it's
makes
good for
thing go
America.
boom.
Yeah. It's
That's
not if you're Muslim. I
terrorism.
don't care if you're Muslim or not. This could be like China. If we can
No,
take
no,
out
I
I
don't.
think
I
it's
don't
actually
talk about
in
you.
the
I'm just saying. That's what
dictionary.
terrorism
But Gibbs,
is.
Gibbs, Iran has been trying to normalize relations for us for fucking decades. Why are they an
No,
adversary?
haven't. Come on.
Yes,
what do you
they
mean?
have.
No,
Hold on. Why do they sign? Why do they sign onto the JCPOA and then comply with the JCPOA?
And then they hid the fucking.
That's
shit
not-
from
that's
They
us.
not an
wanted the
attempt to
money.
normalize
They wanted the
relations?
money that they were
Fine.
getting, and they
And then we
did.
did-
Hold on, hold on.
Literally after
That's
signing
not
in
an
on the
attempt. That's not an
JCPOA, they
attempt to
literally
normalize
got-
relations.
Obama
No.
literally sent them an airplane full of cash, literally
Exactly.
immediately after they signed on to the JCPOA. So actually, I think what's possibly happened here is the JCPOA allowed short-term stalling of their nuclear program so that they could fund the long-term.
It hasn't been
proliferation
active
of
for
nuclear
fucking
weapons.
over 20 years. What do you
So-
talk? What nuclear
That's not
program?
true, Doobie. And
And
the
to clear-
IAEA
And
does not
no,
agree with
yes,
you at all.
no, that's
You're
not
making
true.
all of
Pull
these
it up.
claims. No,
Pull it up.
no, no,
Pull it
you're
up.
ma-
Pull it up.
I have it
The
pulled up on
IAEA
my screen
says
right now.
no
I have
credible
it pulled up on
evidence
my
to
screen
pursue a
right
nuclear
now.
weapon. Cool, read it
You
to
are
me.
choosing one sentence. You obviously did not read the entire
Read it to
report.
me.
That is one sentence from the
Okay,
report.
read it.
And they also say in multiple parts in the report that going back to 2003, the earliest of 2003, let me pull up the actual report here so I can read from it, but they were not
Hold on, you said you were reading from it right now.
Even the sites. No, I said
So,
it's up on my computer.
No, you
screen.
said
I'm
you were
not
reading from it right now. Don't.
Okay, we'll let her
This
do
is
that.
just like the
It's up on my
Hassan
Okay,
computer
Hussein
screen.
pull back.
Idiot, Jesus Christ. I'm saying I can read you
Oh,
the
have the
direct
quote
language
ready.
if you
Tally,
want because
go
it's
get
up
the
on
report.
my computer
One
screen.
second, Tally,
Like,
go
this
get
is
the
so
report.
fucking stupid.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
bad.
it's just what
Do
Doobie
you have the
does.
quote ready?
They were in
Hey,
compliance between
hey,
2015 and
hey.
18.
Yeah, they were in
Come
compliance.
on, Lactoid,
Knock
come
it off.
on.
Whoa. Hey, I told you to knock it off. When I say knock it off, shut the fuck up, please. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. So Alexander Wynn gives another super chat, $10 super chat. This one's specifically to Doobie. It says, so even if they, meaning Iran, achieved 90 to 95% enrichment, you trust their religious leaders enough to do nothing. Thank you, Alexander Wynn.
No, I don't. I don't trust any world leader, just like as a rule. Okay, what I'm saying is I trust our intelligence community. What our intelligence community is saying is even if they had the 90% enriched uranium, they don't have the ability to make a warhead. They don't have the ability to make a missile. So, and both of those things would take like 1 to 3 years each. So they and again, there's no evidence, according to our intelligence community, that there even is a nuclear program. All the evidence, they believe that it's been shut down since 2003. So for over 20 years,
This is not true.
they have not. Yes, it is true.
No, it's
Okay,
not
I'll
true.
post a
You are
report for you guys.
cherry-picking from
You can
these
read
reports.
it. Then read it to me.
What do you want me to read to you? So, for
You
example, I
s-
can read
first
you
you said you were
from.
reading it. Then first
The
you
part
say you were
that's not
reading it.
true.
Then you said you
Doobie,
could pull
I
it up and
said
read
it
it to
was
us.
up on my
Doobie,
screen.
please.
I said it was
Read
up
it,
on my
man,
screen.
hey.
I had to
So
fucking
read it. It's
toggle
on your
over
screen.
to
Read it to
it.
us.
Okay, then read the part that
Jesus H.
contravenes what Brother
Christ.
Doobie said. Okay, so just
Yeah.
read the part that you feel contravenes what he said. Okay.
Okay, sure. So here, literally, I'm just picking fucking sentences at random here. But okay, so having exhausted all of the available safeguard measures and with no further questions beyond those to which Iran had refused to provide any response, the Director General reported to the board on March 5th, 2002, that the issue could be considered no longer outstanding at that stage. The agency notes, however, that no longer outstanding at that stage does not mean resolved. The agency assessment, in fact, remains unchanged. That this whatever location where undeclared nuclear material was stored and processed to produce components for nuclear device-related testing, and that Iran has not declared the nuclear material and nuclear-related activities associated with this location. And there are hundreds of examples like this, where Iran was not reporting these things, not allowing the IAEA access to these things. And the IAEA is very clear about this. They say that, yes, they did not find like a book that said, here is our nuclear proliferation plan. We are planning to make a warhead at this time and this date. But what else are you? They have all of the components there. Enriching up to 60%. The process of enriching from 60% to 90% is a much simpler process than the process from enriching to 2% to 60%. Okay. So they have accelerated this program to a point where the only use for it, the only potential use for it would be weaponry. And the IAEA talks specifically about the weaponry capacity of the IRGC. They just say that they didn't find specific plans to create the weapon, but they have all of the components, and they talk very explicitly about how the leaders of the IRGC, they talk about their intent. They state their explicit intent to put together a nuclear warhead and to
Okay, you
claim that
need
they
to post
already
that.
have the components.
You're lying. You need to post that.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, that was a
This is in the IAEA
You're lying.
report.
You're lying.
Literally,
Post
the
it.
Director General
Post
of
it.
the IAEA said this
Awesome. Post it.
themselves. Okay.
Awesome.
Let me go
Post it.
find it for you. Okay.
Okay. So
Yeah, you were lying. Post it.
there's something I want
I just
to.
can I
Oh,
just very
Doobie.
quickly
Hold on,
correct
1 second.
one more piece of misinformation from Doobie.
Okay,
You
you
claim
do that, and then I
a
want to
nuclear
jump
warhead
in.
requires reentry. That's just not true. Like you can drop it from an airplane and you can do
Dirty Bob.
short range missiles, and they already have the payload capacity in some of their missiles for short range. Right now, being able to shoot a missile from Iran to America, you're correct. That would require reentry. But being able to drop a nuclear warhead from a plane or short range missiles that already have that payload capacity. So this idea that it would take 1 to 2 years for them to be able to nuke anybody is just more
truck.
misinformation that you're cherry picking so that you can try and
You just
make
put
your
it in a
argument
truck,
instead of
you know?
just
Sure.
standing by your actual arguments like a fucking man.
So okay. And Doobie can respond to that if they like. So something I want to like separate out for everyone is like being nuclear capable and being nuclear armed. Those are two different things, right?
Mhm.
So like if you are nuclear capable, then you have like the industry, you have the components to reach nuclear armament, right? You're at that industrial level. Not all countries are there, right? Like Mozambique or Belize or something, they're not there. But Japan is nuclear capable, right? There are certain European countries nuclear capable, but they're not nuclear armed. So those are two different things, right? So
We don't know with
Iran's.
Iran because we never went to Fordo. So like,
Well, I'm willing to say
either.
no. To be clear, what I'm willing to say is that Iran, at this point, is nuclear capable, and is specifically positioned themselves to be there, right? Like what the IAEA say that they've broken their obligations to a treaty that got broken previously any which way, but whatever, right? But in any case, like they're not reporting or anything like that. But they have all those components. Now, what the advantages, what Doobie was trying to say, the advantages of being nuclear capable is now you can posture and you can have a level of leverage in international negotiations. You are simply treated differently at that point, right? When there's the threat of these things. But I get conflicting reports on what has actually been said by the leadership All right, I'll let Doobie and Tali fight this out. I can't say I have a deep
Do y'all
understanding.
agree a dirty bomb is a nuke?
I don't
but
speak
have it-
Farsi. I don't fucking
think-
know.
do
You
you-
know what I mean?
Yeah,
I
yeah,
just
yeah.
reports.
Prime, do you think
Yeah,
like,
so-
Prime, just
No.
Well,
to clarify,
I'm just finish
you
the last
think-
thing.
do you think
I'll
it's
go
a-
straight to you. Just last thing. Yeah. So I don't have I don't have a firm grasp. I've heard what Doobie has talked about before about like the leadership pushing back, saying we aren't building a nuclear weapon. That's not our goal to do so, even though they've postured themselves again nuclear capable. But I've also heard people say the opposite, that like there have been statements of like commanders in the IRGC who have said like the Zionist land will burn, a nuclear fire or whatever. Right. So I don't know. So I'll these two have a better idea of that. So I'll let them fight that. But Gibbs, you want to say something?
Yeah, Prime. Would you agree that like a dirty bomb would count as a nuclear attack?
Yeah, I would say that is a WMD, right? It's a specific kind. It wouldn't. I think it's simply a different class than a nuclear weapon. But I see what you're saying. That there's a danger that nuclear
Depends on the
material can be used
size
for
of
that.
the
Fair
Well,
enough.
dirty bomb.
so my thing is, right, like 60%, not only is 60% pretty close to like 90 and it's easy to enrich it. The hard part for these countries, for the most part, is one, you have to get the scientific know-how. We know that they were already testing trigger mechanisms back as far as like 2003 or some shit. I think like it's been a while, right? We know they've been interested in it. We've seen like evidence of them trying to talk to like other governments like Pakistan and North Korea to try to get information. Like this is something that we've known has happened over the course of like how many years. Whether or not you think they're doing it now is a whole different thing. We also know they had 800 pounds or some shit of enriched uranium up to 60%. That's the hard part right there. Getting the enriched uranium. If they have that, are you telling me right now that Iran, with their extensive hybrid warfare network with Hezbollah and the Houthis and Hamas, they wouldn't be able to sneak a car in, a 2,000-pound car, which is what a normal car, put a bunch of fucking fissile uranium material in there or whatever, and move it in there, and then blow that bitch up in the middle of Jerusalem? They
I
absolutely
can
could.
answer your question. I can answer your question. Of course,
to
they could
Israel,
do
not
that.
America.
No,
Well,
no.
America.
I can answer your question. Of course they could,
Oh, cool.
right? They could absolutely do that. However, I don't think they would because of all the reasons.
Right.
Because one, the reasons why they haven't done that already, right? Because they are an isolated country already under a ton of sanctions, and understanding that the response would be fierce. I mean, this would be not compared to a response like that they've currently just experienced, right? It would be nothing compared to what would happen afterwards, right? Like guns blazing, right? Like weapons free United States Army. If something like that happened. No, this part it's important, right? The reason why I am inclined to believe that they aren't going for a bomb is because they happen to be rational actors. That unlike the way that we're constantly portraying the Iranian leadership, right, as if they're some sort of special monsters, is that no, they can see from their people. They can understand that their rule is tenuous, right? Even though they're authoritarian, they're still their rule is tenuous, and they have to respond to their people. And their people don't want to.
Islam isn't a special monster.
hold-
It
hold-
just
hold-
regular
No. Hey,
monster.
wait. Stop. I'm gonna finish. So
Islam is a
their
special
people
monster.
don't want that level of attention. That might change after this bullshit. And also they like understand the global positioning, right?
Yeah, but
And so no, I'll save that other part for later because that's just
well,
going to
so
inflame the
Prime,
audience.
the reason I bring this up, right, is like, sure, Iran itself may be a rational actor, and that could be debatable. I think countries could be irrational. I would also say that ISIS was probably rational leadership level, right? They like implemented a quasi country. They were trying to start their own caliphate, right? I would say Hezbollah has probably got rational actors in it, right? So does
Yeah,
Hamas, right? So do
100%.
all these, right? They all probably have rational actors. Here's the thing, though: what Iran has been doing consistently is the plausible deniability thing, where they have their proxy step in. It's very easy in my mind for them to be like, "Oh,
Like
we
the US
haven't-"
does.
Sure, I agree. But like, unlike the U.S., I think it's far more likely for them to give the fiscal material to Hezbollah, who they know probably has agents in Israel, and then Hezbollah blows it up, and then
So,
Iran
hon,
goes, "We didn't know they were going to
my
do that."
my God,
Like,
my boy, like we currently don't actually have proof that they
have
were
proof. They have
going.
the-
Hold on,
they have
one
the-
second.
they have
Hold
the
on, I'm gonna
material.
respond. We don't have proof, right? Literally, our DNI, Tulsi Gabbard, made the statement, no, they're not trying to build a bomb. We don't have evidence they're trying to build a bomb. They have the materials.
Everyone's
Yeah,
citing.
whoa, run. I
But
thought
that
I was
doesn't change
talking.
My point. That doesn't
Hold
change
on,
my point,
whoa,
Brian.
excuse me. I thought I was talking, right? Was I mistaken? No, I wasn't. Thank you. All right. So I'm going to finish my point. Tulsi Gabbard made that statement. The U.S. intelligence agency does not
Nails,
believe,
so you can do the
did
girl
not
thing when you're
believe.
being sassy.
Stop. Oh my God, please knock it off. The U.S. intelligence agency does not. Oh my God. All right. Just shut up. All right.
Like a
Okay.
TikTok girl in a car.
Okay.
You
All right.
need some
Okay. I'm
nails.
gonna do it. All right, I'm gonna do this. Okay. This is how I'm gonna get rid of my nervous energy. Okay. All right. So the U.S.
It's
intelligence
easier. I
agency
love you.
did not did not believe that they had a nuclear that they had aspirations to build that nuclear weapon. They had no evidence of that. Right? That's our agency. That's not the lying Israelis. This is the American the position of the American intelligence agency under Tulsi Gabbard. That's what they said. And then you're saying, well, yeah, they could have worked on their proxies, right? Like, it's not like the entire world doesn't know that Hezbollah is funded by Iran. It's not like everyone doesn't understand that. Where would Hezbollah have gotten the fucking nuclear material? Obviously, to go to Iran. Like, even if they went to their proxies, we're not dumb as fuck, right? And the results would be the exact same. And in fact, of course, it would go to Hezbollah to make the delivery. That would be the easiest way of doing that. But no, they wouldn't do that for all the reasons I fucking listed. Right, and I love this coming from individuals defending Israel. Right, the only one who's been attacking its neighbors belligerently this entire time. Right, bombing
That's
and bombing.
hilarious.
Right,
The only one
performing an
attacking its
ethnic
neighbors
cleansing
belligerently.
as
That's
we
hilarious.
speak. Right,
Ali, you're
slaughtering
supposed to be getting me that source.
Oh, I have it pulled up. I'm sitting here
Okay.
ready. I've been
Why
ready.
don't you
to
send
go.
it to him?
In
Before you
June
move on,
2023, Khomeini warned world powers that they cannot stop his regime if it desires to build nuclear weapons, a threat echoed by Iran's former nuclear chief, Ali Akbar Salehi. In February, Salehi boasted that the regime has all of the components necessary for building a bomb. Then the, what is his title? The Director General of the IAEA, the International Atomic Energy Agency, seconded this and said that he was very concerned that Iran was not being transparent and very concerned specifically by Salehi's comments about having all of the components that they were not allowing the IAEA into inspect. So this idea that Iranian government officials have never claimed that they wanted to make a nuke or that they planned to make a nuke, Khomeini said it himself, and so did the former head of their nuclear program in Tehran. The former head of the Tehran nuclear program said the exact same thing, said they have all of the components, they just need to put it together. Now, you
Yeah,
could
but not that they
argue,
want to
you could
put it
argue,
together.
hold on really quickly, that they have, okay. And Khomeini said that they can do it if they want to, okay?
Yeah,
Now,
they can
you
do
could
it if
argue
they
that
want to,
were,
yes.
You could argue that they were lying or that they were bluffing about what their
No,
actual
they were telling the
capacities were,
truth.
but then fuck around and find out. It's not like they're denying having the ability and then everyone's speculating that they do. They're claiming explicitly to have the ability.
No, you're speculating
is a
that they
threat.
have
That is
the
a
weapons.
threat.
The speculation is that they have the weapons. They've had the weapons. They have 20 weapons. They have 10 weapons, whatever it may be.
No,
Not that they
no
have
one
the
has ever
ability to
said
make
that.
weapons.
No one has ever said that. They said they have the components to put together at least 10 weapons. No one is claiming that they have 10 nuclear warheads underground that no one knows about. That's not a claim that anyone's making.
The claim isn't that Iran has nukes, just that they have
No,
the
the
ability
claim
to
is
have
that
nukes.
Iran
That's the
is
claim?
correct. The claim is that Iran is way too close to having nukes, that they have all the components to put together a nuke, and that they would have
I mean, how long has that claim
motivation
been
to
going for,
create a
though?
nuke.
The claim's been going for
For
what, like 20 years,
for
30
four-
years
no,
now?
like yeah, 30
Does
plus
that make
years.
it untrue?
Yes.
Does that
Yeah.
make it
Yes!
If you say something for
Yes!
30 years and it's not
They've been
happening,
saying
Hold on,
it
how
doesn't
does that
happen
make
It's been
it
like
untrue?
2
30th
years,
year magically.
2 years away for
First of
30
all,
years.
they-
Yeah,
They were 2
actually.
weeks, they were a month, they
increase-
can have,
The
it's like,
increase
yeah.
of the uranium enrichment is more recent than 30 years ago. But okay, so
But
if for
they've been
30
making the
years,
claim
So
people are
why do we
saying-
believe them
so
now if
if
it
30
wasn't there
years people are
before?
saying that the IRGC
I'd like to respond when
intends
she's
to
done,
build a
Lonnie.
nuclear weapon, and then slowly, while they get financial assistance from the world leaders, 20 years later they actually bump up their
So
enrichment.
they've been
what's
2 weeks
what's
away
even
for 20
inconsistent
years.
there?
So
Why did it take them so long?
Yeah, I'd
They
like to
didn't have
respond
all
when
the
she's
money
done,
to
I thought they,
pay
I
Lonnie.
thought they were
Yeah,
weeks away,
before the
months
JCPOA.
away.
So they had much less funding for their nuclear enrichment program.
But
That's
they
why
were
they-
but they
Hold
were
on,
always
okay.
months
So
away.
Well,
They always were
hold on,
right
well,
there.
That's okay. You're saying, okay, again, and this is like, okay, so Bibi Netanyahu claimed that they were months away, right? Okay, but let's look at the agencies that you're talking about, the American agencies, the UN agencies. Let's look at the IAEA, okay? Their analysis has changed. They are explicitly talking about Iran not giving them access to certain facilities, lying about certain metals that they had, hiding and remelting those metals into other disks and stuff so that they could evade the IAEA. These are all reasons, cumulative reasons to suspect that Iran is much closer to a nuclear weapon now than they were then. Then we
let's
didn't
go.
have evidence of 60% uranium enrichment. So
I haven't said they don't
obviously
have the ability or capability, or they're not close. I'm just saying they don't have it.
Let's go to
no one's saying
You
they
can
have
get from
it.
Yeah, let's
60
go
to 90
to-
like extremely quickly, by the way. Like
yeah.
Nah,
so
exactly. It's
They're-
much different.
apparently it
Going
takes
from
30
5
years.
to 60.
Apparently it takes 30
Yes.
It's the
years.
same-
to
Going
get
it's-
there.
from
no, it's the
going from
exact same
5
tech.
It's not.
let's
It's
go
the
to
exact
our
same tech to
friend
go from
Gibbs.
60 to 90.
Let's go to our friend Gibbs, and we'll go to Doobie. Also, we have a super chat for Doobie. So before Doobie goes, I'll read that super chat, then you can respond to everything. So Gibbs first.
Yeah.
And then
So,
Gibbs.
Sure.
so a part of this is what is the
Super chatted the
IRGC?
debate he's in.
Yeah, so the IRGC, right? What are their stated goals? Is they help like train up the militias they whatever. Do y'all remember General Salami, the guy that got turned into Salami by Trump? Listen, so that guy, right? He came out and he
General
stated,
Salami.
yeah, this is his
Very close.
exact
close.
quote. This is exactly the sinister regime, referring to Israel, must be wiped off this map. This is no longer a dream, but it is an achievable goal, Salami said. All right, let's go over here to a different general. That was in 2019. Here's one from 2021. Our top Iranian general vowed that Iran will annihilate Israel and boasted that Iran could easily defeat Saudi Arabia with in a reign of nuclear final. This is also a guy from the IRGC, right? I can't find his name. Reza Nakdi. I don't know, whatever. That's his name. Brigadier General. All right, these are two higher ups. Both of these guys, what the IRGC does is they train the terrorist groups, Hezbollah. They have ties to the ones in Syria. They have ties to Hamas. They're directly assigned, like training with them. Now, when they're both saying these things, right? This is their outright stated goal.
Don't forget
They
Yemen.
said, oh yeah, hold on, yeah. Well, we can go to them, but yeah, at the top, yeah, I guess the Houthis too, right? These are their stated goals. It says no longer a dream, but an achievable goal. And then one of them directly references nuclear fire, right? It doesn't seem like a far-fetched stretch of the mind for them to go, we made a dirty bomb, we made a nuke, give it to a proxy, they blow it up, we go, oh God, they did it for their own protection against this evil regime. And Israel's kind of small. I assume if you detonate a big nuke in the middle of Israel, that's probably going to devastate Israel overall. Or if you detonate a dirty bomb in like the capital, that would probably bring them to a standstill. It's not a far idea. And for you to act like it's just out of the realm of possibility for them to do
It's not out of the
something
realm
like
of
this
possibility.
with
I'm just saying
Not out
the country that's been making the claim for 30 years also has nukes and nuclear facilities that we're not allowed
These
to
are
inspect.
these are their
Have
quotes.
never been
This is their-
looked into
this
that
is
they
their-
deny even
hold on.
having. So
This
it's
is
like,
the
what the fuck do you
leaders-
want me to do
this-
listening
hold
to
on.
them? Why would I
These are
care
the
about
le-
what
these are the
Why can't we
leaders-
respect Israel?
Hold on. These are the leaders of the
a
Iranian
fallacious argument.
Revolutionary Guard stating their stated achievable
such a dumb
goal
argument.
is to
True.
do this, and working through their proxies. And you're going, nah. And this
Oh,
within the last 5 years.
So let's go to our friend. Sorry, we're gonna go to our friend Doobie. But and then I see your hand, Scott. Let me read that super chat quickly. Super chat from Alexander Wynn, $20 says, Doobie, just a reminder, we'd have no credible evidence if we're not allowed to look at it. I mean, I guess inspections, look at their facilities. Additionally, terrorist organizations could bring tech to them, and other countries could serve it to them, send it to them, I think, send it to them, or sell the material to terrorists. So yeah, you can respond to that if you like.
Okay. So yeah, what that Alexander Wynn guy said is, I think on its face retarded. But I think I'll demonstrate that with everything I'm about to go through. So Talia said she was going to post something for us. So in the time it took her to find that one thing, I found all this other shit that you guys can see in our group chat. Multiple ODNI reports, multiple years. The IAEA report, that statement that she made, that she came up with from Khamenei, right? Which is not what she said it is. So I'll just go through them. So again, Iran's nuclear program has widespread concern. According to U.S. intelligence assets, Tehran has a capacity to produce nuclear weapons at some point, but has halted its nuclear weapons program and has not mastered all the necessary technologies for building such weapons. So that's report one. Report two, which is what it says to reference, right, in that first screenshot that I posted, says, again, We've assessed that Tehran possesses the technological and industrial capacity to produce nuclear weapons, but they have not yet mastered all the necessary technologies to build such weapons. And again, their program was shut down in 2003, right? So, and it even says here, right? National intelligence estimate made public in 2007 said assessed that Tehran halted its nuclear weapons program in 2003. The estimate, however, also assessed that Tehran is keeping its options open, and that the decision to end the nuclear program is inherently reversible. Right, so they acknowledge that Iran could make a nuclear weapon; they could decide to do that. Right. The next thing, I think this is the this is the 2024 ODNI report that I reference, right? Which is talking about their why they're stockpiling. Iran is using its nuclear program for negotiation leverage and to respond to perceived international pressure. During the last year, it has modulated its production and inventory of 60% uranium. Tehran has said it would restore the JCPOA limits if the United States fulfilled its JCPOA commitments and the IAEA closed its outstanding safeguards investigation. They continue to increase the size of the stockpile. No evidence weapons. Okay. This is the 2025 report, right? The next one. We continue to assess that Iran is not building a nuclear weapon and that Khamenei has not reauthorized the nuclear weapons program he suspended in 2003. The pressure has probably built on him to do so. Next one. So they acknowledge that there might be pressure internally to pursue nuclear weapons, but Khamenei remains a final decision maker, and he has not made any decision to pursue nuclear weapons. Right. Next one. This is the overall assessment from the IAEA. Right. This is where it says that the agency has no credible indications of ongoing undeclared structured nuclear program of the type described above in Iran, and notes that the highest officials in Iran that the use of nuclear. Notes the statements of the highest officials in Iran that the use of nuclear weapons is incompatible with Islamic law. However, repeated statements by former high-level officials in Iran have stated that. In Iran, related to Iran having all capabilities to manufacture nuclear weapons, continue to provide concerns in this area. Okay, now we go to the Khamenei quote. All right, so I found the specific quote that you said. Right, so if we wanted to build nuclear weapons, America could not stop us. The rest of that quote is that the reason we do not have nuclear weapons and are not pursuing them is that we ourselves do not want to for certain reasons. It was our own decision not to pursue them. Otherwise, if we had wanted to, they would not have been able to stop us. Now, if that's actually a translation, right? Because he put this out in Persian, right? So if you go to the actual website to where they put this statement was originally put out, right? It says the Iranian nation has never sought nuclear weapons and will never seek them, and will also prove to the world that nuclear weapons do not create authority, but rather a nation relying on its high human and natural talents and capacities has the ability to break the authority that relies on nuclear weapons. It's very fucking clear and cut and dry. Okay, there's no evidence whatsoever. Okay, I was going to post a fatwa for you. I think I did post a fatwa for you, or maybe I didn't. I haven't yet. Okay, the fatwa. Nuclear weapons, WMDs generally, including biological weapons, by the way, are incompatible with Islamic law. He's the highest authority in Iran. That is his ruling. He has stuck to that ruling for decades now. There's no evidence anywhere that is no longer the case. And in fact, again, I can post this for you if you don't believe this. They agreed to give up that stockpile in April, as long as the United States goes back to the JCPOA commitments and lifts the sanctions and commits to a binding agreement that they won't pull out again because they don't want the sanctions imposed. That's it. There's no fucking evidence. This nuclear weapon thing is a fucking delusion. It's a lie.
Scott?
I mean, did you want Tali to respond first before
I don't know.
into a
That's
separate
Tali-
thing?
Well, Tali didn't. But if you wanted to go, Tali.
I mean, yeah, sure. I'll just respond really quickly. So it's not a lie. And if they weren't interested at all, then they wouldn't continue enriching their uranium up to levels that are way beyond any type of civilian or peaceful purpose. That's number one. And number two, even this idea that the IAEA has no evidence, if you read the report closely, essentially every section of the report ends with something along the lines of what I read before. Having exhausted all the safeguards and measures available and with no further questions beyond those to which Iran had not provided any response, the Director General in this report, dated blah, 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 informed the board that the issue, and specifically the matter of depleted uranium, could no longer be considered outstanding at that stage. The agency notes that no longer outstanding at that stage does not mean resolved. The agency's assessment, in fact, continues to be that in 2003, Iran conducted a number of explosive tests at this specific location.
In 2003, when the weapons program was active.
Read this?
Yes, again.
Hold on, 2003 is when we said that the weapons program stopped.
Hold on. My point is, I was just reading. This is literally just the page that I have open. My point being that if you read these reports closely, every section ends with, "This is our assessment based on what they gave us access to." But it should be noted they didn't give us access to XYZ, and they didn't answer questions XYZ. So to say that yes, this is indisputable proof that they do not have these capacities and they're not working towards this is not an accurate representation of the data given to us from the IAEA, who has no. They're not Israeli shills. They're not trying to push some Zionist propaganda. Okay, this is their honest assessment that yes, based on the information that they have access to, they don't have evidence in that direction. But they note how much information they don't have access to because of IRGC involvement or resistance to that refusal. In fact, okay.
I mean,
So to
Okay,
claim that
so
we
tell
have
me,
all the
so tell me,
information
so tell
is
me,
not
why is
true.
it
It's just
why
not
is it you
accurate.
think that our intelligence agencies determined that the reason they're going up to 60% is for leverage, and they were willing to give that up again in fucking April. They were willing to give that up that entire
Leverage,
stockpile
fine, leverage
to get us back into the
toward
JCPOA, which they
making
were
a
in compliance
bomb.
with.
Toward making a bomb.
No, that's ridiculous.
Yes,
Hold on,
otherwise
that
you
isn't
don't
what
enrich
they
up
said.
to-
Hold
you
on.
don't enrich
You're
closer
why
to weapons level.
do you just know better than our intelligence agencies? What they said is they're building leverage.
I would say the IAEA
okay.
probably knows
Hold
better than
on.
our intelligence agencies because they're
That's
actually on the
stupid.
ground.
That's
being
Hold on,
stupid.
involved.
Tubi is
I don't
trying
think
to
That's
interrupt
stupid.
you and
I don't
keep
So
you
think
during
from
the
that's
past
at all.
year,
questions.
no,
all
I'm
right?
not. No,
Let
I'm
him
not.
interrupt you.
No, I'm trying to get her to
immediately
stop
not get a
lying. Okay, I'm
response.
trying to get her to stop fucking lying. Okay, so
Fucking
again,
lie with
so
the generals
just
and
not
the
lying.
leadership
stop in
told them
2024.
that was
Again, I'll
told
read it
in
again. I'll read it
2019,
again.
2021.
I'll
Like,
read it
they said
again.
this was the
I'll read it
goal.
again
Right,
in
okay.
2024. A year ago, during the past year, it has modulated its production and inventory of 60% uranium. This is what we're talking about, the 60% uranium that
Iranian
everybody's
generals
afraid of.
lying.
Please stop.
Iranian
Stop.
generals lying when they said that was the goal.
Tehran has said,
Before they
if
lied.
stop,
Answer my
stop.
question, Doobie.
Tehran has said it would restore. Tehran has said.
Dibs, knock it off.
Hold on,
Tehran
y'all
has
do this to
said.
me all the time.
Tehran has
I'll answer my
said.
question, Doobie.
Tehran has said it would restore.
Hey.
Answer the question,
Tehran.
Doobie. Iranian generals lying? Were they lying? When they said
Post the quote by the Iranian general. Post it. I don't know what the fuck
I-
you're talking about. Post it.
I just read them to
Yeah,
you.
you just heard it.
No,
Okay,
no.
well then
Yeah, post it.
hold on.
Post it.
It was
Post
the
it.
former
Post
the
it.
former head of their nuclear program.
Hey,
in
Oh,
but
the
the
Iran
for-
minute
was
okay,
said they
hold
have
on.
all
The
the
former head of the
information
nuclear
put
program that
together.
ended in 2003.
No.
What do you?
No.
What
no,
nuclear program?
no.
General Salami, General Salami. We just had a whole laugh
Okay.
about it. Was
Again-
he lying
I'm
when
not
he said
talking
this
about
was
that.
the
Again,
goal?
no, hold on. Hold on. No, stop. So hold on. I'm not lying. Hold on. I don't think he was lying. No, hold on. I don't think he was lying about wanting to wipe Israel off the face of the earth. I think it's reasonable. Hold on.
Got it.
Hold on. Gibbs, you're advocating for this to happen in Iran because they're inconvenient to you for some fucking reason. Like I don't know what the fuck. Israel's been advocating for war with Iran for fucking decades. Of course
Oh,
they
no,
want
I
this
don't give
country
a shit.
gone.
Like,
What
they
do you,
gotta
okay,
go.
then what are you bitching about? Why do you
I'm
get
just
advocate
saying,
for this and they can't?
You're sitting
Don't be
here
ridiculous.
You're sitting here saying this
Hold
is not their goal.
Oh
and
my
I
God.
We have the
quoted two
virtues
different-
signal when it
fact
comes to
the fact that
Israel.
you
All
don't
that
think
virtues
the
signal
fact that
the
you
other way.
don't
It's
think
always
that,
true.
two
any
generals.
kind of
I
like
quoted
sense
two
of like
generals.
morality
This is the opposite
or
of what-
any kind of
Hold on,
response
hold on.
to
I
the
quoted
crazy shit
two
that you
generals.
spew is justified.
Hold on,
It's
I
fucking
said
ridiculous.
two
It's childish as fuck.
Two generals said the exact same thing, and you are just sitting here going, "Nope, didn't happen."
No, I'm not. No, I didn't say that. I didn't say it didn't happen.
okay. So then
So again,
you're lying
I'll,
now.
no, I didn't say it didn't happen. Right. Well, I'm talking
Oh.
the supreme leader is the highest authority. No, our intelligence agencies, no evidence of a weapons program. It shut down in 2003. At the IAEA, no credible evidence of a weapons program. And again, in 2024, they said our intelligence agencies said the reason they're enriching the uranium to 60% is for leverage to get the U.S. back into the JCPOA, which they were in compliance with. So it's fucking. What are you guys afraid? If you guys are afraid of the 60% uranium, they agreed to give it up months ago. They agreed that our intelligence agencies knew they'd give it up in 2024 if we went back into the JCPOA and stopped the sanctions.
They're
What do you want
Doobie,
from that?
They're lying.
but
They're Muslims. Takia, Doobie.
Specifically, the Russians have agreed to take.
Thank you for bringing it up before me.
I'll let
The
you, boy. I
Russians
got you.
have agreed to take away their excess fuel, right? There's an article talking about this, how the Russians specifically said, like, to help maintain peace in the area, that we will take away their excess fuel. This is over beyond what they need for civilian purposes. And this mirrors a plan that was in place in 2005, I believe, specifically for one reactor that they were using previously. This was a previous deal where like Russia would just like it was ongoing transfer, right, to keep them below whatever like IAEA threshold was necessary at the time. Like yet another viable path forward. Instead, the path forward we chose was to bomb. And so I'm going to move this conversation forward just a little bit here, right? And we can see, and we'll go to Scott and elect with. Like, hey, I'm gonna say the thing. Iran should absolutely build the bomb. They should absolutely do it.
Yeah,
I
if people like Israel
support
in charge of the
Iran.
country, absolutely yes.
100%, 100%. They should do it, right? Your choice. They made an incorrect decision previously. Like your choices when you're an enemy of America or even an ally, sometimes actually, is that you are either Libya or you're North Korea, right? Libya, who wasn't our enemy, decided to give up their nuclear stockpile. And what happened to Muammar Gaddafi? Oh yeah, last time I saw him, his corpse was on a truck bed being anally raped by bayonets. Do you remember that? I remember that. That's how he ended up for giving up his nuclear stockpile. And then Kim Jong Il and then Un seem to be sitting pretty in North Korea, right? And whenever they saber rattle, all of a sudden the U.S. is at their door. Please, what do you need this time, Kim Jong Un? What do you need this time? Clearly, the right decision would have been to nuclearize, right? That's the only way to protect their people. Let's get this straight. The agreements of Americans aren't worth the paper they're printed on. I think that's what this situation showed us. The agreements of Americans aren't worth the paper they're printed on. Ask Native Americans about that. Ask so many other allies we betrayed, we've abandoned throughout the years. Ask the Kurds, right? Last time during the Trump administration, what happened to them? What happened to them? If you cannot defend your people against, right, Western aggression, right, and specifically Israeli butchery, well, then, yeah, this is going to happen. Of course, that if they had that bomb, we wouldn't be in this situation right now, right? Then they came to the peace table. They came to the table with us, right? And what happened? We assassinated their negotiators, right? Just like Israel assassinated Hamas's negotiators. We're in Tehran, right? That happened last year. They assassinated their negotiator in Tehran, right? Israeli butchery. Fascism, right? And so, but they get to do this. They get to launch. They get to launch these attacks, right, with no reprisals. Fucking JD Vance was on TV. I believe it was JD Vance. You thought it was pretty sure it was JD Vance, right? And he was asked, "Hey, are we at war with Iran?" And he says, "No, no, no. In fact, instead, we are at war with Iran's nuclear facilities." That's how that works, right? If China bombed our nuclear sites, right, of course, right, they could just put out a statement and say, well, of course we're not at war with America. Only their nuclear capabilities. We just wanted to, mow the lawn there, right? Just like keep that under control. And we'd all accept that. But some reason we're talking about our Muslim brothers and sisters, that makes sense. You can actually go on the statement and not be laughed out of the room for that nonsense. No, Iran should have built the bomb. They should build the bomb. They should build the bomb. It's the only way to protect their people, right? The U.S.
If that's what you believe, then they are going to get all the bombing that's coming to them. So you're not really helping the Iranian people.
Until they have a bomb, until they make the bomb, and then you'll respect them, which is absolutely what would happen, right? Okay. So great. So anyway,
more reason.
And the last thing I'll say, before I move on to our other friends, right? Last thing I'll say is that during was it 2015? I forget the 2016, 17, whatever the original Iran nuclear deal was being created, right? What happened then? Iran had previously had a president who was insane. I forget his name, right? But the guy, he was a very death to America type, right? He made all kinds of crazy.
Unlike the rest of their leadership.
Unlike the rest of the leadership, unlike the man who came after him. That's actually very important, right? Because that's how we end up with the Iran nuclear deal. So we had a hardline extremist come in. I forget. I'm sorry. But he came in, right? And he was like a meme, he was like a laughing stock, and saying crazy shit all the goddamn time, right? He gets voted out. The guy who replaces him is a moderate, right? He's a moderate, and he recognizes an opportunity for Obama. And he pushes for this, right? And he gets elected on the thought we have to make peace with the West. He has a conversation with the Ayatollah. The Ayatollah tells him.
When did they call for peace with the West? That's That feels like a
was
stretch
During,
there.
well, you literally during this time period. Well, the first Iranian nuclear deal. But excuse me, let me finish my point. Right now,
Okay,
I'm
so
almost done.
during that
I'm on-
time, they
Hey,
were like
hold
taking
on.
all
Did
of
you
the
not hear?
Israeli
Did you
and
not hear what I
American flags
just
off
said?
the ground
Okay,
and
let
not
me.
having
Hey,
Americans like stamp
I'm
on
going to
them,
finish
and
my point.
did they
It's going to
take
happen.
down the
You're not going to
clock
interrupt me.
from the
I will
speakers
mute you.
at the city
Knock
square
it
in
off.
Tehran?
Okay, don't worry. I'll do it for you. Okay, if you're having trouble, no worries. I can assist you. Right. So when I tell you to shut the fuck up, I mean shut the fuck up. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Okay. So back to it. Hey, so
Thank you for your
he goes
support.
he goes to he has a conversation with Ayatollah, right? And the Ayatollah says, like, well, look, the people clearly demand this, right? They voted you in, right? I'm gonna let you do this deal. But I'm telling you right now, the Americans cannot be trusted. They will betray. They absolutely will betray. And that's what happened. So in this, and when Trump tore up the first deal, and then in this one, when they came back to the negotiate table in good faith, right? It has undermined the moderates, right? The people you'd want to work with. The people, if there was going to be regime change, these are the people you'd actually want in charge, right? These are the people who would be credible to be in charge, and they've been undermined at every single turn. This is our result. This is our foreign policy, undermining them at every single turn. The moderates who are looking for peace. Nonsense, craziness. They should have the bomb. Absolutely. All right, now I'm done. So we'll go to Scott. We'll go to Lactoid. Yeah. Oh, and cool. And
No,
I'll unmute Tyler.
yeah. So I think your kind of telling of history is exactly why sometimes in order to be able to have rational understanding of the thing, we have to use analogies and individuate the situation, because I think it's very clear that there's a lot of different biases towards or against Israel, or towards or against Iran, or Americans' foreign policy. Right? I'm not a supporter of this war, right? I don't want my fucking tax dollars as a part of it, and I don't want the increased risk that comes with attacking Iran. But when we're talking about, like, well, is this justified? Is this like the great America being the great Satan, or Israel being the little Satan? Is Iran just fighting against Western imperialism, but at the same time on the back foot trying to make peace deals? So I think the best way to like view this situation is at at an individual level. And what I mean by that is, imagine for a second one of your frenemies, and then a guy you really, really hate that hates you, are kind of in scuffles in like your local town bars from time to time. They get in fights, they sling insults at each other, they say things that maybe they mean or they don't mean, right? And then you guys show up for an agreed upon, like, hey, we're gonna do our thing where we duke it out again, where we fist fight again, because like you said some shit about my mom, I'm ready to kick your ass, or you said this other shit, etc. Now, imagine person A is our frenemy, right? Like sometimes they're cool with us, we're friends. Sometimes they stab us in the fucking back and lie. They fucked our girlfriend once, or they fucked our girlfriend once. We don't fucking like them, but at the same time, we've been through thick and thin, so we're kind of buddies. And then the other guy is just, we've hated them forever and they've hated us, and that's just how it is. Now, imagine person B is brought a gun to the fight, and me and person A, we've brought guns before for 30 years, but we never shot the gun. We never pulled out the gun. We've always, with honor, fought with our fucking fists and kicked their ass and then told them to get the fuck out. Now, person B has, for the last couple of times, has just been saying they're going to fucking kill us over and over again, that we're the greatest evil. And once they fucking fix their gun, they're going to blow our brains out. And then they have like a friend with them that we also don't like. And that friend's like, actually, no, he's just saying that. He's kind of crazy today. He doesn't really mean it. And we show up to the fight, and then someone starts loading the firearm and saying, I'm going to kill you. And then their other friend is like, he's not serious. He doesn't really mean it. Is it justified at that point to pull out your gun and stop that guy from loading his gun? Is it or do we have to wait until the gun's loaded and he chambers around and points the gun and pulls the trigger and kills our frenemy before we can fire the gun? Because I think this situation is pretty similar to what we have, right? We've had guns the whole time. We've never shot anybody. We've gotten into a bunch of fights. We hate each other. And we're getting conflicting messages from like him and his boys, whether or not they're actually going to blow our brains out but they brought a gun this time. And then they start loading the gun and they're like, hey, we're going to blow your fucking brains out. Now, that's why I think it is technically justified for Israel to take out the fucking gun and get
Scott,
rid of the
quick-
goddamn
just a quick
gun.
question.
Israel didn't.
Just a quick question. When Israel bombs Iran, right? When they just like do terrorist attacks within Iran's border, does that count as shooting the gun or not? Or is
What
does that
terrorist
He
count?
means
attacks
nuke.
are
The
you
gun
talking
is a
about?
nuke.
Hold on,
The gun is a
literally,
nuke.
when they blew up an apartment,
The gun
building,
is a nuke, I think.
building an
Scott.
apartment within Tehran, killing the Hamas leader, right? You remember that?
Yeah,
You remember that?
So I would in this analogy.
So if they're
right,
targeting a Hamas
this would be
leader,
in
that's
this
not
analogy.
a terrorist.
Yeah, just
Hold
like
on.
yeah,
In this-
and
hold on, no,
hold
no,
on,
no.
one
In this
second. Hold on,
analogy,
and
you
and
asked
I'll-
me to clean
I'm
up.
just
In
gonna
this
respond- yeah, I'm
analogy,
going to respond
it's
to
fist
Tally just for
fighting.
a quick second. Just like right, China could just like blow up a dissident in Manhattan, right? And it would be like no big deal, right? I guess
I
they just blew up
literally
a dissident.
the reason I
Come on,
made
the
this
nuke is a
analogy is
gun.
because the reason I made this analogy is because we all have a lot of really fucking strong feelings about these countries, right? So in this analogy, the difference between a nuclear weapon and fucking, targeting a building
that's
somewhere
a
is
fist fight.
beating the shit out of some. It's a
You-
fist fight, right?
Okay,
We're talking about the
so
gun.
let me ask you
Right.
this then, Scott, because like my understanding, and this is the limits of like analogies, right, and metaphors, but like I'm just gonna go
Yeah, but
for a quick second.
the real
No,
world has gotten
know,
complicated,
friend, I hear you. I'm not trying to undermine
Yeah.
you. I'm just saying that like when we are fuck was I gonna say? Shit.
Gun.
Like we beat up their
it's-
friends sometimes just because they're standing around. All right, like we get in fistfights. We hate each
Oh
other.
yeah.
But
you-
now
you-
this
you-
guy
you're
is
talking about,
making
like, the
serious
Second
threats
Amendment, right?
and
My-
loading
my-
firearms.
My understanding is that like when you are approached, right, they got a bunch of people here who have guns. That when you are being threatened, not necessarily with another weapon, right? When your family is being threatened by various means, you have the right to defend yourself. Am I correct or incorrect? Right? Whether they have another gun or not, when they prove themselves a threat to you, you would have you should in fact be armed, right?
yeah.
The whole idea of the Second Amendment is that like you should be armed and prepared for that aggression at any point in time. Correct?
Yeah, no, I'm not disagreeing. That would be Iran's perspective. It's like
so
you
Iran
guys have
should-
nukes. You keep fucking attacking us. We attack you.
Yeah, Fabian, you're-
and then you want to keep
So,
us from having a level
like that
playing
makes
field here.
sense.
I want the level playing field.
Wait,
That's why I'm
Scott,
using
the
this
only
analogy.
problem.
I'm trying to take away ideology out
Scott,
of
the
it.
only problem with
I
your
know, and
analogy.
I'm
wait,
working
Scott, the
with
only
it.
problem with your analogy is that you instantly applied that they were loading the gun to shoot versus just loading the gun to have a gun also.
Exactly.
Well, but no, I'm not implying that. I'm saying they're loading a gun and they're making threats, and their buddy is saying, "Dude, he's just saying wild shit. He's like this," and so
But
we
you
don't
said
really
they were
know
gonna
whether or
shoot.
not the threat
you
is
said
credible.
wait until they shoot.
No, I said ought we, right? Which would be like in the ought scenario is
Yeah.
Israel, America, we don't bomb. We just wait and we wait and we wait. We let them develop the weapons technology. Should we wait until that moment to see if whether or not they're
Well,
going to nuke
should
us?
wait,
or not?
should
Or
Iran-
should
should
we get rid of
Iran
the
wait?
gun while they're loading it?
I say
Again, no
you
evidence
can't
to loading the
make-
gun. No evidence
no
they have a gun or
evidence.
building a gun. No
Loading
evidence
the
of any of
gun.
this.
Not
Yeah, but
loading
dude,
the gun.
you're just a misinformation piece of shit liar. This
Okay,
whole
well,
time.
hold on.
So
What
it's
if I
like your
said?
opinion
Hold
doesn't
on.
really
What if I
matter.
said this incorrect? What if I said this incorrect?
You have cherry picked stuff. throughout
Okay,
the entire
show me how
time.
I've cherry picked
Tolly
it.
has taken
Go
you to
through this.
task
No,
several
no, she
times.
hasn't.
There's no reason
No,
for me to
she
rehash
hasn't.
He just
your
outright
bullshit
that's
denies
assertions.
bullshit.
saying he's
Hold on,
being
I've
lied.
demonstrated that she's
Hold on.
that she's
You
lied
lied?
repeatedly.
Hold on. Oh, here
What are
you
you
go, here you go.
talking?
You lied. You lied saying that Khomeini was the one that issued the fatwa. That might have been a mistake because it was his.
No,
secretary.
well, okay.
And
Now you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
And you
Now you don't
lied
know what the
about
fuck you're
fact
talking
that
about.
nuclear weapons require reentry, which they do not. But you ran away from those things so that you could nitpick Tolly's
Generals. You read the
description of things because you understand that if you interrupt and bullshit and spew misinformation and don't let people finish, that you can run from the fact that you're a coward from
Okay.
your own arguments. So I
Okay.
don't
Yep.
give a
Yep.
fuck
Yep.
what your opinion is
Hurry
here
up.
because
Hurry
it's
up. Wrap it
useless
up.
because everything that comes out of your mouth is a potential lie. So I can't trust that any of your opinions are
Well,
real.
the great because
You
I
have
posted
to
a ton of
learn to
sources
trust
for you.
honesty again.
I posted a ton of sources for you, but really quickly, you said that I lied about a committee making the fatwa. No, he didn't. I posted that in chat for you. It's right there. What the fuck do you think I'm lying about? Can you not fucking read?
It's
This is
Hassan
out-
Rouhani that was the
Hold
one. that
on,
issued the
no.
issued the statement.
Ali Khamenei's fatwa against nuclear weapons. I posted it. Are you just not looking at what I'm posting and calling me a liar anyway? Because I posted that for you. It's right fucking there.
I'm not going through all of your
Okay,
sources.
so
I'll
then,
go
so
through
you're
this one,
calling
but
me a
it's fine.
liar
You got
despite
the
me
source.
posting all these fucking sources for you, and then you
And then
just
this is
you
the
just
same
dismiss
thing.
it all.
It's the
And you
same
just
thing.
dismiss it all
What
and call
about
me a
the other
fucking
one?
liar anyway. What the fuck are you talking about? If you can't engage honestly with
You
any
have
of this,
been- you
just
have-
say that
you
you
have
don't like them
been
because they're
taken to
Muslims
task
and you think
several
Islam is
times.
evil.
So which
No,
one is
no,
it?
I haven't.
Which one is it? Which one is it? that
Okay,
shows that
okay.
he was the
Scroll
one
up,
that issued
scroll
the
up a
fatwa?
little bit. Actually, it's the
Don't tell
first
me to
one.
scroll up,
It's
you're not looking at
it's
my
literally the first one.
So did
Just-
President
From the
Ahmadinejad
Scroll to the
bottom to the
bottom.
top.
Scroll to the bottom of the message history, Scott. The bottom of the message
Okay,
message
bottom.
history. Yeah. What does that say?
Okay, so this is on Wikipedia. A fatwa by Al Khamenei,
Yeah.
supreme leader of Iran, against the acquisition, development, of use of nuclear weapons, and their source is Asia Times. So we go to the actual source. I'm like, I mean, I'll, obviously, like,
He's made multiple
Even
public,
if you were wrong
public
at
statements
this
about this,
point.
by the way. And hold on. And by the way, I the other thing that I posted above is the IAEA acknowledging that there's a fatwa, a religious fatwa against this, and he's held that religious fatwa. But that the IAEA says this. They have no reason to fucking lie about this.
What about the generals then?
Let's
Maybe?
go
Why do
to-
The
generals and
IAEA
President
also
Ahmadinejad say the
says
evidence?
at the conclusion of every section of every one of their reports that this is based on the evidence that Iran has given them access to. And they note that Iran prevents them from having access to specific facilities and they refuse
Yeah.
to answer questions. So again, Doobie, so maybe the most honest conclusion that all of us here could come to is we don't actually fucking know. We don't actually know how close they are, but they're saber rattling and we have evidence of a
Why do you
certain
think
amount of
Israel
enrichment
knows?
that can only be used to progress towards weaponization.
They have
So again,
been
this idea that
knowing
we
for
have
30
evidence that they're
years.
not doing any
30
of
years
this,
of
we
research.
don't.
Why do you
Because
think
when
Israel
look-
knows?
When you look
30 years
at
of
the act, when
research.
you look at the, I don't. I'm saying none of us do. That's
Then
my
what the
point. So
fuck?
that
You
perhaps
just
is
want to
Then what
attack
do
them
we-
because you
why
have
do
a
you support
feeling?
the bombing
You have a
then?
feeling, despite all the
Perhaps
evidence
that
against
is
the
the
feeling, you have
most
a feeling, so
honest
you're gonna bomb
assessment.
people. What the
Generals
fuck are you
and
talking
honest
about?
President said the
assessment.
same thing, though,
Well,
Doobie.
first of all, maybe it's possible that Israel would know more than, for example, the IAEA.
Where's the evidence?
Because apparently,
Where's the fucking evidence?
apparently, can you let me finish a goddamn motherfucking sentence? Okay.
You
Thank
may.
you.
As soon as you tell me where the evidence is.
Apparently,
Fine.
Israel
Fine, let it
has
Doesn't exist.
what's it called? They have human whatever. They have people on the ground
Human
undercover,
resources,
right? That
like
was part of how
human
they were.
assets.
Sure, yeah. I don't think that's the assets. Yes, exactly. They have assets. They have human assets on the ground in Iran. That's how they were able to get all of the heads of the IRGC to convene in a meeting so they could bomb it and blow them all up. So maybe Israel does have information, but I'm not saying they've provided it. My point is you are drawing conclusions, cherry picking from these reports. Exactly
You
what Scott said. So
saying
you're
this-
saying the
Show me what's in
IAEA came
the
out and
show me what's in the
said,
reports that disagrees with me.
no evidence at all. The end of every fucking section of their reports, I read it to you verbatim. Almost every section of the report ends
Okay,
with,
hold
this is
on.
based on the conclusion.
What about
with
the ODNI
Iran
reports?
Not giving us
The multiple
access to
years of ODNI
facilities
reports.
XYZ
There are multiple
and
administrations.
not answering X, Y, and Z questions.
Hold
Tali,
on.
it sounds
What
like
about the
Yes,
ODNI
if we're
reports?
coming to this
What about the
conclusion
ODNI
with
reports?
insufficient access, then they are tentative conclusions at
But the
best. They are
ODNI
tentative.
What about the
Talk about
ODNI
that.
reports?
Hold on.
Because
And
Iran-
hold on, and the
if
reports that say they haven't even
sorry,
mastered
if
the
their
technology
fatwa-
to make a
okay,
warhead.
but
What about
their
those fucking
fatwa-
reports?
If their fatwa was so sincere that they would never do that, they have no intention because it goes against their religion, then why are they keeping anything from the IAEA? Why would they
Okay,
hide anything from them?
Why
Actually,
General
actually,
Kayam-
luckily, I've already told you why our intelligence agencies think they're doing that. It's to get leverage because they want to go back to the JCPOA, which again they were in compliance with, and they had daily inspections at all these fucking facilities. They want that to happen again. They want to give up the stockpile. They want to give up the stockpile.
That's an explanation for why they enriched to 60%. It's not an explanation for why they are hiding entire facilities from the IAEA. And
No,
why
hold
they're
on. The
refusing to
facility
answer
that you're
their
talking about is in
questions. Those are
2003.
different-
That's from 2003.
No, again, I read one fucking sentence. Go read
And they
the report.
reference
He
and it
literally
reference.
closed
Hold on,
out-
the
it
thing that
closed
you
out
referenced was from
almost every
2003.
section with
If
the
Iran
same
hasn't
thing.
showed them anything,
Hold
how do
on,
we know
the
that they have
facility that you're
60%
talking
enriched?
about.
I sent
Hold
you
on,
the whole
oh god,
report.
you're
I
so
How do we know they
dishonest.
have
report.
60%
Yeah,
enriched if they
you're so
haven't told them
dishonest.
everything?
Okay.
Doobie,
Hold on, you're so
calm down.
dishonest.
Not- I'm
What they
not
said,
being
what they
dishonest.
said, what they
I'm
said is that they didn't tell them about this nuclear program that they had in 2003 that is shut down, and it has been since
Doobie, I
2003.
was reading you one
2019,
specific. I
2021,
said to you, okay,
2023,
I'll
and
pick
Okay, so
one
you're
for
cherry
whatever
picking. You're
reason
cherry
I'm
picking
on.
shit that doesn't even agree with you. How's
Oh my
irrelevant?
God. No, it's not that it doesn't agree with me.
Hey.
Again, you are not being honest.
Find me the
about
thing that
amount of
disagrees with me.
information that
Hey,
the
Tali,
IAEA
Tali,
has.
Find me the thing that disagrees with me.
Tali, can I ask you a question based on what you read, right?
Sure.
Hold on.
Good job.
After that, we got to go to Lactoid. He's been waiting quite patiently.
Well, I just got to
Um,
clarify on the
yes,
fatwa
One
issue.
second. So Tali, right? It sounds like, and maybe I'm incorrect, maybe because I haven't read it. I've just like been listening to you, and maybe I misheard you, but it sounds like that excerpt you're saying that's at the end of all these sections of the report, right? It says basically that there are sections of the nuclear program that we haven't had access to, and the second thing is that they haven't answered all our questions, right? Those are the things you've been saying. It sounds like what that states is that, all right, we this is our reporting, right, with all the information that we do have. However, because we've been blocked, there's a certain level of mystery here, right? There's like no evidence here. That sounds like what they're doing is not drawing a conclusion. They're saying this is a red flag because we can't see into this. It's a black box. But like the absence of evidence, right, doesn't mean that there is there's proof positive, correct?
Sure. Tentative conclusions. Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
So
Okay,
if I can
all right.
just
Okay.
if I can just clean this up
Toid,
very quickly
Lactoid,
about the fatwa, right?
Lactoid.
Because I called him out on several lies, but he got me in one. I'll give you that. So there is no evidence that Ayatollah Khomeini issued
Hey,
an
sorry,
official
Baba.
fatwa. The evidence that exists, they haven't produced it as an official document. However, Hassan Rouhani, who I thought was making the claim, he was making the claim that a fatwa was issued in negotiations, but they have not presented any evidence that there was an official fatwa that was actually established. So it could be total bullshit that the fatwa exists at all and it was just a negotiation tactic, or it just could be that Iran is like, fuck off. We told you we had a fatwa and we do. So we don't actually know whether or not a fatwa was issued. We just have the word from his negotiator that a fatwa was issued. Again, you didn't deal with multiple things that Tali called you out on.
Okay, hold on. I'll just deal with this bullshit that you just said.
Nuclear warheads.
I'll just deal with this bullshit you just
and
said.
the lie that nuclear warheads require re-entry.
Okay, that's fine.
in
Hold
order
on,
for
Scott. I was
nuclear
wrong about
warheads
that.
to exist.
Hold on, Scott. I was wrong about them requiring reentry. What I meant to say is what is in the ODNI report from 2024 that I posted for you again, which is that when we found that when this program was active in 2003, when it ended, we found that it actually had not mastered. I highlighted it here for you. Iran has not yet mastered all the necessary technologies for building such weapons. And it goes into detail as to what that fucking means, right? So what they mean is that they haven't
Yeah, I
built.
agree. In 2003,
Okay,
they didn't have that.
but again, that's the end. That's all the evidence that we have shows that they ended their program in 2003. Now, secondly,
So
Hold
they
on.
don't have enriched uranium?
Stop. They can't have.
What?
No, hold on. When I say
They don't have
program,
weapons-grade
don't be
enriched
dishonest.
uranium?
You know what I'm talking about. When I say no, they don't.
You're the
So
one
when-
being dishonest.
No,
saying all
no, listen,
evidence
listen,
proves that they ended the program 22 years ago. when that's clearly not true.
Okay, hold on. A nuclear weapons program is not having uranium enriched to 60%. That's not what that is. Okay. So secondly,
So weapons-grade enriched uranium is not a
God.
weapons program.
It's not
You're
weapons grade.
so full of
It's
shit.
hold on. It's not weapons grade.
Almost
I don't know why I
weapons
keep
grade.
saying this. It's almost weapons grade. I agree with you.
Technology to
But-
get to 90%.
But again, but again, they've agreed to give that up months ago. Actually, a year ago, our intelligence agencies knew they'd give this up for the removal of sanctions. But again,
Presumably.
I don't. No, okay.
Sure.
They've said this.
Yeah,
Their
I'm
chief
saying I agree with you
negotiator
on
said
that,
this.
presumably.
Their chief negotiator said this in fucking April. This has been their position for a very long fucking time. Now, again, to the fatwa thing, okay? The verbal fatwa, the public statements that he's made are, and you posted this thing about the Atlantic Council, which I'm sure you didn't read, okay? But that's fine, okay? I post things shit I don't read sometimes too.
Yeah,
Really
I'm not going
quickly.
through the whole thing.
No, that's fine. That's
Why don't
fine.
you read towards the
But
bottom,
just
Jimmy?
middle of the
hold on, but
panel.
wait, stop. But just really quickly. So the verbal fatwa is considered religiously binding. So him making these statements repeatedly is considered religiously binding within their religion. So they don't need to produce a
No,
written
we
document that
have-
says, "Hey,
we
this
have
is a
the report.
fatwa."
Toid,
Oh,
We have the
Lactoid.
report
No,
of
hold
him
on.
making
That's
a
not
fatwa.
true.
We do
He
not
said it
have-
repeatedly. He said it repeatedly. We have a statement. We have fucking quotes from multiple quotes and statements that he's given. Hold on.
Yeah.
So in fact, I read one of
No,
them
we have
earlier.
the
Hold on. I read one of them
Yeah,
earlier.
to be fair.
I read. Oh God.
Yeah, okay. Sorry. So Juby will finish his statement, and we'll let Lactwood go. Right? Sorry, Scott. We'll just allow Lactwood go.
That's fine.
So go
That's
ahead,
fine.
Juby, finish your statement.
Okay. So I read one of them earlier, right? Which is that if we wanted to build nuclear weapons, America could not have stopped us. The reason we do not have nuclear weapons and are not pursuing them is that we ourselves do not want to for certain reasons. It was our own decision not to pursue them. Otherwise, if we had wanted to, they would not have been able to stop us. The reason I'm reading that right now is because in the Atlantic Council report that you posted, it only has the first fucking sentence, which is that if we wanted to build nuclear weapons, America couldn't have stopped us. It leaves out all the rest of it. So it's a dishonest as fuck framing within that article you posted.
Good,
Secondly,
you're right. We should
Okay, but
never
that's not
cross.
an argument
Secondly-
against what I
Hey,
said.
hey,
no, stop.
no.
Secondly,
Let Juby finish. We get to Lactwoid. He's been waiting.
So severely
I'm just
Okay.
waiting for him to
Yep.
actually address
Okay.
the argument instead of gish galloping.
Okay, stop. I'm not gish galloping at all.
That's
Okay.
literally the
So,
definition.
so
of
the other
gish
statement,
galloping.
we have from him, the other statement that we have from him, right, is that where is it? Here it is. So we believe that besides nuclear weapons, other types of weapons of mass destruction, such as chemical and biological weapons, also pose a serious threat to humanity. The Iranian nation, which is itself a victim of chemical weapons, feels more than any other nation the danger that is caused by the production and stockpiling of such weapons, and is prepared to make use of all its facilities to counter such threats. We consider the use of such weapons as haram and believe that it is everyone's duty to make efforts to secure humanity against great disaster. This is religiously binding within the religion. He is a supreme religious leader. He is the not the accountant. He is the considered to be like the custodian of the Mahdi, of the Mahdi. So like him saying that is binding within the 12 religion. They until he retracts that, they cannot build nuclear weapons religiously. And he has not. Again, all of our intelligence reports
why hasn't
said that he has
Iran
not
actually
retracted
been
it.
cooperating with the IAEA?
Let's go
Hold
to go ahead.
Go ahead.
Back to it.
All
Gibbs
right.
with the sources.
Well, I got a couple things,
Jesus.
and this might
I'm
It's
reading
agreed.
from the
serve as my-
IAEA report. In fact, I can't wait until it's my turn again so I can read
hearing
directly from
Lactoid.
a
I
section
am an
called Cooperation
Ah,
between
IAEA
Iran
reporter,
and the
cuz
Agency.
don't worry about it.
Lactoid is really
Guys.
feminized over the years.
If you are not if you're not of Northern European stock, right? Well, then you can't talk. Lactoid, please.
Get him,
Okay.
Lactoid.
All right. I'm going to give my very spicy, middle of the road opinion. I've heard a lot. Okay. And I've heard a lot from a lot of different people here. And I've been fact checking a lot of the claim in the background. I've been fact checking a lot of the claims that have been made and looking at the evidence on both sides. And I'll say this, right? I mean, this is a situation where this war I'm just less educated on. Although I definitely think I'm educated enough, especially for this conversation, to have an opinion.
You've got a high
but one
IQ,
of the
established.
wars that I am educated on is the Ukraine-Russia war, and I'm just noticing what blew me away the most about that is just the pervasiveness of the misframing and lying from the U.S. State Department and hawks when it comes to what they wanted to do still continue to want to do in that conflict. And I also, was thinking back on how much Trump was making fun of Bolton for being such a hawk and wanting to like bomb Iran. Like what a dork, right? He wants to bomb Iran. This guy, he fired him because this dork wanted to bomb Iran. And I also remember Trump criticizing the Iraq War and all these things together. Trump's sort of more sane kind of anti-deep state policy when it comes to the Ukraine situation, opposition to the Iraq War, opposition to Bolton's idea of bombing Iran was really appealing to me. That's not to say that he can't change his mind, but the question about whether or not I think he's justified in changing his mind is whether or not there's really good evidence that Iran is planning to get a nuke and use it. That's what I think the concern is. And from what I've heard today, there's clearly enough muddled kind of gray where we're looking at right now that I am
Yeah, I
not
agree.
comfortable launching attacks on a country based on what I've heard today. It's just not enough. Like if you showed me definitive proof here, yes, they have the nukes and they're going to use them. But from what I've been fact checking, every single like claim that you can make about them hiding shit from the IAEA is all after 2018 when the U.S. pulled out. Between 2015 and 2018, they were in complete compliance. And Doobie is right. They have
That's still
offered.
relevant. That's still relevant for military campaigns today, though. So if since 2018 things have changed, then a military campaign in
Well,
2025 that is
you're-
relevant.
You're right, but it's also relevant when we're trying to look at their motivations. Because what Doobie said is that, hey, look, they claimed that if you lift the sanctions, they'll give up their stockpile. And we got to figure out if they're lying or not. And if the last time they were willing to abide by that when sanctions were lifted, doesn't it maybe seem at least plausible that they're not lying about that part? At least, are you confident enough that they're lying that you're willing to blow them up? That's the question.
Lactoid's bought by Qatar. Nice. Simple. You Iranian
Love to
shill.
see
You
it.
Oh,
simp.
can I add one little thing to?
I'm
your
not
argument,
a
Lactoid?
big. I'm not a huge
No,
fan of
hold
Iran.
No, Lactoid, I would just add one little
Fuck
tiny bit,
Iran,
right?
bro.
Which is I also would like to, say from your perspective, internal critique, right? And it actually is my perspective. I just, nevertheless, Iran doesn't have the weapons technology to be able to nuke anything other than our military assets in the Middle East. They like, even if they were able to develop the nuclear technology and they were doing so in secret, they'd have to get Chinese to like give them missile technology or something under our nose in order to be able to actually nuke us. So I do think that the situation is obviously slightly different, comparing whether or not Israel may or may not be justified in their attacks and whether or not we have any fucking justification in terms of them protecting, American civilians and assets.
Right,
let's go to-
ultimately, and just ultimately, my concern here is, again, because I mean, really, the prompt is about what America
Because
should
I don't
be
want to be
doing.
at war with Iran.
Right, I don't, and the concern I have is perhaps this wasn't a problem before. Maybe Doobie's right, but the other concern is, did we just make it a problem? Because they've made
Yep.
multiple statements now where they're saying, now we're going for the nukes, right?
Yeah.
There's been statements, and so I don't the whole FATWA thing. I didn't find that super convincing. I mean, the whole idea of, it's a promise that we can revoke at any time. I don't really care about that. I'm more interested in
officially.
yeah. That part was the least convincing argument. But what I think was the most convincing argument was, what are they like? What is their motivation? What have they done in the past when they did get what they are claiming that they're looking for? And what are we willing to do to, like, how what are we willing to do to stop them if it turns out that they're lying? And are we even sure that they're lying? It just seems like there's so many what ifs that I'm sorry, we had just as many what ifs when we attacked Iraq, and we were just dead wrong. And I don't want a
That's not
repeat
really
of
good
that.
for us,
I just don't want a repeat of that.
Morris. Let's go to Gibbs, and I do want to have Tali answer that question
Yeah,
closer
so
later on.
you-
Gibbs.
I do find this interesting because I've been sitting here also fact checking while we've been going through here, and I mentioned the general said directly the opposite of what Doobie said earlier, and he just hand waved it. And then
Yeah, post
now
that, please. Post
Cool,
that.
yeah, no, you can go and Google it. We already went through.
I
this.
did Google it. I can't
Hold
find
on,
it.
and so
Please
I'm
post it.
saying here,
Timing
hold on.
Doobie.
These are famous quotes. We
I
all
think he's
know-
lying.
Hey,
Yeah, that's
in fact, I guess I'm lying. But 3 other people already quoted it before me, and I just happened
Yeah,
to find
post
their
it.
actual names. Yeah, cool.
One of
you
these
can
3
Google
people
it,
should be able to
because
post it.
if you let me finish, that's cool. I just posted
Go
about
for it.
6 or 7 other articles, basically showing they're saying, oh, the head of the state or the prophet, he's aware of where they're at, and at any time within
He's not
a
a
few
prophet.
hours they
He's a
can
prophet.
sit here and turn around. Their supreme leader of the religion, as you described them, they can turn around and they can do this within hours. This is from multiple people that are higher ups in his government. This is all throughout. So basically, all you're saying when he says there's fatwa, it's just like something convenient that has plausible deniability. They've absolutely pursued gaining nuclear materials. There's no reason why they would have
No one's
these
saying
materials
they're
that are higher
not.
enriched. Okay, cool. So you agree then. So here's my next
That
point.
they're
Right?
gaining nuclear. Wait. No. Listen,
Hold on,
you
no,
keep
no, hold on.
conflating.
Hold on,
We
hold on.
could
This is
do
the-
this thing with we are going to do this
hold on.
thing.
Well,
Like,
okay. No.
that's just- you
That's
gotta-
not what I'm equating. That's not what I'm equating. This is an adversarial
in the
power.
headline of every
That's
article you
now,
posted.
hold on. That's not what I'm saying at all. This is an adversarial power that I don't even care if they have the nuke. They need to be taken out in any way, in my opinion. So when we're sitting here going, oh, an adversarial power who probably should be getting taken out because they're just evil fucks, needs to be taken
What
out.
about China?
Muslim.
Should China
Cool,
just get
cool.
taken out?
China-
It's a Muslim
well,
nation. That's all you need.
No. First of all, I don't care about the Muslim thing. China, yeah, if we can get to China, sure. But we might as well take
Not
out their
everyone's an
allies.
anti-Semite like you,
oh,
Scott.
no. First, we got to take out the Iranians because they're tied to Russia and China. They're adversaries. Next, maybe we start working on
Anti-Semitism
North
is logical and
Korea.
rational.
I'm just saying, it's pretty clear to me they should be taken out. And whenever we see all this conflicting information from all sorts of people at different levels in their government, some the higher ups, some the middle people, some in the administration side, and they're all saying, hey, we've actually been working towards the nukes the whole time, all the way back from 2005, and we have reports during the little treaty we had. We have reports 2019 after. We have reports 2021, 2023. We have reports now. When we have all these different reports, and these people are saying the opposite of what Doobie's saying, it's pretty clear somebody's lying. And I guess I'm going to take the Iranians at their word, and you're just going to go, oh, they don't really mean this. Like that's the most ridiculous, unserious take I've ever heard.
Gibbs, right? So, like, I'm sorry, I haven't gone through all your sources yet. I do apologize. But you did post a lot of sources, so fair to you.
Yeah, because
right?
everybody always quizzes me on sources.
I know,
but we get one source from anybody else.
I'm not like questioning you, right? But just from what I've seen, as I'm like trying to skim this, right? Like you talk about like the higher ups that have said it. Well, you posted our good friend President Mahmoud Ahmadinejad, right?
Yeah, from
That was the guy.
25,
Yeah.
2005.
That was the president that I was referring to before. I couldn't remember the first guy's name, right? But the clown, right? Like there were so many memes about this dude, right? He would go to UN,
But he
like
said
he
he
would go
was
to UN
serious, though.
every year. Hold on, no, he was serious. No, to be very clear, Ahmadinejad was serious. Tel Aviv would be like a nuclear wasteland if it was up to him. There's no question about that. 100%. Hold on. But this is important, right? So yes, he was a clown, and he kept doing that, and he was like clockwork, right? Every
But he's
time
the
he
number
would
2
come
in the
on,
government, right?
and then I remember in the UN, right, like the people would just like walk out, like when he started talking, and they should have, right? Because he was awful. Fuck him. However, that guy got voted out. That guy was tossed out. He was replaced. He was a place of a moderate, right? And on a platform of engagement with the West, right? The only way we're gonna make progress, he said, by engaging the West, and that's what he did. And that's Obama's nuclear deal, right? We had the deal, and as we established here previously, right? And I don't think anyone has questioned it. During the time that we were under Obama's deal, the Iran followed the terms of the deal. They followed the terms of the deal the entire
Well, we
time,
don't know.
right? From
No, we
the
don't know.
Europeans, the Europe.
Nobody
Okay,
knows.
all right. So
we don't
We're
know.
the
We don't know
IAEA.
anything. We
Because-
just know they have nukes and they
The
want to blow up
IAEA
Israel and America, but we don't know
the
anything
IAEA
else.
said that said that was the case, right? The UN said this. The Europeans, the partners said that, right? America couldn't find a reason.
They're just
America
Iran
didn't
simps,
say
I can
bro.
find a
otherwise,
reason.
right?
They have
Iran simps,
Trump.
bro.
You're just
uh,
speaking
well,
too broadly. They didn't follow.
uh,
They didn't follow every single thing for the entirety and the JCPOA is active. But you could argue that they were a lot more in line during the 3 years of it being
Okay,
active.
well then
Black
that's
Lloyd said they were
then
good.
I'll
I
take
trust
I'll take
God.
it, Tali.
I
They're
trust
more
Tali,
in
Tali
I'll
line
more
give
than
it to you.
Iran,
Israel.
Israel, or
I'll
our
take it,
government.
Tali. Let's say they weren't perfect. Nope. But I'm gonna go with what Tali said, right?
Israel be
They
violating
weren't-
that shit all
they
the
weren't-
time.
Yeah,
for
but
the
friend, that's a
record.
dishonest
Yeah.
framing.
I think so too. But like, but even using that framing, even then, right? We showed there's progress to be
dishonest
made.
framing?
That we have a partner that we can work with within the frame of this, right? But then, as we, at least the second thing I thought we established was that after that deal collapsed because Trump pulled us out of it, right? Then, yeah, they broke out of it. They started to enrich the uranium. They started their nuclear program became a black box, right? We can see a clear stimuli that they're reacting to, right? One, when you give them sanctions relief, right? They start opening themselves up, doing the things we want them to do, right? When then you lay the sanctions back out, when you betray them in the deal that they set up, right? Then all of a sudden they clam up, right? And start doing things we don't want to do. And then now it's been repeated. They asked Biden to get to go into the deal. He didn't do it, right? Fuck Biden. Another reason that I hope he burns in hell, right? Biden, being the preeminent Zionist, genocidal Zionist that he is, right? Didn't want to get back in the deal to renegotiate
Well,
the
God's
deal.
not real, and that's why Islam
and
is
then,
evil.
excuse me,
So he's not going to burn in hell.
and then that's fair. And then but then after that, Trump comes to office and he says, "Hey, why hasn't anyone thought of making a?" This is what he actually said. Why hasn't anyone thought of making a deal with the Iranians? Literally, he doesn't even remember. He didn't even pulled out. He didn't understand why he pulled out. He just made the statement, "Hey, why didn't anyone even think about making a deal with the Iranians?" Right? And so they come to the table, right? Once again, showing good faith, and then what do they get? Bombs. Why should they? Why should anyone?
Well,
trust
according to the
American
Trump
people?
administration,
Ever.
they didn't meet the prerequisite. They didn't meet the prerequisites for the negotiations. And again, according to the Trump administration, they gave them 60 days for these talks, and Iran was not willing to
What
come
were the
to the table.
prerequisites?
I have no idea.
Yeah, if the prerequisites
So
are
that's
that
no
you're not
enrichment
gonna
at
have-
all.
I
Yes,
think
exactly.
well,
yeah.
I think the
If there's
prerequisites
no
were that they
enrichment at
couldn't
all,
be
that's
anything.
unacceptable.
That's
That's
reasonable.
unacceptable.
That's
Yeah, no
Sure,
enrichment, and
that's
also
Iran.
also no also no
That was-
ballistic
that was
missile
the
research. It's also
thing.
fucking retarded.
Yeah, that's unacceptable.
Real
So
quick,
when
wait.
when
Why is
Iran
that
stopped-
unacceptable?
when-
Why would
when
that be
America
unacceptable for
pulled out
Iran?
of the JCPOA.
Sure, I'll
Iran
tell you
can't
When
why.
stop
America
doing
pulled
terror
out of the
attacks.
JCPOA.
Like what?
Well, why would it be acceptable that a military belligerent neighbor, Israel, right, who's attacked all their neighbors, right, who keeps attacking and again doing an ethnic cleansing campaign as we speak. Let's never forget that. Free Palestine.
Palestine.
like they have those abilities, right? And at a moment's notice, when they decide, when they feel like it, they can attack, right? And then now attack Iran, right? And now they have no way to defend themselves. Of course, right? From the Second Amendment people on the panel, right? You would think
Wait, are
that
they
they should
defending
have
themselves?
some way to defend
I don't know.
themselves,
Didn't
even if it's not,
Gaddafi
even if
give
it's
us
not
all
a
this
nuke.
shit when we
I'm
got
not even saying.
terrorists?
I'm not even saying. I'm not even saying a nuke at this point, right? I'm just saying ordinary missile defense. Why shouldn't they be able to defend themselves? Of course, they should continue with research. Of course.
Are bombing buses with children on it in Tel Aviv defending
Hey,
themselves?
Yeah.
is bombing
What are you talking
Gaza,
about?
right?
That's
It's like
self-defense.
slaughtering them at its
What are you
sites.
talking about?
Like, what is that?
like,
count?
have you never
What
been
are
to
you talking
kindergarten?
about,
Two
right?
wrongs.
Self-defense
Have
for
you, have you,
Israel?
did you
Crazy
not
ass
get
double
kindergarten?
standard because you hate
Two wrongs
Muslims. Like,
don't
so
make a
stupid.
right.
Self-defense for
US
Iran?
state?
I don't know.
I didn't know
Like,
Iran was
just
US
because
state. We should
Israel
ban
has
Iran.
done evil
Ban
shit
Iran.
Isn't
doesn't
that
mean that Iran is
and
now
continues to do
absolved
that
of any
and
evil.
continues to do it?
Iran,
Hold on,
we get 2A
hold on, the
because
evil
they're
shit.
not
But the
American.
but
All right, we'll go back
Scott,
to kindergarten.
no,
You forgot kindergarten.
Scott, please,
Mm.
Scott, please. They literally bombed Iran beforehand, not this time. Beforehand, they bombed Iran. They did the terrorist attack
So
in Iran's territory.
Are bombing innocent children in Tel Aviv and discotheques and buses
It's all wrong.
and funding
All of it's
terrorism?
All wrong.
Okay, so it's wrong. So Iran is wrong in some regard. We can both accept that Israel's
all do
done some fucked up shit that I
So
absolutely
why would
disagree
one
with.
side
We've
take
had
the sanctions
tons-
and the other side just walk scot
Well,
free?
what? Because we have
because
the big
because
mouth.
hold on,
We have
because
big
the
mouth,
moment
big
that you
brain.
admit
Because
They
we
got
trust
the
them
moment that you
more.
admit that they
allow
are
them to do
indeed
that.
funding and engaging in the killing of innocents so that they can
So
go
is
on
Israel.
a campaign of terror, it doesn't matter
So
whether
is America.
Israel done.
What do you mean?
They've
Why
doesn't it
already done
matter?
such. Hush,
the same
hush,
thing
stop
applies.
interrupting me. Stop trying to interrupt me. Okay, for the love of God, listen. The moment that you engage in funding and causing terror, you've already accepted that it's all a power game, that might makes
Okay.
right. And that if Israel and America has more power,
Right.
then you sit down and sit on your fucking hands and shut the fuck up.
Or they just
because
keep
you have
fighting,
no
or they
right
just keep
to say that
fighting.
it's wrong.
So they should. So
Well,
then they
or
should.
keep
You're saying they
fighting.
should get a nuke.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Or
Right,
we
but
just
this
bomb
idea
them.
that
They
it,
should get a nuke.
but the idea of trying to claim
I love
that
how America keeps
sponsoring
working
state
itself into
terror
it.
is a form of self-defense, and that if I believe in the Second Amendment, I
That's
should
ridiculous.
be supporting Iran and
they're not
engaging in
Americans.
state
Fucking
acts of state
ridiculous.
terrorism. That's
ridiculous.
not the same fucking thing, dude.
Wait, sorry. Hold on. State terror. Like what? I sorry. Again, what is terrorism? Terrorism only applies when it's brown people, right?
Muslim make them go boom.
when
What?
because like we're saying
So
we're
the IRA
ignoring
never
this-
engaged in terrorism.
Sorry, is the what the
The Irish Republican Army, they never engaged in
Yeah, yes.
terrorism. No one ever says that. No one's ever claimed that they were terrorists.
I'm sorry. Hold on, no, there's lots of people didn't come.
The Israelis also fund terrorism, Scott.
They didn't
The
say they were
Israelis
white
also
at
fund
that time.
terrorism.
They
Oh,
weren't
it's
white
a
at the
different
time.
type of white
They
now.
weren't white.
Okay,
They weren't
cool.
white at the time.
Shush.
They weren't white at the time.
Oh,
Hold on.
sh-
You know,
yes, they
you
fucking
matters.
were.
They weren't. Hold on.
Italians
They weren't
weren't white
considered
at
white.
the time.
There was
Irish had been
Irish
white for
not-
a long time.
Irish
Yeah,
need
they got
not
called
apply.
gangsters, not
They weren't
terrorists.
considered white at the time.
Chechen's white.
Right. Well,
I
Prime,
need to
they
respond
weren't
to this dumb
considered
shit you guys
brown
are
and
saying.
How about
Muslim, so it still
How
works
about the
against
North
your
Koreans?
point.
Hold on, but they weren't.
Hold on,
hold on,
can I
sorry.
explain
Oh,
something
let
else?
me
How the North Koreans were brown.
the non-white
I didn't
know we
people,
called
the
North Koreans
non-Western
terrorists.
powers,
They're one of the
non-imperial
biggest
powers.
sources
Hold
of
on,
terrorism
excuse me.
worldwide, too.
Non-imperial
So-
powers.
They blew up
No,
planes.
well, hold on. I'll clean it up for you, right? Because you want to be bitches about this. All right, non-imperial powers, right? Non-imperial powers. They don't get to have the right to self-defense. Israel bombed them. Israel came in and just bombed them without like active aggression going back. So does Iran have right to self-defense?
No, there's
Does
active
Iran have a right
aggression
to
through their
self-defense?
proxies.
Does
whether
Iran
you
have a
agree
right
with
to
it or not.
self-defense? Hey,
Yes.
are you denying that Iran has
Terrorism
a
is
right
not
to self-defense? Are you? Hey, Tally,
Terrorism
are
and
you
self-defense
denying?
are not the same thing.
I know. Hold on. I
You
would
just
agree
call
with
it
have a right to
terrorism. You just
self-defense.
call it terrorism.
But what do we call
Iranian
terrorism?
people
I
do.
agree.
The Iranian
But what do we
regime
call-
obviously does not have a right to self-defense. They're
Oh,
criminals.
Why?
now
What the fuck are
there's
you
a
talking- why?
difference. Oh wow.
Does Israel have a right to
Muslims
self-defense?
are
I
evil
have to
and
go. We're at the end of the allotted time. I live in a different time zone. I have to
We are
go
over
get to
time.
work.
Tally.
This has
If
been
you can
lovely.
answer, okay, before you go, if you
Sure.
can answer Lactoid's question.
You wanna
Lactoid,
repeat
before
the
you were
question?
asking about like whether they should be bombed, like if you're sure enough. To,
Yeah.
to do that.
Like based
Oh,
on
no,
the
none's argument. Dave Rumsfeld's
The question
argument.
is like when they say that they're willing to give up their stockpile for like sanctions relief, are you confident enough that they're lying about that you're willing to launch bombing campaigns? That's the question.
I think so. I think there's a calculation at play, right? So it's how likely do we think that they are to uh, participate in good faith in that effort, and number two, what is the risk if they don't? And so I think there's a reasonable calculation that says we don't know that they would actually commit to that in earnest, and that if they didn't, the risk would be too high. Again, I don't think that this should be America's war, and I don't think that America would have gotten involved if it meant boots on the ground or anything like this. I think Trump likes a win. Israel had done all of the hard hitting basically and needed America to come in for this very specific thing. If America gets further involved, that's not something that I would personally support. But I think that the calculation that people with much more information than any of us sitting here have sounds like it was a reasonable calculation that was made. And again, I would just point everyone to the most recent IAEA report that just came out at the beginning of the month, and just go to section D, where they talk about cooperation between Iran and the agency, and like just every paragraph talks about throughout the years back from 2003, in 2018, since then, all throughout this entire in 2009, that they have hidden things from the inspectors, refused to
What
answer
about the
questions,
Queen?
and yeah, so
You
even in
dodged,
that, so
you
they talk
bounced
about.
around the time where they would
You're right.
be.
You're
where
right.
the-
You're
yeah.
totally right. You're totally
were
right. So they
substantially
have a
compliant
specific
during that time
paragraph
period.
also talking about. I said, yeah, and when I think I agreed to that they weren't in 100% compliance, but it seems like they were complying more during the time the JCPOA was in effect. They do talk about
Bad
specific
framing.
things during that time in 2018, where Iran claimed that they only made change X, Y, or Z after the JCPOA was reneged, but they have evidence from different cameras and different intelligence that actually they were doing this before November of 2018. So there's some conflicting evidence in the report from the IAEA. And again, this is talking about like specific events here, but yeah, I don't know. Did I answer your question?
Yeah, I mean, we can. Yeah, you substantially answered the question. I mean, I guess just from what I've read, it does look like they were. You're right that they pointed out that there were like it wasn't 100%, but I think what was kind of important too is they said that like the minor issues, like once they were brought up, like they reached resolution between 2015 and 2018. And then
Maybe you could send me
to-
that part.
yeah, I'll look for that. But to Prime's point, I do somewhat, when I asked, well, why can't they give up their ballistic missiles? Because I'd like them to. I mean, that'd be great. But I think you're right that they probably wouldn't. There's probably a hard line for them, and it does sort of make sense why they wouldn't, given the fact that the current government is really the result of a coup that was launched by the CIA and replaced the government of Iran with a literal monarch. Which, I mean, I liked him for a couple reasons, but like we
Just
can't
for our
deny the fact
freedoms, bro.
we
They
can't
hate
deny
our
the West
freedoms.
did that, and so
Yeah.
here is this government that's like, hey, last time we couldn't hit back, you guys took over our government. It would make sense that this government would have that as a red line. So the question is there a path here for some kind of lasting deal that involves Iran keeping some kind of like ballistic missile stockpile? And I think there has to be. I don't know what the future holds here, but I think there has to be.
I'll let Jimmy go. But before then, Tully, I know you said you had to.
Can I
so,
just ask one? I had my hand up like 45 minutes ago. I just want to ask one
Oh,
question to Tali.
okay.
So from what I understand, okay, you support the bombings that took place from everything that was gone through. So as of now, like from what the data says, like there were no casualties. If it turned out there were like, let's say 1,000 civilian casualties, would that change your opinion or stance on the bombings?
I don't know. The numbers thing is always like when we start talking about numbers, like I would have to see like how reckless it was. Just the number alone, not necessarily. Again, I don't like have all the information.
Okay, but is
But
there?
yeah,
Let's say if I go to 10,000, is that all? Like, is that making it more clear for you?
if 10,000 people died in their attempt to bomb the nuclear facilities, that would concern me. That would very much.
That would
concern
not
me.
be like the red line for you though. And let's say 100,000, would that be a red line?
I just try to not speak in like with complete certainty. Like yes, that 10,000 it would be. I'd be very concerned, and I would need to look into that. And I
And
probably
100,000 you'd be
wouldn't support it.
exceptionally
100,000, you
concerned.
couldn't be certain without any
Sure,
other
yes, I'd
context.
be
100,000.
exceptionally concerned. I mean, this goes. It's not the same thing, but it's like a similar question to the conversation that everyone's been having about the war with Israel and Gaza right now, which is like, okay, well, what's the number?
War.
What makes something proportional? I don't think there is a specific number, right? So if there was evidence that actually
But
there's
you
an
don't think
imminent threat,
I can
an
go up to like
imminent
a
nuclear
billion.
threat.
You think a billion is enough for with the data?
Yeah, like 10 to 1
Yes,
compared to October
if the
7th.
yes,
What
20
about
to 1
all of
compared
the
to October
Iranians?
So if
7th.
the
All the
US,
Iranians are
US,
gone.
yes. So if the US going in and bombing those 3 sites murdered everyone in Iran and all
There
of
we
its
go.
neighboring countries,
Yep.
Okay, okay. I just wanted to
absolutely.
see
That's
where
my
somewhere
there
where
we
your
go.
red
That's
line.
my
There is
red
the red
line.
And
line.
A
also,
billion.
would it
A
would it
If we
be
billion
drop
is
a
my
fine?
red
nuke on
line.
Would it
Iran,
be
and then we'll
fine
feel bad.
if Israel, right? Israel would
I'm
they?
not saying I
Sorry,
wouldn't feel bad. I'm saying these are
I
complicated.
wouldn't feel
These
bad.
are
for
complicated
our
calculations.
for
I
Iran, right?
think
That
Joseph
would they be
Stalin answered this
justified?
best when he said
Would they?
the death of one
ho-
is a
yes, thank-
tragedy. The death
yeah,
of a
yeah,
million
but
is a
yes,
statistic.
yeah. Would Iran be justified to go into Israel? Let's say if they have the capability to do so, right? And enact a certain number of deaths there, which is equal in proportion to the amount of deaths between the October 7th incident and what happened in Gaza, right? So let's say it was like a 10 to 1
No, because
number of
that's not
deaths.
how
Would that be
proportionality
justified?
works. They would have to
Oh, it's
have a
not.
they would have to have a military objective. It's not about one for one
Yeah, the
killing
military
people. That's not
objective would
actually
be
how
to stop
proportionality works. No,
the
so they're
dangerous
no, so
IDF
they're
government, to like wipe
no.
off.
If
Sorry,
if their
They
their
got to stop
goal
the
to
children
stop
from
the
going to
dangerous
school, or they'll
that
grow up to
too.
be
They gotta
their
die.
IDF
goal
soldiers.
their
That too.
goal,
That they gotta die.
if their
Sorry, go ahead.
goal is to stop the quote unquote dangerous IDF government, then no, targeting civilians would
Sorry.
not be a
You gotta stop
valid
everyone
way to
from
I
get
didn't
turning
mean the IDF
18.
government. I'm sorry.
No one can join the
IDF
IDF,
as the
Scott.
military.
That's
I
the
do
way you got to
apologize
think
for that.
about it.
But like, yeah, like
Protect
like
18-year-olds.
the danger. Yeah, if they like
Or like
destroy,
Hassan,
just like
who totally should
Hamas,
have been led on a
right?
plane
Let's say
when
they
he
had
said
to
that
like
all babies
Likud
were
can't be. They said
perfect
to themselves
targets.
that Likud can't be in power anymore, right? Like
All babies are
it's simply
colonizers.
it's simply unacceptable for Likud to be in power, right? So then they could enact the same level of destruction as Israel did in Gaza, right? That would be the exact. Israel wants to get rid of Hamas.
No, it's
Iran
not
wants
the
to get rid
exact
of
same because
Likud.
again, you're just making
Why
so
would that
if
be
they
different?
decided that Likud needs to be taken out and they went to
Yeah.
take strikes to target Likud,
Regime
I
change.
wouldn't support that because I don't think that Likud is a terrorist organization. But sure, if that was in the interests of that
Of course
government,
we wouldn't.
sure. If
What
their
if they-
if their method is targeting civilians, then no, I don't agree
Are
with
there-
that.
I'm
Wait,
sorry,
what
oh,
if they
are
believe? What
there
if they
only-
believe Likud is a
are-
terrorist organization, though?
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, they might believe that, and so there would even potentially
yeah,
be
yeah.
a valid
So,
military.
but does it have to
uh,
be? Are terrorists the only valid military targets? Right?
It's regime
Just
change.
like state actors can't be
No.
valid military targets.
No, not just terrorists. Terrorists are not the only valid.
Okay, so like
military
just like
target.
Iran, right, is a military a state actor, right, and a valid target. Then Likud, right, would be right. Sorry, the IRGC. Right, I'm mixing things up. I do apologize. But like Likud would be a valid target, and so
Sure.
that
I mean, this goes back to, for example, like I'm a Zionist, I'm pro-Israel, but I think we'd be having a very different conversation if on October 7th, Hamas was targeting only military bases. I support the IDF. I would not be happy that Hamas targeted military bases, but that would be a very different military campaign than going into kibbutzes and to a music festival
how many
and murdering as many
civilians
people
have
as
been
they
hurt?
possibly could.
They attacked apartment buildings, right? They threatened civilians. There's Washington Post released audio of them like they did this whole campaign of threatening the second tier generals, right? Saying that we're going to murder you and your family if you don't leave Iran immediately after they did the initial bombings. So threatening civilians, and then like the mass amount of civilians injured in their bombings, right? You could say they're not targeting
Yeah, collateral
civilians,
damage
right?
is
But they're
different from targeting. No,
okay.
it is.
So yeah,
It's
and that's what I'm
obviously
saying.
different, right?
Okay,
So
great.
again,
So
blowing
if
up the
they
discotheque or the
then
bus
I
on the
agree.
way to
Then I
school, those
agree.
are
Then I agree. Okay,
characteristically
then
different
we
from
agree.
dying
So
in a valid military. I
we
really do think
agree.
those have
So I'm just saying during the course of the military campaign to exterminate Likud, right? And they
Charlie trying to get
they
out of
did
here,
that-
going through a fucking
No,
struggle
excuse me.
session
Hold
for
on,
Brian
one second.
guys.
One second.
I
To exterminate
Let me get
Likud,
out of
right?
here.
You can
Within
see
that
how
I got
laid
one
out
question
I
for
look,
her,
One
too.
second. Oh my God,
I'm
Scott, you're making
still
me so
laid out. I really do have to
I know,
get
no,
to
I
work.
just wanted the last thing because Scott's making it. So to exterminate Likud, right? They were just targeting military targets with the same efficacy of Israel did in Gaza, right? The same ratio of civilian deaths. When they were just hitting military targets, you'd
It's
say
not
that'd be
about
justified at that
ratios.
point.
It's not about
That's
ratios.
not
So
a
no, I
ratio.
wouldn't care
Okay.
about the ratio. It's about the
Okay.
validity of the military target
Ab-
and the
Is Likud a valid military
effort
target?
taken
You
to
said yes before.
curtail
Is
civilians.
Likud a valid
Yes.
military target? You said yes before, right?
I said it could be based on the interests of other. I don't believe it is, but yeah, I could see how other
Well, yeah,
rational
because you're
actors
not
could view it as
Iranian.
such.
But like in that conflict,
Yeah,
okay,
right.
all right,
Because I'm an Israeli
okay,
shill. Yes, correct.
I,
Okay, I really have to go.
all right, okay. Thank you for being here, Tyler. Much appreciated. Have a good one.
Factoid, you got something else? You're
It's
so
one
polite.
question.
I'll stay for one more
It's
second. For
one
you.
sentence.
My wife's
Should-
calling me. I'm about to be in
Okay,
actual
one sentence,
trouble.
one
But please
sentence.
go ahead, quick.
Should Prime lose his global pass for his opinions that he expressed here today?
Yeah, Iran should get the bomb.
I don't know. I don't think Prime's very
No,
well
he's too broke.
connected. But if
He's
there's
too broke.
evidence that
If he had
is,
more
then
money,
sure, maybe.
yeah.
So what'd you say? What'd you say,
Yeah.
Tali? Yeah, she said yes. Okay, all right,
Yeah,
bye.
no. She said you weren't connected enough. Get wrecked.
Okay.
You don't have enough rich family in foreign countries.
Yeah, I'm broke as shit.
Bye.
so
Thank
don't
you
worry about
guys.
it.
I'll be
Hold on.
listening.
You're
Okay,
connected.
don't talk shit about me.
Okay.
I'll be listening when
You're
I
connected
leave,
to
okay?
Tali now,
guess.
all right? A known
care of you, Al.
Zionist sympathizer.
I know
all right?
Zionist sympathizer.
Chill.
Thank you,
Alright.
Tali. All right. So anyone else can? I know, sure.
Yeah, I have.
Get-
So, okay. So I'm first thing, right? So to be very clear, when she was saying that Iran, and this is what I said was like dishonest framing. So I don't want to attack her too much, but just to clear things up. So it's true that Iran did violate the terms of the JCPOA a handful of times. What they found wasn't that it was like these were bad faith or they were trying to be secretive or something. There was like a time where they like went over the allotted amount of like heavy water they could have, right? But and so that violated the agreement. What the IAEA found is that these were good faith mistakes, public, and they were cleared up as soon as they were found. They're like fixed as soon as they were found. Not a big problem, right? They were in compliance. They were showing good faith, and to be clear, in this period, Israel was still sabotaging their program, still running like tech attacks, trying to take out
We were too, by
facilities.
the way.
Yeah.
We
So
were
like,
too.
yeah. So like,
we
it's-
infiltrated their scientist teams and like had fake scientists and fed them fake data in the hopes that it would like stymie their production.
Yeah, so like that to me tells me that it's what we are doing, what Israel's doing, isn't really tied to whether or not they are in compliance or whether or not they're building a nuclear weapon or whether or not they're getting inspections. It is just this fucking drumbeat, never ending to push us toward war with this fucking country. Likely because it's part of that fucking was a 7-country list that that one general saw after 9/11, right? This has been on the books for a very long time.
No, it's
So,
because they trade oil out of the U.S. dollar. That's why.
Yeah, that too. That's another. Yeah, I agree. So I don't think that the nuke thing is even like why we're actually doing any of this. I think it's a total misdirection. I think this idea that they're close to it or they're building it, I don't think there's any evidence to support that whatsoever. I absolutely do not trust the Israeli government to have that information. I 100% think they're lying. Absolutely think they're lying. And I think that this is like, I don't know. I was gonna.
Is there
I
any
wanted to
more
go off
reason
on-
to trust the Iranian regime? I mean, just for the record. I mean, I feel like
Yes,
everybody
actually.
is likely a liar here.
Yeah, hold
Why
on.
do you
So,
think
yeah,
that
so I
they're more
agree.
trustworthy?
So I agree. So this is why I said earlier, like I don't trust any world leader just by default, right? But to me, they've demonstrated more good faith than the United States and Israel. They signed the JCPOA. In that period, they complied. They did everything that and the JCPOA, to be clear, subjected them to far more intense inspections, far more intense requirements than the nuclear non-proliferation treaty, which they're also a signee to. They signed on to that in the fucking the 70s or some shit. So like they even more intense inspections and requirements than any other nuclear powered nation on the planet, and they complied. And again, when this latest round of negotiations started up, they were willing to give up that stockpile that everybody's afraid of. They said this in fucking April. Our intelligence committee said that they were willing to do this in 2024. Right? So like everything to me is pointing to they actually just want what they're saying, which is civilian use for like medical research and energy. That's what they actually want. This is what everything has been telling us for fucking decades now. And what's happening is we're ignoring that, and we're leaning on the fact that they're Muslims and they're like some kind of theocracy and they're scary and they don't let women wear whatever they want and they don't like the gays. We're leaning on this shit to push
so-
this propaganda to get people to be okay with the war.
So the
So one
ans-
second
so the
before
answer to
before
the
you
question-
respond.
okay.
Sorry, before you respond. 2 super chats. Alexander Wynn. Thank you for hitting us with hitting me up with the super chats, even though clearly you disagree with me. So I appreciate you still doing that. But send 2 super chats. First, $10 super chat that says, "Why are you guys," meaning I guess me, and maybe Ali. Why are you guys acting like terrorists? Doesn't have a specific definition. Terrorists are not just whoever you don't like. I agree. Right?
He
Answer this
agrees.
as well.
They also have to be
One.
brown.
And Muslim.
Yeah,
have to
so
speak-
like
they have to
I
speak
agree
Farsi,
that
Arabic, or
there's a
Turkish.
definition. One, the definition
It's a political
is
tool.
once the definition is a loose in of itself, right? A person enacting violence, right, to get some sort of political change, right? Yeah, that's a loose definition, and which can apply to a lot of people any which way. But even if you imagine it's strict, right, and imagine it designates a certain type of person, what Duby just said is absolutely correct. It is a political tool because how we use it. Right.
Yeah, that's
the type of violence that
part of the
the
definition.
Americans enact, the Israelis enact, and not just them, governments all around the world, right? The type of violence that they enact for political reasons never gets called terrorism, right? But for some governments, the dislike governments like Iran, right? That's absolutely terrorism. Well, of course. Well, when the U.S. like bombs a wedding party, right? Well, see, that's just an accident. That's not terrorism. Why would you think it's terrorism? That's so weird, right? I mean, when we slaughter civilians, right? When we cause massive exodus in a refugee crisis, that's not terrorism. Why would you call that terrorism? It's weird that you're calling it terrorism. You must be a terrorist sympathizer to be thinking that. No, but when Iran does it and blows the school bus, like Scott correctly said previously, right? Well, that's definitely terrorism. Why would you question that? Well, of course it is. Right, so
Well,
like
you know,
I
there's
would agree.
obviously a
I would agree. The
distinction,
one is
like, that's a
terrorism.
silly
I would
answer, right?
agree. The one is terrorism. That's true, right? What Iran did was terrorism, but like to not apply that to what the Americans are doing now, crazy to me. All right, second super chat.
So hold on, well, to that
$10.
super chat.
Yeah,
To that super
hold on,
chat.
hold on.
You
You
agree
can
that's not an
respond.
appropriate answer, right?
Hold
You
on.
agree
Oh my
that
God,
that's not-
respond right
that's
after
not a
the
good-
second super chat out. Oh my God.
But you know that's a bad.
I'm not gonna
faith
throw you. I'm
response
not gonna
to
throw you off the panel. You can $10. You guys are missing the real question. How does this attack connect to Project 2025? Okay, I know that's a trick question. Sorry.
Good
no,
question.
There's
Okay,
no,
yeah. I
just wanna add
there's no
something to the answer.
disparate. There's no
You-
disparate impact theory if we get rid of all of the demographics that it could have disparate impact.
Doobie, Scott, and Gibbs, or maybe Gibbs had
Oh,
his hand up before. I'm
well,
sorry.
Doobie
You guys
just
didn't have it
finished,
before,
but
I'm sorry.
okay.
Yeah, I
I'm
mean,
sorry.
I'm okay with going after Scott. I think he was asking earlier.
I gotta bounce, guys.
Okay,
I told
okay.
that to you.
Hold on. Let me go back to Gibbs. Gibbs had his hand up. Let's go to
Yeah,
Gibbs.
yeah. So real quick,
Uh,
Here,
I'll
Lactoid, do well.
I just want to give one closing.
Be
thought.
well, Lactoid. You're amazing. You're great. Thanks.
I just want to say in closing, I'm pretty excited that this panel today has come to the conclusion that if I decide to start funding a bunch of Texas national
Thank you guys so much for tuning in to today's episode of Like to TV. Bits, subs, really appreciate it as always. We're gonna write them out into Prime. Catch you guys later.